Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M. Thanks for being here for tonight's video. Before we begin, turn on notifications so you don't miss any new uploads. And if you have a strange experience of your own, you can send it to me. Tonight's first story is from a man who didn't think much about ghosts or anything supernatural. Then one night, while staying at his grandmother's house, he heard something outside the garage that he couldn't explain. It happened more than once, and eventually, someone else heard it too. Get comfortable, and I hope you sleep well tonight. I was never the kind of person who believed in signs, spirits, or anything you couldn't pin down with a normal explanation. Back then, my girlfriend was into witchcraft. She practiced it seriously, and honestly, I used to go back and forth between thinking it was kind of charming and thinking it was nonsense. But it never bothered me. It made her happy, and I liked seeing her have something that felt meaningful to her. At the time, I was mostly staying at her place, but every now and then I'd spend a few nights at my grandma's house because it was closer to work. And that's where the first strange thing happened. One night in 2021, I was alone in the garage after my grandparents had gone to sleep. I was sitting there with the side door open, smoking, having a drink, and listening to music. The backyard was quiet. Everything felt ordinary. Then I heard this hard thud on top of one of the trash bins outside. At first, I thought it was probably a raccoon or maybe a cat jumping down from the fence. But a few seconds later, I heard this sound that still bothers me when I think about it. It started low and deep, almost like a growl, then rose into something sharper. It had this animal quality to it, but it sounded too big to be a cat. Too heavy. Too wrong. My body reacted before my brain did. I got up, shut the door, locked it, and went straight inside. The next day, I asked my grandparents if they'd heard anything outside. They hadn't. I tried explaining the sound, but there wasn't really a good way to describe it. They brushed it off, so I tried to do the same. But the next night, it came back. Same place, same kind of sound. I shut the door again and went upstairs, shaken. I called my girlfriend and said, "Babe, it came back." I tried describing it to her, but every explanation sounded ridiculous once it left my mouth. Eventually, the only thing I could say was, "It sounded like suffering." About a week later, my grandparents went out of town. My girlfriend came to stay with me because their house had a bigger kitchen, and we both loved to cook. We made a night out of it, had food, relaxed, and later went into the garage to smoke before bed. After maybe 20 minutes, we heard the thud. Then the sound came again. This time, she heard it too. We looked at each other for one frozen second, and I slammed the door shut. But the sound seemed to move closer, right near the door, and it got louder. She didn't say anything. She just rushed inside, and I followed her upstairs. We sat on the futon under my bedroom window, the one that looked out over the backyard. I remember looking at her and saying, "You heard it. You actually heard it." Before she could answer, the sound started again below the window, slower this time, like it was building itself out of the dark. She said, very quietly, "It sounds like something is dying out there." I asked if we should go check. She said, "What if something's hurt?" So I grabbed my everyday carry and went downstairs, with her right behind me. We turned on the backyard lights and looked through the kitchen window. Nothing. No animal. No movement. No explanation. We went back upstairs and spent the rest of the night trying to find similar sounds online, but nothing came close. Eventually, we gave up and watched TV until we fell asleep. That was the last time I ever heard whatever was outside. And honestly, I was just relieved someone else had heard it too. I wasn't alone with it anymore. Over the next couple of years, we brought it up often. She always said it sounded paranormal, and eventually, I stopped arguing with that. I didn't fully understand it, but I was finally open to the possibility that there are things we don't have neat little boxes for. Then, in late 2023, things started getting strange again. Our relationship was falling apart by then. I was having nightmares almost every night. In them, I'd be out somewhere with my girlfriend, and then suddenly I couldn't find her. The dreams got so bad that I started avoiding sleep altogether. One night, after almost 2 days without sleeping, I was lying beside her at her place. I rolled over and saw her asleep on her back. And floating about a foot above her was a woman. She was facing her, hovering parallel to her body, with this twisted grin on her face. She looked like she was chanting something, though I couldn't understand it. Then I felt this vibration behind my eyes and heard a high ringing sound. My eyes snapped open, and the woman was gone. My girlfriend was just lying there beside me. I told myself I must have dreamed it. I told her about it the next morning, and it spooked her a little, but we both let it go. A couple of weeks later, she was making spaghetti. She left 2 jars of sauce on the counter and went into the main house to grab pasta. Our little dog followed her, so I was completely alone in the converted garage where we lived. I was lying on the bed with my laptop when I heard a crash. I got up and found both jars shattered in the middle of the kitchen floor. Not fallen from the edge, not knocked over by the dog, broken in the middle of the floor. I went outside and met my girlfriend as she was coming back. The first thing I said was, "I swear I didn't do it." After that, whenever we heard weird house noises, we'd jokingly say things like, "Stop that," as if something was living there with us. But nothing quite like the jars happened again. At the beginning of 2024, after about 12 years together, we broke up. I moved back to my grandma's house to save money. I was a wreck, drinking heavily, not sleeping much, not taking care of myself. I moved into a different bedroom just to feel like something had changed. Then one night, after my body finally gave in to sleep, I woke up and saw the woman again. She was sitting at the foot of my bed in a pale gray gown. The same vibration came back, the same ringing. Then my eyes snapped open and she was gone. Lying there instead was my dog, a husky shepherd mix named Chloe. My grandfather had always been the closest thing in my family to someone superstitious, and around that time, he started noticing things too. Strange noises at night, footsteps upstairs when my dog and I were downstairs. Objects moved from one place to another. My grandma never heard or saw anything. She looked at both of us like we were losing it. But I kept seeing the woman. Sometimes she was at the foot of my bed, sometimes sitting against the wall, always in that same pale gown. One night, I saw her sitting with her legs curled up, holding a balloon. That's when I started calling her Mina. The name just stuck. As things got stranger, I started reading more about spirituality and witchcraft. By May of 2024, I was buying books from metaphysical shops, setting up an altar in my room, and trying cleansing rituals. Eventually, I tried an exorcism from one of the books, and for a while, it seemed to work. The house calmed down. I stopped seeing Mina. The nightmares stopped too. I even started dating someone new, and for about 6 months, everything felt normal. Then I started getting this heavy feeling that she was going to leave. The nightmares came back. The house activity came back. Mina came back. Not long after that, the girl I was seeing left, and I was right back where I started. Since then, I've stopped trying to force Mina out of my life. I don't really know what she is. I don't know if she's connected to the creature in the backyard. I don't know if she's a warning, a presence, or something my mind reaches for when everything around me is breaking. But strange as it sounds, I've started to feel like she shows up before trouble. I've only seen her a few times since moving out of my grandma's house in 2025. And now, when I do, It doesn't scare me the same way. There's almost something comforting about it. I still don't have answers. I just know that after everything I experienced, I'm not the closed-off skeptic I used to be. I still practice witchcraft now, and I'm much more open to the idea that some things can be real, even when they refuse to explain themselves. When I was about 4, my parents split up, and my mom and I moved to a small town in Tennessee. My dad settled about an hour away after being stationed near Fort Campbell. He was a chaplain in the Army, and the whole reason we lived close enough was so he could still see me on weekends. I mention that because what I'm about to tell you didn't just happen in one house, or one neighborhood, or one town. It followed me. I was still really little when I first noticed it. Maybe 4, maybe almost 5. I'd catch this dark shape out of the corner of my eye, always just barely there. It didn't scare me at first. I didn't even know enough to be scared. I just knew something was there when it shouldn't have been. By the time I was 5, I started hearing my name. One time, I was at a playground with my dad, and I heard someone call, "Mason," from inside one of those covered plastic play tunnels. I thought it was another kid, so I ran over and climbed inside. But there was nobody there. The whole space felt cold. Not normal cold either. The air felt damp, almost sticky, like it had been breathed in and out too many times. When I was around 6, I started seeing her. She looked like an elderly woman, hunched over, moving slowly. I'd see her near my mom's neighborhood, by the park, near my dad's place, sometimes even along the road when we were driving. Never inside the house, but almost everywhere else. She would wave at me. Sometimes she'd curl her fingers, like she wanted me to come closer. And she always smiled. That was the worst part. Her mouth smiled, but her eyes didn't. Her eyes looked flat and hungry, like she was pretending to be kind because she knew that was what grown-ups were supposed to look like. I didn't feel terrified then. I was always with someone, my mom, my dad, my friends, so she felt far away. Wrong, but far away. When I was 7, my dad remarried. His wife was from Lebanon, and he had met her while he was overseas. She was deeply Catholic, the kind of person who prayed like she was talking to someone standing right beside her. One afternoon, she was holding my hand while we crossed a street, and the old woman was waiting on the other side. This time she wasn't waving. She was pointing at me. Her face was twisted open, like she was screaming, but at first I couldn't hear anything. Then all at once, I heard my name again and again, louder and louder. "Mason, Mason, Mason." I froze right in the middle of the street and started begging my stepmom to turn around. I didn't even explain. I just said I didn't want to go near her. My stepmom stopped. Her hand tightened around mine. Then she said something under her breath in Arabic, turned us around immediately, and walked us back the way we came without asking me a single question. That night, I overheard her talking to my dad. She told him she had felt something awful in the street, something cold, something possessive. She said she was worried about me. My dad didn't believe in things like that. He brushed it off and said kids imagine things. But she didn't brush it off. When I was 8, things got worse. I started seeing the old woman in reflections, in windows at night, in the dark glass of the TV, sometimes in the mirror for half a second behind me. Then the knocking started. Knocking from inside closets, knocking on windows, knocking on doors late at night, especially when I was alone. Sometimes she would whisper through the door, "Let me in." Other times she would beg, "Open it, Mason. Please open it." I told my mom. I told my dad. They both thought I was scared of the dark or lonely, or making up stories the way kids do. Only two people believed me. My stepmom believed me. She prayed over me whenever I stayed with my dad, and she gave me a rosary to keep in my pocket. And my neighbor believed me. He was an older man named Mr. Alden, probably in his mid-60s. He lived a few houses down from my mom, and sometimes he watched me after school while she was working late. He never made me feel silly. He never laughed. When I told him about the woman, he just listened very carefully. Then, when I was 9, I opened the door. It was late, maybe close to 11. My mom was asleep. Someone knocked at the front door. Not loud, just steady. I remember standing there in my pajamas, angry more than scared. I was tired of hiding, tired of hearing her voice, tired of feeling like something had been circling me for years. So I opened the door. She was standing there. The old woman smiled at me, that same terrible smile, and I told her to leave me alone. She didn't. She reached out and grabbed my arm. Her hand was freezing and wet, and the second she touched me, I knew she was stronger than anything that old should ever be. She started pulling me down the walkway, away from the house. I fought her as hard as I could. I kicked, twisted, screamed, tried to dig my heels into the ground. But she kept dragging me. When we got in front of Mr. Alden's house, his front door flew open. He ran out, yelling at her to let me go. I remember him saying other words too, words I didn't understand, but his voice sounded huge, bigger than him, bigger than the whole street. The old woman let go. Then Mr. Alden picked me up and carried me back home. The next thing I remember, I woke up in my bed the next morning. For a little while, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. My mom hadn't heard me scream. She hadn't heard the front door open. Nothing in the house looked different. But later that day, when I went outside, Mr. Alden called me over. He knelt down in front of me and said, "Don't ever open the door for someone you don't know. Not at night, not even if they call you by name." Then he put a hand on my shoulder and said, "But you don't have to be afraid. I'll look out for you." I hugged him and cried into his shirt. After that night, I never saw the old woman again. Not in reflections, not at the park, not across the street, not anywhere. Mr. Alden passed away a few years later. I still think about him more often than I can explain. And I still think about her too. Because whatever she was, she had followed me for years. And somehow, that old man made her stop. Back in 1996, I was about 2 years into some pretty intense training to become a massage therapist. I've always felt like I was born with healing hands, along with a few other gifts I didn't fully understand yet. But this world can be rough, you know? Gifts are beautiful, but they don't pay rent. I used to joke that having supernatural abilities and a few dollars in your pocket might get you a burger, but it wasn't exactly a retirement plan. Around that time, my close friend's family helped me get work as a repo man. We were picking up cars for the bank in the auto auction out in Norwalk, California. Now, Los Angeles has places that can make even tough men rethink their life choices. A lot of repo guys didn't want anything to do with certain neighborhoods. They'd hear Watts, Inglewood, South Central, Compton, and suddenly everybody had a dentist appointment. But I grew up around East LA, so I wasn't really scared of those places. To me, people are people. You show respect, you don't act like you're better than anybody, and you remember that even when you're there to take someone's car, you're still dealing with human beings. That attitude saved me more times than I can count. One afternoon, our crew leader, who also happened to be my best friend, sent us out to work those tougher areas. His name was Joey D. By the time 4 rolled around, we were done for the day, and we had our usual little routine. We'd relax, grab something good to eat, talk about life, and then find some quiet place to unwind. That day, Joey D said he wanted to head up to Crystal Lake in the San Gabriel Mountains. It took us close to an hour to get there. By the time we arrived, dusk was settling over everything, and the whole place had that strange, quiet feeling the mountains get when the sun slips away. We sat there for a while, talking about spiritual things, supernatural things, and the kind of mysteries people usually avoid unless they've lived through a few. At some point, I looked up toward the trees across the dry lake bed, just letting my mind wander, when I noticed one tree in particular. Something about it felt wrong. I had already been feeling strange that evening. There was this pressure in my chest, this anxiety that didn't feel like it belonged to me. I was keeping it together, but when I saw that tree, the feeling spiked hard. Joey D noticed right away. He looked at me and said, "What's wrong with you?" I couldn't answer him at first. I was staring at the top branches of that tree. They were crossed in this odd way, and then suddenly I got a picture in my mind. Clear as day, me walking across the dry lake bed toward it. I didn't think. I just stood up and started walking. By then it was dark, and the only real light we had was coming from the city far below. Halfway across the lake bed, I realized I had left Joey D sitting back there alone in the dark at creepy Crystal Lake. I turned around and saw him jogging after me. He caught up and said, "Bro, what are you doing?" And all I could say was, "I don't know, but I think that tree needs help." The closer we got, the calmer I felt. That anxiety started draining out of me, little by little, and by the time we reached the tree, it was gone. I stood there and told him, "I don't know how to explain this, but this tree was calling me." I had never experienced anything like that before. Luckily, when I first took off, Joey D had enough sense to go back to the car and grab a flashlight. Then another picture came into my mind. I saw myself digging near a boulder behind me, so I turned around and started digging. About 6 inches down, I hit something hard. It was the lid of a jar. I cleared the dirt away and realized the whole thing had been buried there. Joey D was silent. And if you knew him, you'd know silence was not his natural state. Inside the jar was this strange white and red substance, thick and sweet-looking, and there were objects sealed inside it. A pair of underwear, a lock of hair, a bracelet, 2 small school photos taped together, face to face. The moment I saw it, I knew exactly what it was. Something hot rose up in me. Not fear, not confusion, anger. I said, "No, I'm not allowing this." I smashed that jar against the boulder and pulled the pictures apart. Whoever had put that spell together knew what they were doing. It wasn't sloppy. It wasn't some childish little game. It had intention behind it. Then, just when I thought it was over, the anxiety came back. Softer this time, but clear. Another image came into my mind. The opposite side of the tree. So I walked over there and started digging again. And I found another jar. By now, I could feel Joey D's fear almost like it was inside my own stomach. So I told him, "Don't worry, we're the good guys." This second jar was different. It was filled with a thick, greasy substance, heavy and dark-looking. Inside, I could make out a school ID bracelet, a tooth, another lock of hair, and other things I didn't care to examine too closely. I looked at Joey D and said, "You see this? People are coming up here to do real dark work." Then I smashed that jar too. And just like that, everything lifted. No anxiety, no rage, no heaviness. I felt calm again, clear, almost peaceful. More than anything, I felt gratitude. Not from me exactly, but around me, through me, like the land itself had exhaled. That night changed something in me. I realized that, just like my ancestors, I could communicate with trees. Not in words, not the way we speak to each other, but through feeling, pressure, images, and knowing. That was nearly 30 years ago. These days, the trees still tell me things. Not usually with pictures anymore. It's more subtle now. But once you understand that negative energy affects everything, including the trees, you learn to pay attention. A tree can tell you a lot about a place. Before you buy land, before you move into a home, before you settle somewhere and call it yours, look at the trees. They know what's been there. And if you know how to listen, they'll tell you. I've shared this story a few times online, usually in places where people talk about strange experiences, but I've never actually told anyone face to face. Not once. I wouldn't call myself religious. I'm more in that agnostic space, where I don't really claim to know what's out there. But this is one of those memories that never settled down in my mind. It still sits there, quiet and sharp, like it's waiting for me to explain it. Back when I was in high school, there was this old performing arts building on campus. Everybody said it was haunted. Not just haunted in the usual cold spots and weird noises way either. The rumor was that something dark lived there. Some people called it a spirit. Some called it a demon. I heard about it during my first year, and apparently the stories had been around long before I ever walked through those doors. I didn't think much of it at first. Schools always have legends, right? Every campus has some creepy hallway or locked room that students turn into folklore. But then, during my second year, I had first period ceramics in that building. It was a huge place, much bigger inside than it looked from the outside. The hallways twisted around in strange ways, and if you didn't know where you were going, you could lose your sense of direction pretty fast. Early that year, a girl in my class, I'll call her Mara, asked to use the restroom. She was gone for maybe 5 minutes before she came bursting back into the room. She was sobbing. Not just crying, but full-on shaking, gasping, screaming so hard that nobody knew what to do. She kept saying there was something at the end of the hallway, something watching her. The way she said it made the room go silent. I know people exaggerate. I know teenagers can be dramatic, but this didn't feel like that. Her fear looked real in a way that made my stomach drop. She didn't come back to school for almost 2 weeks after that, and when she finally returned, she wouldn't talk about what happened. Her friends said she wasn't the same afterward. Quieter, nervous, like some part of her was still back in that hallway. About a month later, it was my turn. I left ceramics to use the bathroom, and honestly, I got lost. It was still early in the school year, and I hadn't really explored that building yet. I remember walking through those halls, trying to act calm, even though I had no idea where I was. Then I heard it. It came from behind me, close enough that my whole body reacted before my brain could. It was this awful, unnatural sound. Not exactly a scream, not exactly a growl. More like something trying to force a human voice through a throat that wasn't built for one. I didn't turn around. I just ran. I ducked into the nearest room, which happened to be a choir class. The teacher stopped mid-lesson and looked at me, and I was ready for her to be angry because I had just barged into her room like a lunatic. But she didn't look angry. She looked worried. And then she said, very softly, "You heard it, didn't you?" That scared me more than the sound. I told her what happened, and she walked me back to my ceramics classroom. The whole way there, she kept one hand wrapped around the cross necklace at her chest. She kept looking down the halls, left and right, like she expected something to step out from around a corner. That was the only thing I personally experienced in that building. But after that, I started paying more attention to the stories. The next year, one of my teachers told us she had stayed late after school grading papers. It was already dark when she left, and as she passed the performing arts building, She looked up and saw a figure standing in one of the upper windows. The strange part was that the window was near the top of the building, close to a ceiling that must have been 30 feet high. There shouldn't have been anyone standing there, not unless they were floating. People also talked a lot about the props room near the theater area. Students hated going in there alone. Teachers didn't like it either, though most of them wouldn't admit that directly. They'd just say things like, "Take someone with you," or "Don't stay back there too long." There was even a story about a few students from another school sneaking into the building one night during a basketball game. Supposedly, one of them went into the props room and saw something that scared him so badly he wet himself. They found him later wandering near the gym, crying and trying to explain that there was some kind of creature in the theater wing. I know how all of this sounds. I know stories grow teeth the more people repeat them. I know fear can fill in the blanks. I know old buildings make strange sounds, and high school rumors can turn a shadow into a monster by lunchtime. But I also know what I heard. And I know the look on that choir teacher's face. So I still don't claim to know what was in that building. Maybe there's a normal explanation buried somewhere under all the panic and rumors. But every now and then, I think about that hallway. I think about the sound behind me. I think about how I ran without ever looking back. And honestly, part of me is glad I didn't. I've been a therapist for a little over 10 years, and I used to believe I understood distance. Not emotional coldness exactly, more like the careful space you keep between yourself and the person sitting across from you. The space that lets them feel safe enough to fall apart, while you stay steady enough to help them put the pieces somewhere they can bear to look at. That was always the work. At least, that's what I thought. I keep a clock on the wall behind the patient's chair. I started doing it during training, and I never stopped. People notice everything when they're in therapy. Your eyes, your mouth, the tiny change in your breathing when something lands harder than expected. So if I need to check the time, I look just past them. They don't feel watched. They don't feel rushed. And I get to feel, in some small way, in control. I haven't felt that way since late January. His name was listed as Damian March, 42 years old, self-referred. He had written that he was dealing with unresolved trauma and intrusive memories. That part was ordinary enough. I see people like that all the time. People who have spent half their lives locking doors inside themselves, only to realize the keys were never really gone. Damien was quiet at first, polite, careful. Not evasive, but guarded in the way people are when they have learned that honesty costs something. By our 4th session, I found myself looking forward to seeing him. He was thoughtful. He answered slowly, not because he was trying to sound clever, but because he seemed to be listening inwardly for the truest version of what he meant. There was something sad about him, but not dramatic. More like an old bruise under a sleeve. Our sessions were always on Thursdays, 5:30 to 6:30. Last appointment of the day. My receptionist, Clara, left at 6, so by the end it was usually just the two of us in the building. I've thought about that detail more than I'd like to admit. Everything changed in the 9th week. For 2 sessions before that, Damien had been circling something. I could feel it. Therapists get used to that change in the room, the way a person approaches something painful and then veers away at the last second. He mentioned his father, his sleep, a hallway he could picture but couldn't place. I didn't push. You don't push. You wait by the door until they're ready to open it. That Thursday, he came in, sat down, folded his hands in his lap, and said, "I think I'm ready to talk about the house." I told him he could take his time. He described a 2-story house on a quiet street. A pale cream exterior, the paint weathered gray around the windows. A front gate that never closed properly. A patchy garden with more moss than grass. And something in me went very still. Then he described the inside. A narrow hallway, a dark wooden banister, the 2nd and 5th stairs creaking under your weight. A kitchen that always smelled faintly sweet, not like food, he said, but like cleaning liquid or flowers left too long in a warm room. My mother used lavender floor cleaner every Sunday morning. Every Sunday, from the time I was little until I left home. I didn't move. That is what training teaches you. You do not move when something inside you starts screaming. Damien went on. He described the upstairs landing, a linen cupboard on the left, a bathroom with a pull-cord light that only worked if you tugged it twice. Then, at the very end of the hall, a child's bedroom with one window facing the back garden. And wallpaper. White wallpaper with tiny blue sailboats. That was my bedroom. From the age of 7 until I was 15, when I finally begged my father enough times that he let me paint over it. My mouth went dry. I reached for my water glass, and for the first time in years, I noticed my hand shaking in front of a patient. Damien wasn't watching me. He was looking slightly past my shoulder, as if the memory was being projected onto the wall behind me. Then he mentioned the dog. A small, sandy terrier who slept at the foot of the bed. A dog who made a strange little grumbling sound whenever someone opened the front door. Not quite a bark, he said, more like a complaint. And then he said the dog's name. Marlowe. My dog's name was Marlowe. He died when I was 16. I have never told a patient about him. I have never written about him. There is no public record connecting that dog to me. No photograph online. No old post. Nothing. I ended the session early. I told Damien I wasn't feeling well, which was not exactly a lie. He looked concerned, but not surprised. He said he hoped I felt better, and then he left. Calmly. Normally. As though he had not just walked barefoot through the locked rooms of my childhood. I sat there for a long time after the door closed. Then I went to the filing cabinet and pulled out his folder. The intake form was blank. Not missing. Blank. The pages were there. The printed fields were there. Name, date of birth, address, emergency contact, medical history. But every line that should have been filled in was empty. Clean paper. I checked the appointment book. Thursday, 5:30. D. March. Written in Clara's blue pen. But there was no registration form, no consent form, no ID copy, nothing we are required to have before seeing a new patient. So I called Clara. I asked her what she remembered about booking Damien March. There was a pause. Then she said, "Who?" I described him. Early 40s, dark coat, always arrived exactly on time. Her silence stretched so long I thought the call had dropped. Then she said gently, "Dr. Ellis, your last Thursday patient has been Mrs. Harrow for weeks. After she leaves, you stay in the office alone. I assumed you were catching up on notes." I have no memory of Mrs. Harrow. None. I went back through my case notes. There they were. 9 weeks of sessions with Damien March, all in my handwriting. Detailed. Consistent, clinical observations, progress, resistance, the slow movement toward a central trauma. They looked real because they were real. I know what false notes look like. These weren't false. But underneath them, on the same pages, written in the same pen, was another set of notes. Another patient. A woman named Eliana. Initial session, dissociative episodes, fragmented memory, intrusive recollections she cannot identify as her own. Describes, in vivid detail, a childhood home with a narrow hallway, a lavender smell, a bedroom with blue sailboat wallpaper, and a small terrier named Marlowe. Same dates. Same appointment times, 5:30 to 6:30, every Thursday. I read those pages again and again before I understood what I was seeing. Eliana wasn't my patient. Eliana was me. And the notes were in my handwriting because I had written them, but not from behind the desk, from the chair in front of it. I was never Damien's therapist. Not for those 9 weeks. I was sitting across from him, telling him about a house I thought I had forgotten, a dog I never speak of, wallpaper I painted over decades ago. And somewhere inside the fracture, my mind built a kinder version of it. A version where I was the one in control. Where I had the pen. Where I was safe on the correct side of the room. There is a therapist named Damien March. I found him. He's licensed. He's 42. His practice is 4 streets from mine. I have no memory of making an appointment with him. I have no memory of walking into his office. I have no memory of those 9 sessions except from the wrong side of the desk. I'm staying with my sister now. I told her my flat has a plumbing issue because it was easier than explaining that I no longer trust any room with 2 chairs in it. Last night, I woke up at 2 in the morning because the room smelled so strongly of lavender floor cleaner that I had to open the window. My sister only uses unscented products. She always has. I don't think the memories are coming back. I think they were placed back inside me. Or maybe they were never mine in the way I thought they were. I only know this. Whatever happened in that room over those 9 weeks, Damien knew where to look. He knew exactly which door to open. And when I checked my appointment book this morning, next Thursday was already marked. 5:30. D. March. In my handwriting. I've never been the kind of person who jumps straight to ghosts when something strange happens. I've always tried to explain things away first. Bad dream, half-awake brain, shadows playing tricks, anything reasonable. But there's one thing from my childhood that I've never been able to make sense of. I was about 9 when my mom moved me and my older brother into this small apartment on the edge of town. She was raising us by herself back then, and money was tight. So it was the kind of place you moved into because you had to, not because you wanted to. The complex was rough. There were police around all the time, and I remember there being a little security office near the front because things happened there often enough to need one. I have a handful of strange memories from that apartment, but this one is the one that never really left me. That night started completely normal. I went to bed the way I always did. My bed faced my bedroom door, which I hated, but there wasn't really another way to set up the room. I was a nervous kid, scared of the dark, scared of noises, scared of being alone. I always slept curled up on my side with the door shut tight. But sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up lying flat on my back. That alone was strange for me. Then I looked toward the doorway. My door was wide open. And standing in the hallway, just outside my room, was a woman. I know this is going to sound like something out of a horror movie, but she was wearing a white dress. Not a plain one either. It looked old-fashioned, with lace on it, and she had this little veil tucked into her hair. But her face and skin were what I remember most. They had this cold, bluish color, almost gray in some places, like something that had been underwater too long. Her skin didn't look right. It looked wrong in a way I still don't know how to describe. She didn't move. She didn't speak. She just stood there, looking straight at me. And the strangest part is, I wasn't scared. I should have been. I was scared of everything at that age. I didn't even like walking to the bathroom by myself at night. But lying there, looking at her, I didn't panic. I couldn't move. Or at least, I didn't try to move. But it didn't feel like I was fighting anything. It was quiet, almost calm. I remember watching her chest rise and fall like she was breathing. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I felt awake. My room looked exactly the way it always did at night. The hallway light was dim, and I could see her clearly enough that even now, years later, I can still picture the folds of the dress. After a while, I just closed my eyes, and somehow, I went back to sleep. The next morning, my bedroom door was closed again. I told my mom what I had seen, expecting her to laugh it off or tell me it was a dream. But she didn't laugh. She just looked at me in this strange, tight way, like she was trying not to react. Then she changed the subject. My brother was there too, but he didn't say a word. I didn't understand that at the time. I just figured nobody believed me. Years passed, and honestly, I didn't bring it up much. Then, when I was about 15, we were sitting at the table one night talking about old apartments we had lived in. I mentioned that woman in the hallway, just casually, like, "Remember when I said I saw that lady?" The whole room went quiet. My brother looked at my mom and said, "I think she can know now." That's when they told me what had really happened. My brother's room had been down the same hallway as mine. A night or two before I told them what I saw, he had woken up thirsty and gone to get a drink from the kitchen. When he stepped into the hallway, he saw a woman standing there. He described her the same way I did. The white lace dress, the little veil, the bluish skin. Only when he saw her, she wasn't looking at him. She was staring into my room. He got so scared that he turned around and went straight back to bed. The next morning, he told my mom, and she panicked. She told him not to say anything to me because she knew how anxious I already was, and she didn't want me to be too terrified to sleep alone. Then, later that same morning, I walked into the kitchen and told them I had seen her too. I hadn't known any of that. They had kept it from me for years. And then, not long ago, my sister brought up something I didn't remember at all. She said that when I was younger, a few years after we left that apartment, I used to talk in my sleep sometimes. One night, apparently, I was mumbling about a woman outside by the swings. A woman dressed in white. My sister told the story like it was funny, but all I could think about was the hallway. That dress, that face, the way she stood there breathing and watching me. Nothing like that has ever happened to me again. We moved out of that apartment not long after, and I've never seen her since. I still don't know what she was, but I know what I saw. I've always felt things a little too deeply. I don't really know how to hate people. I can get hurt. I can get quiet. I can pull away. But hate just never seemed to live in me. People have told me that being around me makes them feel calmer, happier even. Sometimes people who are carrying really heavy things, grief, depression, loneliness, will sit with me for a while and say they feel lighter afterward. And honestly, that makes me happy too. It feels like something good passes through me, even when I don't fully understand it. When I was little, I used to see things. I remember seeing my grandfather sitting in the bathroom, just perched there on the edge of the tub like it was the most normal thing in the world. Not doing anything strange, just sitting there quietly. But when I looked again, nobody was there. Another time, my mother drove past this old abandoned house, and I looked up at the second-floor window. There was a teenage girl standing there in a pale, lace-trimmed nightgown. She saw me looking and slowly pulled the curtain shut. I never forgot that. Even as a child, I always felt like I didn't completely belong. Not with my family, not at school, not even later as an adult. I could be in a room full of people and still feel like I had been placed in the wrong story. But I never felt alone. That's the strange part. I was actually a happy child. It felt like something was always nearby, not hovering in a scary way, more like keeping me company from just beyond the edge of sight. When I was around 5 or 6, I fell into a flooded creek near our yard. The water was rough, and the current was much stronger than I was. I was just this tiny little kid being pulled away, soaked and terrified, but somehow I grabbed onto the edge of a storm drain. And then somehow, I was back on the bank. I still don't know how. I wasn't exhausted. I wasn't crying. I wasn't even hurt. I was just drenched from head to toe, and my biggest concern was that I had ruined the new pants my mother had just bought me. I remember going back inside, and when she called me to go somewhere with her, I told her I wanted to stay home. Later that year, around the anniversary of my grandfather's passing, we had set out food for him. I remember looking over and seeing one of the bowls start spinning slowly clockwise. Then another bowl started spinning. Then another. I called out, "Mama, look at this!" She came over and just stared at it. She tried to check for water underneath, maybe a tilt in the table, anything that made sense. But the bottoms of the bowls were dry. Nothing explained it. To this day, I still don't know why those bowls moved. When we eventually moved to California, I stopped seeing things so clearly. It was like a curtain had been pulled over that part of my life. But whatever had been with me, I don't think it left. When I was 14, I was hit by a truck while crossing the street. I blacked out, and I have no idea how long I was unconscious. When I woke up, there were strangers gathered around me, and my sister was there crying. The first thing I asked was, did we still go on the field trip? We had gone to medieval times that day for school, and for some reason that was the first thought in my head. I saw my sister crying, and I tried to stand up right away. Everyone around me told me to sit back down, but I kept saying I was fine. At the doctor's office, they said they were surprised. After a hit like that, I should have been in much worse shape. But all I had was a fractured ankle. And I didn't feel pain. Years later, when I was 22, I was driving home after buying cleaning supplies when another car slammed into mine going incredibly fast. My car spun, hit a fire hydrant, and then crashed into a wall. Everything was blurred and loud, but I remember getting out of the car and shouting, "What the hell?" A nearby family came over with a warm towel and stayed with me until the police arrived. I still think about them sometimes because they didn't have to do that. That night, I walked home. I didn't even go to the hospital. I just went inside, lay down on my sister's beanbag, and fell asleep. Somehow, I only had a few bruises. For a long time, I didn't think too deeply about any of this. I just carried it with me like a box in the back of my mind. Then everything changed. In 2026, my brother came back into my life after saying he needed distance from me for a year. I respected that boundary, even though it hurt. But a few months later, he came to me when he was at his lowest. I thought he needed help. I thought, he's family. He's hurting. I can be there for him. But things turned ugly. We were both not in the clearest state of mind, and suddenly he started saying things that cut me in a way I can't really describe. He accused me of things that shook me down to the core. To have someone from your own family look at you like you're unsafe after you opened your home to help them heal, it broke something in me. I tried to calm everything down. Eventually, we both went to sleep, but as I walked to my room, I felt uneasy. Deeply uneasy. The next day, I tried to show him something, hoping things might feel normal again, but another argument started. He threatened to leave and blamed me for it. So I finally said, "Go. If you don't feel safe here, then leave." And he said he would, because of me. That moment hurt more than I can explain. I realized that to some people in my family, I was useful when they needed money, comfort, or rescuing, but I wasn't really seen. I had helped emotionally, financially, quietly, over and over, and still somehow I was the villain in their story. Then something strange happened. It felt like hands were placed gently but firmly on my shoulders. Not imaginary, not symbolic. I felt them. They held me steady, then guided me toward my room. After he left, I remember getting up to lock the door, and those same hands seemed to guide me back again. Then I slept for 3 days. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. But the whole time, I felt like I was being held by someone much larger than me. I felt a hand stroking my hair, almost hushing me, telling me without words to stay asleep and rest. I don't know whether I was dreaming or awake. It was somewhere in between. But I remember the feeling clearly. I was being comforted. When I finally woke up, I wasn't starving. I wasn't thirsty. I felt refreshed, like my body and soul had been rinsed clean. After that, the world felt different. When I went outside, I could feel vibrations everywhere. In the trees, in the birds, in insects, even in the grass. Everything had its own little hum, its own presence. It was beautiful, but also overwhelming. And I became more aware of what was with me. It felt like a guard standing behind me wherever I went, not controlling me, not frightening me, just there, present, watchful. When I went to a friend's house, I noticed the atmosphere felt heavy, stale, negative. It reminded me of the feeling I used to get as a child when I looked at old buildings or walked into antique shops. His living room and kitchen felt fine, but the hallway was different. I could not walk into it. I tried, but my whole body said no. Every cell in me rejected it. It felt like large hands were holding my shoulders again, keeping me from going forward. Then the heaviness in the hallway seemed to get pushed back, deeper and deeper, like whatever was with me was forcing it into a corner. Even my friend noticed the house felt lighter afterward, easier to breathe in. At another friend's house, the energy was completely different, busy, crowded, almost like a family reunion happening in the air. She had old newspaper clippings and family photos all over the walls, and the place felt full of memories. Whatever follows me seemed cautious there. I felt it close around me, almost like it had wrapped its arms around me while I walked. I'm not religious. I respect God, and I don't carry hatred toward the devil either. But churches have always affected me strangely. Whenever I get close to one, I get headaches. The closer I go, the worse they become, until I have to leave. That's part of why I don't know what this thing is. It doesn't feel like family, not in the ordinary blood-related way. It feels ancient, like something I've known longer than this life. Maybe through other lives, if that's real. It doesn't feel like a human spirit, but I don't know if it's an angel or a demon either. It has never felt malicious. It has never tormented me. It has only protected me. Every serious accident I've been in, every moment that should have ended badly, I survived with almost nothing. A fracture, a bruise, wet clothes, a shaken heart. And somehow, I know it's male. When I picture him, I picture a knight. Not shiny and perfect, but old, steady, and watchful. Something that stands between me and whatever might try to harm me. Even now, as I say all of this, I can feel him near me, guarding the room. The air feels clean and calm, almost humming. I think he's here to stay until I die. I just wish I knew what he was so I could thank him properly. Maybe one day I'll find someone who can tell me. But even when I pass by psychic shops, I feel that same heavy, nauseating vibration, and I turn away. So for now, I just live with the mystery. And I hope, somehow, he knows I'm grateful. I'm not really sure where this story begins, because there wasn't one single moment where everything changed. It was more like a bunch of small things piling up quietly, until one day I finally had to admit that something was very wrong. I was about 9 or 10 when I first got interested in the paranormal. Most kids I knew were scared of ghosts, but I wasn't. I was curious. I used to sit alone and try to talk to relatives who had passed away. Grandparents, cousins, people I barely remembered. Looking back, I know that sounds strange, but at the time I thought I was just being imaginative. Not long after that, things started happening in our house. It wasn't an old mansion or anything dramatic like that. It was just a regular house, but it felt big to us. 3 bedrooms, a large garage, and a backyard that seemed huge when I was a kid. My bedroom was right in the middle of the house, with 2 doors across from each other. One door opened toward the kitchen and dining area. The other opened into the hallway. My parents' room was down one end of that hall, and my older brother's room was at the other. Mine was right between them. At first, it was only noises, little sounds at night, scraping, soft footsteps. Sometimes it sounded like someone was dragging their feet across the floor just outside my room. During the day, nothing ever happened. That made it easier to pretend it was nothing. Then I started hearing laughter. That's when it stopped feeling harmless. It sounded like children laughing somewhere inside the house. Most of it was faint, almost far away, but there was one laugh I could always pick out. A little boy's laugh. I told my older brother about it, and he laughed at me. He said I was watching too many scary movies and trying to scare myself. But after a few weeks, he heard it too. One night, we were both awake in my room when we heard footsteps stop right outside the kitchen door. Then came that same laugh. My brother looked at me and went completely quiet. That was the first time I realized I probably wasn't imagining it. After that, things got worse. The doors in my room started opening by themselves. Not slowly, not from a draft. They would swing open all the way. One door would open, then close. Then the other door would open, like someone was passing through my room as if it belonged to them. That part bothered me more than anything. Whatever it was, it seemed comfortable there, like we were the ones intruding. This went on for years. Then one night, my brother, a friend of ours, and I decided to use a Ouija board. I know how bad that sounds now. But we weren't taking it seriously. We were joking, moving the piece ourselves, acting like idiots and pretending we were talking to something. We were sitting on the floor in my room with one small lamp on and a candle next to the board. Then everything went black. The power cut out completely. At the exact same second, the candle went out. None of us moved. The whole room went silent in a way I still remember. Then something slammed into my bedroom door so hard it sounded like the wood might split. My brother jumped up and shouted. Before either of us could do anything, our friend started screaming. Not yelling. Screaming like someone was hurting him. Then the lights came back on. The first thing I noticed was this sharp, metallic smell in the room. Then I looked at our friend. There was red liquid on him. Not enough to soak him, but enough that all 3 of us backed away immediately. There were no drinks in the room, no paint, nothing red anywhere near us. He panicked and locked himself in the bathroom. My brother looked completely drained. He kept saying he felt something rush past him right before the door was hit. We searched the room because whatever struck the door had sounded solid. That's when we found the planchette. It was lying near the bedroom door, all the way across the room. Nobody had touched it. A few minutes later, we went to check on our friend. The bathroom was empty. The window was open. He had climbed out. We searched outside for about 15 minutes before I found him near the back fence, curled up with his knees pulled to his chest, rocking back and forth. I asked if he was okay. He wouldn't look at me. He just kept shaking his head. He never came back to my house after that night. After the Ouija board incident, things seemed to calm down. At least, that's what I told myself. There was no more laughing, no doors opening, no footsteps outside my room. But the feeling never completely went away. You know that feeling when someone is standing behind you? It was like that, only heavier. Like something was watching and waiting for me to notice. A couple years later, we moved into another house. For a while, I convinced myself that everything from the old place had just been childhood fear. Then I started seeing movement again. Never straight on, always in the corner of my eye. I'd walk down the hallway and think someone moved behind me. Or I'd turn a corner and catch a dark shape slipping out of sight. Whenever I looked directly, there was nothing there. At first, I ignored it. Then I noticed a pattern. Right before I saw it, I'd get this pressure in my chest. A heavy feeling, like my body knew something was nearby before my mind caught up. I stopped sleeping well. There's one night I still think about all the time. I woke up suddenly around 2 or 3 in the morning. No dream, no noise. I just opened my eyes with this awful feeling that something was wrong. The room felt tense. That's the only word I have for it. My bedroom door was open just a few inches. I stared at it, trying to understand why I had woken up. Then I saw it. Something was looking at me through the crack in the door. At first, my brain couldn't make sense of it. I could only see part of a face, mostly the eyes. They weren't glowing. That would almost have been easier to explain. They looked almost normal, except they reflected the light the way an animal's eyes do in the dark. But these eyes were still, completely still, just watching me. I froze. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move. I was just terrified. After a few seconds, adrenaline hit me. I jumped out of bed and rushed toward the door because my first thought was that someone had broken into the house. As I got close, I saw it pull back into the darkness. I threw the door open. Nothing. The hallway was empty. No footsteps, no movement, just darkness. I checked every room in the house. Nobody was there. When I came back to my bedroom, I saw my closet door slowly opening by itself, inch by inch. The room was silent except for that soft creak. And inside the crack of the closet, I saw those same reflective eyes, watching me again. I turned the light on immediately. Nothing was there. No person, no animal, nothing. But I know what I saw. And the worst part wasn't even that it was there. It was how calm it seemed. It didn't look angry. It didn't look violent. It looked curious. Like it had been standing there for a long time, watching me sleep. After that, I stopped telling myself it was stress. Stress doesn't open doors. Stress doesn't stare back. For a while after that, things went quiet again. Then I brought it somewhere it had never been before. Someone else's house. That was when I realized it might not have been attached to a place. It might have been attached to me. A while after the closet incident, I went to my girlfriend's house for the first time. Usually she came over to mine, but that night we decided to hang out at her place. The second I stepped inside, that same feeling hit me. Heavy. Wrong. Like walking into a room just after an argument has ended. I stopped near the door because it caught me so off guard. My girlfriend asked what was wrong, and I just told her I felt weird. I didn't tell her the truth. I don't think I was ready to say it out loud. The night started normally. We listened to music in her room, talked, joked around, and had a couple drinks. Later, she said she was hungry, so we went to the kitchen and made something to eat. Nothing strange happened while we were out there. That's what made what happened next so hard to explain. About half an hour later, we went back to her room. Both of us stopped in the doorway. Her entertainment center had been turned completely around. The TV, the speakers, everything. Not knocked over, not broken. Turned around, like someone had physically rotated the whole setup while we were gone. I tried to laugh because I didn't know what else to do, but inside, I already knew. That feeling in the room had gotten stronger. My girlfriend started asking me what was going on. She was scared, and I couldn't blame her. So I finally told someone the truth. I told her I thought something had been following me for years. The second I said it, the room felt colder. She wanted to leave, but we had both been drinking and couldn't drive anywhere. So we stayed. Eventually, we calmed down enough to try sleeping, but I don't think either of us really slept much. Sometime in the middle of the night, I got up to use the bathroom. Everything seemed normal. No noises, no movement, nothing. Then I walked back toward her room, and I froze. There was something standing beside the bed, tall, completely black. It was leaning over her while she slept, just staring down at her. I couldn't make out its face because the room was dark, but the shape was wrong. Too tall, too thin, almost like a person stretched out in a way a person should not be stretched. I stood there in the hallway, unable to move. Every part of me was telling me not to step closer. Then it slowly turned toward me, and I saw the eyes, those same reflective eyes, not glowing, just catching enough light to shine back at me. The second I recognized them, I rushed into the room and reached for the light switch. As soon as I moved, it moved too. Fast. Too fast. It folded down toward the bed and disappeared underneath it. I hit the lights. Nothing was there. My girlfriend woke up screaming because I had slammed into the wall trying to turn the light on. I checked under the bed. Nothing. No person. No animal. Nothing. But I know what I saw standing over her. And from the look on her face afterward, I knew I wasn't the only one who felt it in that room. She asked me one question before either of us said anything else. "Were those the eyes you told me about?" I couldn't answer her, because until that moment, some part of me still wondered if I was losing my mind. But now someone else had seen it too. I'm from India, from the beautiful hill state of Himachal Pradesh, and the story I'm about to share is something that happened to a friend of mine. His name was Sahir. Sahir was a taxi driver, so driving late at night wasn't unusual for him. He was used to those quiet mountain roads, the sharp turns, the darkness, the forests on both sides. For him, it was just part of the job. One night, one of his childhood friends was returning home from abroad. His village was the same as Sahir's, and he called Sahir earlier that day and said, "Brother, I'll reach the bus station in Mandi around midnight. Please come pick me up. At that hour, I won't get a bus or taxi to the village." Sahir agreed. So around 12 at night, he reached the bus station in Mandi, picked up his friend, and drove him back to their village, which was around 35 kilometers away. After dropping him home, Sahir stayed for a little while. They drank tea, talked about old days, and his friend told him stories from abroad. After some time, Sahir looked at the clock and said, "Brother, I should leave now. I have to be back in Mandi by morning. At 5 a.m., I have an important passenger to pick up." It was around 2 a.m. when he started driving back. Now, there was one stretch of road on the way to Mandi that people in our area always avoided at night. It was lonely, surrounded by thick trees and forest, with no houses nearby. Locals used to say strange things happened there after dark. Some people laughed it off, but most still avoided that road if they could. Sahir reached that very place about 15 or 20 minutes after leaving the village. And that's when he saw her. A woman was standing by the roadside, wearing traditional Himachali clothes. She was raising her hand, signaling him to stop. Sahir slowed down, confused. At first, he thought maybe she was in trouble. But then a thought came into his mind. What is a woman doing here alone at 2 in the morning, in the middle of this deserted road? Still, he stopped the car. He rolled down the window and asked, "Where do you need to go?" The woman said, "Please drop me a little ahead. My daughter is very sick at her in-laws' house, and I have to reach there tonight." Her voice was calm, too calm almost. Sahir opened the door, and she sat in the back seat. From that point onward, the car became completely silent. No radio, no conversation, nothing. Just the sound of the engine and the tires moving over the road. After a while, Sahir asked her, "Once I drop you, how will you go further? You won't find any vehicle at this hour." The woman simply replied, "I'll manage." That answer made him uneasy, but he didn't say anything more. A few kilometers later, she told him to stop. Sahir stopped the car, and she got out. He didn't wait. He just drove ahead. But about 2 kilometers later, when he reached a bend in the road, his blood turned cold. The same woman was standing there again. She was on the roadside, raising her hand, signaling him to stop. Sahir froze. He knew he had dropped her behind. He had driven straight ahead. There was no shortcut, no path, no way she could have reached that spot before him. This time, he didn't stop immediately. He slowed down just enough to look carefully. And then he saw her feet. They were turned backwards. Her hands looked strange too, with long, sharp nails that he hadn't noticed before. That was the moment Sahir understood that this was not an ordinary woman. In our region, people call such a spirit a chudale. He pressed the accelerator and drove away without stopping. But after another couple of kilometers, there she was again, standing ahead, waiting for him. Again, her hand rose in the darkness, asking him to stop. By now, Sahir was terrified. His whole body was shaking, but somehow he kept control of the steering wheel. He started praying quietly and drove as fast as he safely could through those mountain turns. Somehow, by God's grace, he reached Mandi City. The moment he parked his taxi at the taxi stand, everything inside him gave way. The fear, the shock, the pressure of what he had seen, it all hit him at once. He suffered a paralysis attack and collapsed forward onto the steering wheel. His head pressed against the horn, and the horn started blaring loudly in the silent early morning. People nearby woke up and came running, wondering who was honking like that at such an hour. When they reached the taxi, they found Sahir unconscious inside. They pulled him out and rushed him to the hospital. The next day, when he regained consciousness, the first thing he said was that he would never drive a taxi again at night. In fact, he decided to leave that work completely. 2 days later, after he had recovered a little, Sahir went to a local priest in the village and told him everything. The priest listened carefully and then said, "You should thank God that you came back alive. You were wearing Lord Shiva's Trishul locket around your neck, and you had a picture of Lord Krishna inside your car. That protection saved you. Otherwise, she would not have let you return." And Sahir truly believed that, because after that night, he never took that road in the dark again. I'm 28 now, and for the last few years, I've had sleep paralysis about once a year. The strange part is that it always seems to happen around the same season, almost close enough to feel deliberate. And it happened again tonight. The first time was when I was still living at home. I remember waking up to this dry, scratching sound near the corner of my bed, right where the wall met the floor. I couldn't move, not even a finger. I was lying there, completely trapped in my own body, and all I could feel was this awful fear filling the room. Then I saw something small and black crawl up onto my bed. It moved slowly, almost carefully, and then it climbed right onto my chest. The second I snapped out of it, I ran straight upstairs to my parents' room like I was a kid again. I didn't even think. I just ran. The next year, it happened at my boyfriend Eli's apartment. That time, I didn't see anything, but I heard scratching again. I also heard his dog whining from the other room, this sad, panicked crying that made my stomach twist. I kept waking up, or thinking I was waking up, but I'd slip right back into it. The sounds kept getting worse every time I fell back under. When I finally got myself fully awake, I went to check on the dog. He was asleep, completely fine. That was when I learned that if you don't fully wake yourself up, like actually get out of bed and move around, you can fall right back into that state. Last year was the one that really stayed with me. I woke up unable to move, and there was a voice whispering right next to my ear. I couldn't understand the words, but it sounded close. Too close. My head was turned to the side, and I saw a face right beside mine. It kept shifting, flickering between something that looked almost demonic and something like a huge black dog. It changed so quickly that I could barely process what I was seeing. Then I felt myself being pulled out of bed. Not lifted, not pushed. Dragged. Diagonally, like something had hold of me and was trying to slide me away. When I finally snapped out of it, I was shaken in a way I hadn't been before. I'd heard things, I'd seen things, but I had never felt something physical like that. I looked it up afterward and found out that physical hallucinations can happen during sleep paralysis, which helped a little, but not enough to make it feel normal. And then, tonight happened. It was probably less than an hour ago. I had just fallen asleep when I woke up to tapping sounds coming from the floor in the corner of my room. At first, I didn't understand what was happening, so I just closed my eyes and tried to ignore it. Then I heard another noise, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the outline of a man standing in the corner. I didn't want to stare at him, but I couldn't tell if he was extremely tall or if he was hanging from the ceiling. His shape looked wrong in the dark. I closed my eyes again because I knew, deep down, what was happening. I couldn't move. When I opened them again, he was at the foot of my bed. I couldn't see his face clearly. He looked like someone from an old black and white detective movie, wearing a suit and a hat pulled low. His face was mostly hidden underneath it. Just this dark, faceless figure standing there. I closed my eyes again, and then I felt someone get into bed beside me. Not gently, more like they dropped into the mattress. I felt the bed shift. I felt breathing next to me. Then I felt hands on me, touching my chest and moving over my body. I was wearing a t-shirt and underwear, so even though it was over clothing in some places, it felt horribly real. Too real. I was frozen and terrified, and I couldn't make it stop. Then I thought I woke up. I got out of bed and ran toward the door, but I dropped my phone. I remember looking for it on the floor, finding it, turning it on, and seeing that the time started with a 3. I opened my bedroom door, and suddenly I was back in bed. Then it happened again. I got up, and this time there were these wispy white shapes blocking the way out, almost like smoke or thin fabric floating in the air. I pushed through them and made it to the door, and then I woke up in bed again. I don't understand that part. I was still physically frozen, but somehow I was also moving around in these loops. Maybe it was a dream mixing with the paralysis. Maybe my brain was trying to escape before my body could. I don't know. Thankfully, about 30 seconds later, Eli came home from work and walked into the room. That snapped me out of it for real. I got up immediately and walked around because I was scared I'd fall back into it. When I checked the time, it was 1:44 a.m. not 3-something like I thought I'd seen. I looked things up afterward, like I usually do, and I found some information about vestibular motor hallucinations happening during sleep paralysis. A lot of people described it as feeling like an out-of-body experience, but this didn't feel like that to me. It felt like a nightmare wearing the room as a mask. I don't usually remember my dreams, and I don't have nightmares often, but I have had a few where I'm trying to get out of bed or leave my room, and then I suddenly end up back in bed again, like I've been reset. This whole thing has left me feeling sick and unsettled. I keep wondering if anyone else has experienced something like this during sleep paralysis, especially the part where you think you're getting up and escaping, but you keep ending up back where you started. What scares me most is that every episode is different. Every year, it's something new. And somehow, every time feels worse than the last. The timing is what makes it feel almost ritualistic to me. I know sleep paralysis can explain a lot of it, and I'm trying to stay grounded in that. But it's happened in 3 different places now, and I can't help feeling like there's something more to it. I'll probably do some kind of protection work after this, more than just cleansing the space like I normally do. But honestly, right now, I just feel shaken. I'd really appreciate hearing from anyone who's been through something similar, or anyone who has thoughts on what might help. So this happened around last Christmas, and even now, I still think about it more than I probably should. I'm indigenous, mixed, but not Filipino. I do have a few close Filipino friends though, and when I told them what happened, they were almost completely convinced it was an aswang. It all started in late August of 2025. My brother's fiancée, Mara, had just told our family she was pregnant. It was a huge surprise because she had always been told she probably couldn't have kids. Everyone was happy, of course. I already had one little niece, and now there was going to be another baby in the family. But the thing is, she told us outside on our back deck. Our house is surrounded by trees. Not just a few trees either. There's thick forest around the back and sides of the property, the kind that feels quiet in a way that is not always peaceful. At the time, my cousin was staying with us, and we were sharing a room. One night, we were up late talking, the way you do when the house is dark and everyone else is asleep. I got thirsty, so I went out to the kitchen. Our kitchen has 2 windows by the sink that look out toward one side of the backyard. From those windows, you can also see part of the roof. I've always hated going into the kitchen or living room at night. I don't know why. It just has this heavy feeling after dark. But that night felt worse than usual. It felt like the air had gone still, like something was listening. I tried to ignore it. I poured myself a drink and made a small snack. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something move outside. Something with wings landed on our roof. At first, my brain tried to make it into a bird. Maybe an owl. Maybe a hawk. Anything normal. But it was not normal. There was a tall lamppost farther out in a yard, so there was just enough light for me to see the shape of it. It had long wings, sharp-looking claws, and this awful, human-like head. It was big, much bigger than any bird I had ever seen around our home. I froze. I left my drink and food right there on the counter and ran back to the room. When I got inside, I started crying because I was so scared. I told my cousin what I saw, and I think she could tell I wasn't joking. Still, she tried to comfort me and said maybe I was exhausted. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But I knew what I saw. The next day, I told my Filipino friends. That was when they reminded me that I saw it after Mara had announced her pregnancy. They told me that, in their stories, aswangs often target pregnant women. They said some are believed to change into animals, including large birds, and that they're known for going after unborn babies. When they said that, my stomach dropped. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell my brother. I didn't tell Mara. I was afraid they would think I was being ridiculous because it wasn't our culture or our family's belief system. So I kept it to myself, which I regret now. For months, I refused to go into the kitchen at night. I would only go during the day. After sunset, I avoided those windows completely. Then Christmas Eve came. My grandparents lived just one house down from us, so every year we spend part of Christmas Eve with them before going back up to our own house later in the evening. That night, I decided to walk back before everyone else. I was crossing the yard alone when I saw it again. That same winged creature flew over the backyard and landed on the roof. I screamed and ran straight for the front door. I got inside as fast as I could and called my mom. A few minutes later, everyone came home, and I told them I had seen something on the roof. I still couldn't bring myself to say what my Filipino friends had told me. I just said I saw something strange and that it scared me badly. That night, we prayed together for safety and protection. Later on, when it was getting closer to the baby's due date, we went to Mara's baby shower. She lived nearby, not super close, but still in a wooded area. While we were there, she casually mentioned that she had been hearing strange noises at night. She described it as yelling sometimes, and other times like an animal screeching in distress. She said she had just been ignoring it. I wanted so badly to say something. I really did. But I bit my tongue again. At one point, I walked past their bedroom. The door was open, and I noticed a black blanket on the bed. That caught my attention because one of my Filipino friends had mentioned that some pregnant women use black cloth or blankets as protection, almost like camouflage from an aswang. I don't know if Mara knew that. I don't know if it was just a coincidence. But in February, the baby was born safely. No complications. No strange ending. Just a healthy baby, thank God. And after that, I never saw that bird-like creature again. So yes, I truly believe something came around our house because of that pregnancy. I believe it was watching. I believe it was waiting. And I also believe that somehow, whether she knew it or not, Mara was protected. I honestly don't know what's been happening to me lately, and part of me is nervous to even say it out loud because I'm afraid people will hear it and think I've completely lost it. But all of this happened within the same year, and that's what made it so hard to brush off. The first thing was a dream. It felt unusually real, not like a normal blurry dream that disappears when you wake up. In it, my mom had bought my younger sister a very specific jacket. I could remember the color, the cut, even the little details on it. The strange thing was, my mom had never mentioned buying her a jacket. There were no plans, no conversation, nothing. Then the very next day, she came home with that exact jacket. Same style, same details. Everything. I remember just standing there, trying to act normal, but inside, I felt this cold little drop in my stomach. I didn't tell anyone because I didn't know how to explain it without sounding ridiculous. After that, it happened again. I dreamed about an old zoo in my country reopening. It had been closed for years, since around 2006, and I had never even been there before. I didn't think about that place. I didn't talk about it. It wasn't part of my life at all. But the next day, I heard people talking about how that same zoo was being renovated and planned to open again. And I know some people might say, maybe you heard something about it without realizing. But I really don't think so. I had no memory of seeing or hearing anything about it before that dream. Then there was the dream about my mom checking my phone. In the dream, she found something private I had been hiding from her. When I woke up, I had this very strong feeling that I needed to delete it. It wasn't just anxiety. It felt more direct than that. almost like a warning tapping on the inside of my chest. So I deleted everything. A few hours later, completely out of nowhere, my mom asked to check my phone. She had never done that before. Not once. That was the part that scared me. It wasn't a habit of hers. It wasn't something I had been expecting. It just happened, right after the dream. Then something happened while we were out at a mall. I was sitting in a cafe with my mom when one of our relatives, Mira, suddenly came into my mind. We weren't close, and I honestly had no reason to think about her. I mentioned it to my mom, just casually, and my mom told me Mira had moved to another city. A few minutes later, after we left the cafe, we ran right into her. Just like that. My mom and I both froze for a second because it was so strangely timed. I remember looking at her and realizing she was just as shocked as I was. But the things that scared me the most were the ones involving family. There was my mom's uncle, someone I had only seen maybe twice in my whole life. For some reason, he suddenly stayed in my mind for an entire week. I kept thinking about him over and over, and I couldn't understand why. He wasn't someone I normally thought about. He wasn't part of my daily life. Then we heard that he had passed away. He wasn't known to be seriously ill, at least not to us, and we almost never heard news about him. Ever since then, I've carried this weird guilt, even though I know logically I didn't cause anything and couldn't have changed anything. Still, the feeling sits there. A few months later, something similar happened again. My family is huge. I have so many uncles and aunts, probably close to 50 altogether. But one specific uncle, Rafi, suddenly stayed on my mind for no clear reason. Not the others, just him. The next day, we found out he had suffered a stroke. Before that, I had no idea he was sick or struggling with anything. Now I don't really know what to think anymore. Part of me wonders if these are just coincidences that happen too close together. Part of me wonders if it's intuition, or my brain noticing tiny details before I consciously understand them. And then part of me is scared it's something I can't explain at all. I'm not saying I know what it is. I just know it's been frightening to carry alone. Sometimes I feel scared of my own thoughts now. Like if someone suddenly comes to mind, I start worrying something bad is going to happen. And I hate that. I don't want to live afraid of my own mind. I just needed to tell someone. Keeping it all inside has started to feel heavier than the experiences themselves. Years ago, something happened to my family in Honduras that we still don't know how to explain. My great-aunt's house sat on a narrow road in a quiet little town, right between an old Catholic chapel and the cemetery. Back then, the power would often cut out late at night, so after midnight, the whole street could turn completely black. No porch lights, no cars passing, no people walking around. Just darkness. One night, sometime around 2 in the morning, everyone in the house woke up at almost the same time. At first, they heard footsteps. Not one person walking, but many. Slow steps, low voices, the sound of a group moving together down the road. My family said it started far away, near the chapel, and little by little, it came closer. The strange thing was, it sounded exactly like a funeral procession. Quiet, heavy, organized, like people were walking with a coffin through the dark, heading toward the cemetery. Everyone inside the house heard it. Nobody had to ask if it was real, because they were all awake, all listening. Then they saw something even stranger. Mixed in with the procession, there was a car. But my family said it didn't move like a normal car. It didn't rumble down the road. It didn't shake or make engine noise. It seemed to drift forward, almost floating through the darkness. No bright headlights, no sound from the motor, just this slow movement passing with the crowd. My great-aunt Elena finally got brave enough to open the window just a tiny bit and look outside, and the moment she did, one woman in the procession stopped. She turned straight toward the house. That part always chills me, because my family said it was instant, like the woman had heard the window open even over all those footsteps. She walked directly toward Elena. The woman was dressed completely in black, with a dark veil covering her face. In her hand, she carried a lit candle. She raised it slightly and, in a calm voice, told my great-aunt to come with them. Not shouting, not begging, just telling her to join. Elena felt something inside her go cold. She knew, deep down, that she should not answer and should not keep looking. So she shut the window immediately. But before she closed it all the way, she noticed something about the candle. Inside the wax, there were little white pieces. She said they looked like fragments of bone. After that, nobody in the house opened another window. They just stayed still and listened while the footsteps, voices, and movement slowly continued down the road until everything faded away. By morning, the street looked completely ordinary. No candle wax, no footprints, no signs that a huge group of people had passed by in the middle of the night. That's the part my family has never been able to explain. Several people heard it. The house really was between a church and a cemetery. The woman reacted the second the window opened. And over the years, we've heard that similar stories exist in different parts of Latin America. Nighttime funeral processions, women dressed in black, spirits carrying candles, voices asking the living to come with them. Now we're trying to understand whether this connects to older folklore, religious stories, or local legends that have been passed down for generations in rural towns. We're especially interested in stories about ghostly processions, women in black veils, candles with strange objects inside them, spirits near churches or cemeteries, and accounts from places where the nights used to be truly dark. So if you've ever heard a story like this from your parents, grandparents, neighbors, or anyone in your family, I'd really love to hear it. Because this is one of those stories that sounds impossible, but everyone who was there remembered it the same way. I want to tell you about something that has stayed with me for most of my life. My grandfather served in Vietnam, and I don't think he ever really came back from it. Not completely. He brought the war home in ways none of us fully understood. Sometimes he would talk about it. Some stories were strange and funny in that dark way people use when they're trying to survive their own memories. Others were so painful that the room would go quiet and nobody knew what to say. After the war, he struggled badly. He didn't sleep much. He drank a lot. And from what I understand now, he was carrying trauma that never really loosened its grip on him. When I was young, I overheard him telling my mother and a few relatives about something that happened after he came home. Back then, I didn't understand what I was hearing. I almost wish I still didn't. He said one night he was sleeping in his mother's basement. His bed was pushed under a small window, right above the headboard. He had been drinking that evening, more than he should have, and he passed out hard. Sometime in the middle of the night, he woke up to tapping on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Then someone outside whispered, "Hey, Raj." Still half asleep, he opened the window a little and asked what the man wanted. The man said, "She got too drunk. I can't get her home by myself. Help me put her in the wagon." So my grandfather got dressed and went outside. He remembered a woman lying there, limp and quiet. He remembered helping lift her into one of those little red wagons kids pull around. And then, nothing. That was all he could remember. The next morning, he woke up with dried blood on his hands. At the time, he convinced himself it had to be something else. Maybe he had gotten into a fight while drunk. Maybe he had cut himself and forgotten. Maybe he broke something. He didn't let himself think too hard about it. But a few weeks later, everyone on the reservation found out a woman had been murdered. And the worst part was what came after. The man who killed her had apparently brought her body home and acted like she was still alive. He put her in bed. He talked to her. When people came by, he'd bring food into the room and tell them, calm as anything, she's sleeping in the back. For days, nobody knew. Eventually, someone felt something was wrong and went to check for themselves. That's when they found her. I never knew every detail. I only know the man went to prison, and my grandfather never wanted to talk about it much after that. He passed away a couple of years ago. Later in his life, he moved away from the reservation with a woman he met, so I didn't see him constantly growing up. But whenever I did see him, he always looked tired. Not just sleepy, but hollow. Like some part of him was still standing in a place the rest of us couldn't reach. Near the end, he barely spoke. The last time I saw him, he was sitting in a wheelchair, staring off into the distance. It felt like he was watching something nobody else could see. When I was growing up, I lived with my mother, my older siblings, and my little brother. After my parents separated, my mom worked all the time just to keep us going. For a while, we stayed in the basement of her aunt's house. The same basement my grandfather had slept in. Eventually, my mom saved enough money to buy us a mobile home. It wasn't fancy, but she worked so hard on it. She cleaned it, fixed it up, painted it, and made it feel like it belonged to us. At first, everything seemed fine. Then we started hearing things. Late at night, there would be footsteps outside. At first, my mom tried to brush it off, because people sometimes crossed through the field near our place as a shortcut. But then, the knocking started. It happened almost every night, usually after midnight, knocking on the windows. The strange thing was that our windows were high off the ground, too high for someone to easily reach. But the knocks always came from the top of the glass. Then came the footsteps on the roof. Slow, heavy, back and forth. I remember one night my mom finally went outside to look. I could tell she was scared, even though she tried not to show it. There was nobody there. After that, none of us wanted to be in that house at night. But we didn't have anywhere else to go. Then, whatever it was seemed to move inside. Things would crash in empty rooms. Footsteps would creep down the hallway when everyone was supposed to be asleep. Sometimes we heard whispers, low and faint, almost like voices, but not quite human enough to make sense. My mother raised us Catholic, so she eventually called a priest to bless the home. I remember him walking through each room with holy water, praying while the whole house felt unnaturally still. After that, things stopped for a little while, but when it came back, it felt worse. It started happening during the day. After school, my siblings and I would be home alone for an hour or two while my mom was still at work. We'd sit in the living room with the TV on, pretending everything was normal, while loud crashes came from the back rooms. None of us ever went to check. We already knew we wouldn't like what we found. Then one night, I saw it. I woke up after midnight to whispering. There was moonlight coming through the blinds, laying pale stripes across the room. My little brother was asleep beside me. That's when I noticed something moving in the corner. A hand slowly reached out of the darkness. It pointed straight at my brother. Then the figure leaned forward, just enough for me to see its face. Its skin was pale. Its smile was too wide. Its eyes looked empty, but somehow bright at the same time. I screamed. My siblings woke up and my mom came running in. After that, We were finished pretending we could live with it. In our culture, there are spiritual people who are called when something from the other side needs to be dealt with. My mother contacted one of them. When he came into the house, I remember the whole feeling of the place changing. He wasn't afraid. He was calm, steady, almost like the house had been waiting for someone who knew how to speak to what was there. I didn't watch everything he did, out of respect, but afterward, I overheard him talking to my mother about the murder from years before. The man responsible had once lived on the same land where our trailer now stood. After the cleansing, the house changed. It became quiet. Not the heavy kind of quiet we had gotten used to, but a peaceful one. For the first time since we moved in, it felt warm. It felt safe. It felt like home. We moved away years later, but I still think about that place. I think about the tapping on the windows, the footsteps crossing the roof, the whispers in the hallway, and that pale face smiling from the shadows beside my little brother's bed. Even now, part of me still wonders if whatever was there ever truly left. A few years back, my family and I were living in this old cottage out in the Suffolk countryside. It was the kind of place that looked peaceful from the outside, all quiet lanes and fields, but inside, it had its own little orchestra of creaks, knocks, and groans. At first, we didn't think much of it. Old house, old pipes, old floorboards. You tell yourself these things because it's easier than admitting the sounds are starting to feel intentional. But after a while, the creaks became footsteps. The tapping started happening at strange times, and every now and then, there were whispers. Not clear enough to make out words, but clear enough to make your skin tighten. One night, I was downstairs watching telly with my dad. We'd both had a couple of beers, and everyone else was asleep upstairs. My mom, my little brother, and my baby sister were all in bed. Then suddenly, we heard someone come thundering down the stairs. I mean, properly loud. Heavy footsteps, quick and urgent. We both looked toward the hallway, assuming someone had woken up and rushed down to use the bathroom. The downstairs toilet door slammed shut and the light clicked on. So we just sat there for a second thinking, right, fair enough. My dad, being my dad, called out, jokingly, "You all right in there?" No answer. Then he called my mom's name. Nothing. Then my brother's. Still nothing. After about a minute, the silence started to feel wrong. So we got up and went over to the bathroom door. My dad knocked, called out again, and when nobody replied, he opened it. There was nobody inside. The light was on. The room was empty. And the thing is, in that house, you couldn't move quietly. The stairs creaked if you breathed near them. The floorboards complained about everything. There was no way someone had gone back upstairs without us hearing. That was the first time I remember thinking, okay, something is not right here. Another time, I was upstairs in my bedroom getting ready to go down. I sat on the edge of the bed, facing my TV, which was turned off. The black screen was reflecting the room behind me. And then, I saw it. Next to my reflection, just for a second or two, there was a woman. Not detailed, not like a full person standing there, but a dark female shape. She moved away from me and disappeared. What really unsettled me was that I didn't just see it in the TV. I also caught the same movement in the corner of my eye. If it had only been the reflection, I could have told myself it was a trick of the light. If it had only been the corner of my eye, I could have blamed my imagination. But both at once? That frightened me. When I told my mom, she went quiet. Then she admitted she'd seen something similar in her own room, but she'd convinced herself it was just her shadow. Later on, I moved out of the upstairs bedroom I shared with my brother, and started sleeping in a small room downstairs, just off the living room. It had originally been the room where we dumped shoes, coats, and random bits we didn't know what to do with. From the very first night in there, everything felt different. I'd see shadows shifting where they shouldn't be. I'd hear footsteps when everyone was asleep. Sometimes there were whispers right near the bed. The light would flicker. I'd feel little touches on my arm or shoulder, soft but unmistakable. Most nights, I slept with the covers pulled right up, trying not to move, because I had this constant feeling that someone was standing there, watching me. The worst night happened when I was just starting to drift off. My bed was right beside the window, and suddenly I heard tapping on the glass. It was close, less than a meter from my face. And it wasn't regular, like a branch in the wind. It had pauses. It felt deliberate, human. I froze. Then I heard what sounded like a finger dragging slowly down the window. That was it for me. I pulled the blankets over my head and stayed completely still. I must have stayed like that for 10 minutes, barely breathing. Eventually, the tapping stopped. Then I heard footsteps inside the room, moving from the door toward the side of my bed. The door hadn't opened. I know it hadn't, because I would have heard it. And honestly, I couldn't decide which was worse. Thinking someone was in the room with me, or knowing something had entered without using the door. Now, I know people can say it was imagination, stress, an old house playing tricks. And honestly, I tried to tell myself the same thing for a long time. But the thing that really sealed it for me happened when we were arranging a house swap. We wanted to move closer to town, and a couple came round to view our place. While they were there, I jokingly said to my mom, "Should I tell them about what's been happening here?" She immediately shushed me. But the woman visiting us looked straight at me, and her face changed. It was like she already knew. She said, "Are you seeing a ghost?" My stomach dropped. I laughed nervously and said yes. Then she asked, "Is it a woman? An older woman?" That stopped me cold, because the figure I'd seen, the one in the TV reflection, the one I felt around that downstairs room, had always seemed like a woman. Older, slow-moving, slightly hunched. It turned out this woman considered herself sensitive to spirits. I've always been skeptical about that sort of thing, and I still don't believe everything people claim. But she described what I'd been seeing without me giving her any details at all. She told me the spirit wasn't there to hurt anyone. She said she felt calm, not angry, and that I didn't need to be afraid of her. About 6 months after we moved, that same woman contacted my mom. She'd done some research into the house and found out that an elderly woman had died there years earlier. And the room she died in? It was the little downstairs room I'd moved into. I used to think ghosts were something people wanted to believe in, or something you only heard about in stories. But after living in that house, after hearing what we heard, seeing what we saw, and then having a complete stranger describe her so clearly, I don't feel skeptical anymore. I believe some places hold on to people, and I think it's very easy to dismiss the paranormal until one night, in the dark, it quietly introduces itself. I want to tell you about the night I almost didn't come home. It was raining so hard that evening that the whole city looked blurred, like someone had dragged their hand across wet paint. I was standing outside this tall office building downtown, under a narrow awning, watching headlights smear across the streets below. My name is Clara Hallowell, and at that point in my life, I was exhausted in a way sleep couldn't fix. I had just finished a brutal business trip. 5 days, 3 cities, one meeting after another. Conference rooms that were always too cold. People smiling politely while talking about numbers big enough to stop feeling real. Everyone kept congratulating me because the deal had closed, but honestly, I didn't feel proud. I just felt hollow. My phone kept buzzing in my hand. Emails, missed calls, calendar alerts. It felt like my entire life had become a machine that never stopped asking for more. Then, while I was standing there in the rain, I felt this sharp pressure in my chest. It was quick, but it scared me. I leaned against the side of the building and waited for it to pass. And of course, I did what I always did. I explained it away. Stress, too much coffee, not enough sleep. Just another warning light on a dashboard I refused to look at. A rideshare pulled up a minute later. The driver was an older man with silver hair, soft eyes, and jazz playing quietly through the speakers. I climbed into the back seat, and the warmth of the car almost made me cry. He asked, "Airport?" I nodded and said, "Please." The ride was peaceful in that strange, late-night way. Rain sliding down the windows, neon signs bending into ribbons, the city moving around us, tired but still awake. At one red light, I closed my eyes for just a second and woke up with a jolt when the car started moving again. That pressure came back in my chest. Not sharp this time, heavy, deep. The driver glanced at me in the mirror and asked, "You okay back there?" I forced a smile and said, "Just tired." And I believed that. I really did. When we reached the airport, everything looked normal. Bright lights, crowds, rolling suitcases, crying kids, business travelers hunched over laptops, coffee smells drifting through the air, announcements echoing from the ceiling. I checked my boarding pass. Gate C-17. Final flight home. I bought water and called my younger sister, Natalia, mostly because I was afraid I'd fall asleep standing up. She answered right away and said, "So, did they finally let you out of the corporate dungeon?" I laughed, but it came out weak. She could hear it immediately. She said, "Clara, you sound awful." And I told her, "I feel awful." She got quiet for a second, then said, "You've been running yourself into the ground for months." I leaned against the wall near my gate and rubbed my chest again because that ache was back. I told her, "I just need sleep." She said, "Promise me you'll take care of yourself when you get home." And I said, "I promise." Then boarding was called. I hung up, grabbed my bag, and got in line. Everything still felt ordinary. That's what I remember most. A father rocking a sleeping child on his shoulder. 2 students arguing about seats. A woman complaining into her phone about a missed connection. Just normal airport chaos. The flight attendant at the door smiled and said, "Welcome aboard." I stepped into the plane and stopped. The cabin was empty. Completely empty. No passengers, no luggage, no crew. Every seat was vacant under dim overhead lights. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe I had boarded too early. Maybe everyone was delayed at the gate. Maybe the crew had stepped away. But then I turned around. The jet bridge door slowly closed by itself. The flight attendant was gone. I called out, "Hello?" No one answered. The lights flickered. Then every window turned black. Not nighttime black. Not storm cloud black. I mean absolute darkness, like the whole world outside the plane had been erased. That was when I really started to panic. I ran back to the door and pulled the handle. Locked. I pounded on it and yelled, "Open the door!" But the sound didn't travel. It felt like the plane swallowed my voice. I looked through the little window in the door. The jet bridge was gone. No airport, no runway, no lights. Only darkness pressing against the plane from every side. My hands were shaking when I grabbed my phone. The screen flickered with static, then died completely. And then I heard it. Clack. It came from the front of the plane, from near the cockpit. Clack. Wet. Sharp. Wrong. I knew I should run, but fear can do strange things to you. Sometimes it freezes you. Sometimes it pulls you closer to the thing you know you shouldn't see. I walked toward the cockpit slowly. The lights flickered harder. Something inside breathed, not like a person, like an animal smelling the air. I was only a few steps away when the cockpit door slammed open, and something came out. I still struggle to describe it. It had the shape of a body, but not a human one. Its limbs were too long and bent in places they shouldn't. Its skin looked black and wet, stretched tight over broken bones. Its head tilted sideways with this awful cracking sound. Then 2 red eyes opened in the dark of its face. It sniffed the air. Then its head snapped toward me. I ran. I don't remember deciding to run. My body just took over. I sprinted down the aisle while that thing screamed behind me, a sound so loud the seats shook. I threw myself into the lavatory and locked the door right before something slammed against the wall outside. The whole room shook. I crouched on the floor with both hands over my mouth, trying not to make a sound. Outside, I heard claws dragging along the walls. Scrape. Scrape. Then sniffing. Right outside the door. The handle twitched once. I stopped breathing. It stayed there for what felt like forever. Then the footsteps moved away. For a few minutes, there was silence. But it wasn't peaceful silence. It felt alive. It felt like the plane itself was listening. I told myself, this isn't real. This can't be real. Eventually, I opened the door. The aisle was empty. I stepped out carefully, looking between the rows of seats, trying to think. And then something rose from behind the seats beside me. A black arm wrapped around my waist and slammed me into the cabin wall. The creature's face was inches from mine. Its mouth opened too wide, full of jagged teeth. It smelled like rot and burned metal. It started dragging me toward the back of the plane. I screamed and fought. I kicked as hard as I could, and somehow it loosened its grip. I grabbed a metal tray from one of the seats and smashed it into the side of its face. It screamed. I ran again, but now there were more of them. One crawled up from beneath the seats in front of me, smaller than the first, thin and twisted, moving on limbs that bent like spider legs. I kicked it in the face without stopping. I felt something crack, and it flew sideways into the seats. The plane started changing around me. The aisle stretched too long. Shadows moved where nothing should move. The walls looked like they were pulsing, almost breathing. Overhead bins burst open. Bags crashed down. Red emergency lights flashed, and everywhere I looked, more creatures were appearing. Some crawled across the ceiling. Some unfolded themselves from between the rows. All of them had those glowing eyes. I reached the rear galley and saw a hatch in the floor. Cargo access. I didn't think. I opened it, climbed down, and pulled it almost shut above me. The cargo hold was freezing. It was dark and huge, filled with containers and luggage stacked in endless rows. Above me, I could hear the creatures moving through the cabin. Claws scraping, heavy footsteps, sniffing. They were looking for me. I moved deeper into the cargo hold and found a small maintenance door near the landing gear compartment. I opened it. Wind hit me so hard I almost fell backward. I could see the plane's massive wheels, the metal struts, flashing red lights. But beneath the wheels, there was no ground, no runway, no earth, only endless blackness. And from somewhere far below, I heard voices, screaming. Thousands of them, buried in the dark. That was when I understood something was terribly, terribly wrong. This wasn't just a plane. This was somewhere else. Then I heard a metallic clang behind me. Something had entered the cargo hold. I turned. 2 red eyes appeared between the containers. Then another pair. Then more. They came slowly at first, almost like they were enjoying how afraid I was. The largest creature ducked beneath the metal beams, its body scraping against the ceiling. Smaller ones crawled along the walls and above me. I backed toward the open landing gear compartment, trapped between the monsters and the void. I grabbed a loose tool from the wall and threw it. It hit a container uselessly. The creatures charged. Something grabbed my ankle. I fell hard against the metal floor, and they dragged me back into the darkness. I clawed at the floor until my nails tore. I screamed. I kicked. I begged. But they kept pulling me. Then everything stopped. They threw me onto my back in the center of the cargo hold. 5 of them surrounded me. The biggest one lowered itself over me, its red eyes staring into mine. Another pinned my wrists. Another grabbed my legs. I said, "Please." And the awful thing was, they seemed curious about my fear. Then the pain started. Claws dragged across my skin. Slowly, carefully, I screamed, but one of them pressed a cold hand over my mouth. I couldn't breathe. The largest creature brought its clawed hand to the center of my chest and pressed. I felt pressure so deep and terrible that my whole body went rigid. Its claws sank into me. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds impossible. But in that nightmare, I felt it reach inside my chest. Then it found my heart and squeezed. The world started shaking. The cargo hold flickered between darkness and blinding white light. The creatures screamed, but their voices began to fade beneath another sound. Beeping. Steady. Sharp. Beep, beep, beep. Then I heard human voices. "Charge it again! She's crashing! Move!" The plane began tearing apart around me. White light cracked through the walls. The creatures burned away into ash, screaming as they disappeared. And then I heard someone shout, "We got her back!" I woke up choking. Air rushed into my lungs like fire. I was on the floor of the airport terminal, staring up at fluorescent lights. Paramedics were over me. People were shouting. Machines were beeping. An oxygen mask covered my face. My chest felt crushed. A paramedic leaned close and said, "Stay with us. You're okay. You had a massive heart attack. Your heart stopped for several minutes." My heart stopped. I looked around and saw travelers standing behind security barriers near gate C-17. Some had their hands over their mouths. Some were crying. Some just stared. My phone was on the floor nearby. The screen still showed Natalia's missed call. And all at once, I understood. The empty plane, the locked doors, the darkness outside the windows, the monsters, the thing reaching into my chest. That was death. Or maybe it was my mind trying to understand death while strangers fought to pull me back. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know what it taught me. For years, I had treated myself like something disposable. I worked until I was numb. I ignored every warning sign. I told myself I'd rest later, live later, call people back later. And then later almost didn't come. Death didn't feel peaceful to me. It felt cold, lonely, endless. Like boarding a flight with no destination and realizing too late that no one was coming with you. I started crying under that oxygen mask. Not because I had seen monsters. Not because I was afraid. I cried because I was alive. Because rain was still falling outside the airport windows. Because strangers had fought for me. Because my sister was still there to call back. Because after years of barely living, I finally understood something simple and enormous. I didn't want to disappear. I wanted to live. I grew up in a little town way up in northern Maine. There were maybe 850 people there, give or take. It was the kind of place where folks didn't need to see who was coming down the road. They could tell by the sound of the engine. But the strangest thing about that town wasn't how small it was. It was what everyone called the quiet hour. Every night, at exactly 1:17 in the morning, the entire town shut itself away for 1 full hour. Doors locked, curtains closed, lights off. No phones, no talking near windows, no peeking outside. When I was a kid, I figured it was just one of those old local traditions nobody questioned anymore. A small town superstition with dust on it. But whenever I asked about it, the adults always gave me the same answer. Some things only know you're there once you pay attention to them. And that was it. Nobody ever explained more. A few weeks ago, my mother passed away, and I came back home to sort through her house before putting it up for sale. I hadn't been back in 13 years. Honestly, I'd almost forgotten the quiet hour was ever a thing. Until my first night there. At 1:14 a.m., my phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. It was a town emergency alert. Quiet hour begins in 3 minutes. Lock every entrance. Do not look outside. I actually laughed when I saw it. I thought maybe the town had turned the old warning into some official little ritual, like a creepy neighborhood curfew. Then, all at once, every light on the street went out. Not one porch light stayed on. The whole town dropped into darkness like someone had thrown a blanket over it. And then I heard footsteps. Slow ones, heavy, wet, right outside my house. I stood there by the kitchen window, completely still, telling myself it had to be someone messing with me. Maybe a couple of kids who knew I was back in town. Then something touched the glass. Not a knock, more like a fingernail. It dragged down the window slowly, from top to bottom. I knew better. I really did. All my life I had heard the same warning. Don't look outside during quiet hour. But I moved the blind just enough to see. There was someone standing in my front yard. A woman, I think. She was wearing a long gray dress, soaked dark around the bottom like she had just walked out of a lake. Her hair covered her whole face, but the part that made my body go cold was how tall she was. She was far too tall. Her head almost reached the lowest branches of the maple tree in the yard, and she wasn't moving at all. Then my phone buzzed again. Another alert. Do not let them see you watching. The second my screen lit up, her head snapped toward the window. I dropped to the floor so fast I hit my shoulder on the cabinet. And then she started running. Not at the house. Around it. Fast, splashing footsteps circled the walls again and again. Fingernails scraped along the siding. Windows trembled in their frames. At one point, something laughed softly from just outside the bedroom wall. I stayed curled up on the kitchen floor with my hands over my mouth, trying not to make a sound. Then I heard my mother's voice upstairs. "Emmett?" I stopped breathing. My mother had been gone for 3 weeks. "Emmett, come upstairs, sweetheart." It was her voice exactly. Not close, not similar. Hers. And for one terrible second, I almost answered. That's the part I still hate thinking about. Some tired, grieving piece of me believed it. Wanted to believe it. Then I remembered something my grandfather once told me when I was little. They only sound human when you miss someone badly enough. Above me, a floorboard creaked. Something was walking down the upstairs hallway. Then it stopped directly over my head. Everything went quiet. And then, right beside the kitchen window, something whispered. He looked at me. Not you looked. He looked. Like it was telling someone else. A moment later, every dog in town began screaming. Not barking, screaming. And somewhere beyond the house, dozens of footsteps started racing through the streets at the same time. I don't remember much after that. I crawled under the kitchen table, covered my ears, and stayed there until the room finally began to turn gray with early morning light. At exactly 2:17 a.m., everything stopped. No footsteps, No voices, no scratching, nothing. The next morning, the town acted like nothing had happened. People waved from their driveways. The diner opened right on time. Someone was sweeping the sidewalk outside the hardware store. It was all so normal it felt insulting. Finally, I asked the cashier at the diner, an older woman named Nora, what the quiet hour really was. She stared at me for a long time. Then she said very softly, "You looked outside, didn't you?" I didn't answer. Her face changed immediately. She reached beneath the counter and handed me a folded sheet of paper. It was a list of names, hundreds of them. Every person in town who had ever looked outside during quiet hour. Beside each name was a date, and beside some of the dates, written in red ink, were the words, "Heard family afterward." I found my grandfather's name near the bottom, then my mother's. Before I could ask another question, Nora leaned in and whispered, "You have to leave before tonight." I asked her what would happen if I stayed. She looked past me, toward the black line of trees behind the diner. Then she said, "They won't wait for the dark anymore." I've had more than a few strange things happen to me over the years. Paranormal things, I guess you'd call them. They don't happen as much now, thankfully, but when I was younger, it felt almost normal in my house. And the thing is, it wasn't only me. My family saw things too. The first time I really remember being terrified by it, I was about 13. I was home alone for just a little while. My mom had gone out of state to watch my older brother play in a college baseball game. My oldest brother was away with the military, and my dad had taken my little sister to dance practice. He was only supposed to be gone for maybe an hour, so nobody thought much of it. I was a responsible kid. I kept the doors locked, didn't answer if someone knocked, and mostly just stayed out of trouble. I was sitting in the kitchen on the family computer, probably playing some random game or messing around online, when I heard footsteps upstairs. They started in my bedroom. Then they moved slowly across the landing, then toward my parents' room. I remember just freezing for a second because I knew nobody else was supposed to be home. But being young and trying to convince myself it was nothing, I called out, "Hello? Who's there?" The answer I got was my parents' bedroom door slamming shut. Not closing, slamming. The next second, all three of our animals came tearing down the stairs like something had chased them. Max, our older dog, ran straight to me and stood in front of me, growling into the hallway. Buddy, our other dog, was shaking by the back door, whining like he wanted out. And my cat, Milo, was right beside him with his fur standing straight up, hissing toward the stairs. That's when I knew something was very wrong. My parents' bedroom was right above the kitchen, and I could hear whatever it was walking around up there. Then it got louder. It sounded like furniture being shoved, things being knocked over, maybe even glass breaking. It was like someone was tearing the room apart in a rage. I didn't even think. I grabbed my phone, ran out the back door, and hid behind the outdoor couch on the deck, with both dogs and the cat crowded around me. I called my dad and told him there was someone in the house. I remember how his voice changed immediately. He asked me where I was, told me to stay outside, and said he was coming home right away. I could hear the car speeding up through the phone. He must have been close because within a couple of minutes, he came flying into the driveway and ran through the kitchen door. My sister was with him, and he told both of us to stay outside while he checked the house. Of course, because we were kids and apparently had no survival instinct, we followed him in anyway. We stood at the bottom of the stairs while he went up and checked every room. When he came back down, he looked confused. There was no sign of anyone. No broken window, no open door, nothing missing, nothing out of place. I didn't believe him, so I ran upstairs and looked in my parents' room myself. And he was right. Everything was exactly where it should have been. That should have made me feel better. It didn't, because when I turned around, there was something standing at the end of the hallway. It was tall, too tall. Its head was bent sideways in this awful, unnatural way, like it had to drag against the ceiling just to fit there. It looked like a shadow, but darker than the hallway around it, and it had these bright yellow eyes. It was wearing a black hat too, like an old-fashioned top hat. Its arms hung down almost to its knees, and then it smiled at me. I couldn't see teeth. I couldn't even really see a face, just that dark shape in those eyes. But I know it smiled. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stood there staring at it, completely frozen. Then my sister called my name from downstairs, and I looked away for maybe 1 second. When I looked back, it was gone. That wasn't the last time I saw it either. There were other moments after that. Sometimes I could see it clearly. Sometimes I could only feel it nearby, like the room had gone heavy and wrong. I know how it sounds. I really do. But I swear this happened. And honestly, even now, thinking about it still makes my skin crawl. That thing is the reason I still hate being alone in the dark. You know, I didn't believe in any of this until a few years ago. I was really against it. Not just casually skeptical either. I was the kind of person who'd see a paranormal video online and immediately think, yeah, no, that's fake. I'd roll my eyes at the comments, at the dramatic music, at people claiming they heard voices in old buildings. Funny thing is, I also never really put myself in situations where I might experience anything strange. I wasn't going into abandoned hospitals or old hotels or forgotten places at the edge of town. I wasn't exploring the way I do now. So honestly, it was easy for me to dismiss everything from the comfort of a normal, well-lit room. Then, I started urban exploring. At first, the strange stuff was easy to ignore. A tap in the distance. A scrape from somewhere I couldn't see. A soft movement in a place that was supposed to be empty. I'd tell myself it was the wind, or pipes settling, or an animal hiding somewhere in the dark. And maybe, part of me needed it to be those things. But over time, it started happening too often, too clearly. I'd hear something, stop, listen, and feel this little cold thought crawl up the back of my mind. What was that? There was one day that really shifted something for me. I was inside an old drainage tunnel with my friend Callan. The place was damp, echoey, and so still it almost felt sealed away from the rest of the world. We were walking slowly, trying not to slip, when I heard this low whisper. Not quite a voice, not quite a whistle. It came from farther down the tunnel, where our lights barely reached. And for the first time, I didn't laugh it off. I just stood there, staring into that darkness, and thought, what if? That was the moment I made a deal with myself. From then on, if I heard something strange or saw something I couldn't explain, I wasn't going to brush it aside anymore. I was going to check. I was going to ask questions. I was going to walk toward the sound instead of pretending I hadn't heard it. If something was there, I wanted to know. And I swear, once I made that decision, it was like the whole world got louder. I started hearing things that made no sense, seeing movement where nobody should have been, catching sounds in places that had been abandoned for years. And because I go exploring once or twice a week, I kept putting myself back into these situations again and again. Eventually, I couldn't just call all of it coincidence. That's when I started believing there might really be something there. Spirits, energy, whatever word you want to use. I don't claim to have the perfect answer. I just know that after enough unexplained moments, something in me changed. And once I believed, I couldn't leave it alone. I didn't want to just say, okay, ghosts exist, and move on with my life. I wanted to understand. I wanted the how, the why, the who, all of it. That curiosity is actually what pushed me toward quantum mechanics. I even took a few beginner quantum physics classes back at college, mostly because I wanted some kind of framework for the strange things I'd experienced. And what I learned didn't exactly explain the paranormal. It made it stranger. It made me feel less like, now I understand everything, and more like, of course reality is weirder than we think. Take quantum entanglement, for example. Two particles can become connected in such a way that they seem to share information instantly, no matter how far apart they are. You could separate them by a huge distance, and somehow, what happens to one is tied to the other. That idea alone bends my brain. We're talking about something faster than sound, faster than a Wi-Fi signal, faster than light in the way we normally understand communication. Scientists can describe parts of it, sure, but there's still this deep mystery underneath it. How does one particle know what's happening to the other? I'm not saying quantum physics proves ghosts. I'm saying the universe is already doing things that sound impossible when you first hear about them. So when people tell me spirits or paranormal experiences are too strange to be real, I don't dismiss them the way I used to. Not anymore. Because after being in those tunnels, those empty buildings, those rooms where the air changes for no reason, I've learned something. Reality has corners we haven't lit up yet. And sometimes, when you step into one of those dark corners and listen closely, something listens back. I want to start by saying that I've had vivid nightmares for as long as I can remember. Some of them felt paranormal. Some of them, honestly, I've tried to explain away as childhood imagination. And I know dreams can be strange, especially when you're young. But there's one dream that still gives me chills now, even though I'm almost 30. When I was around 6, I had this nightmare about a man coming to take me from my childhood home. In the dream, someone knocked on the front door. I answered it, and there was a man standing there. I didn't know him, but something about him felt immediately wrong. He reached for me, and I slammed the door shut. But the deadbolt was sticking out, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get it to slide back in. So I kept opening the door just enough to slam it at him again and again, hoping it would scare him or stop him from grabbing me. Then, somehow, he wasn't at the door anymore. I opened it one more time, and I saw him climbing one of the tall trees outside my brother's upstairs bedroom window. I panicked and tried harder to fix the lock, but he came back down, forced the door open, and got inside. I ran through the entryway toward the stairs, but he caught me before I could get away. He covered my mouth and made me promise not to scream. I promised. But the second he moved his hand, I screamed anyway. The worst part was that my family was home in the dream. My parents were there. My siblings were there. And no one came. Not one person. I woke up crying because I was so scared this man was going to take me from my house. And this was before my parents had told us they were getting divorced. About a year later, they finally sat us down and told us. A few months after that, our childhood home went into foreclosure. One morning, I opened the door, and the man standing there was the same man from my dream. The same face, the same feeling, the same person. He was there to evict us. I still don't know how to explain that. I had never met him before. I had no reason to know who he was. But I had dreamed about him coming to take me from that house before any of us knew we were going to lose it. There were other moments too. One summer, when I was about 8, I stayed with my aunt and uncle. I usually fell asleep on their couch with the TV on. One night, I woke up and saw the outline of a woman sitting near my aunt's basket of yarn. She was completely dark, like a shadow, but very clear. I could see the shape of her head and the high bun in her hair. I remember sitting there frozen, trying to be logical. I looked around for anything that could be casting that shadow. A lamp, the TV, something outside, anything. But nothing made sense. I sat there for several minutes, too scared to move, staring at her while she just sat there. Eventually, I worked up enough courage to run into my aunt and uncle's room. I told them there was a woman in the living room. My uncle came out to check, and she was gone. Not changed into another shadow. Not explained by a chair or a pile of blankets. Gone. That whole corner of the room looked lighter. Of course, I was 8, so everyone told me it was probably in my head. But I know what I saw. The last really intense experience happened when I was around 12 at my dad's house. We were renting a place in a nice neighborhood, and it was a newer house, so it wasn't some old creaky place with a history attached to it. But I never slept well there. Almost every night, I'd wake up sometime around 3 or 3:30 in the morning. I'd feel this heaviness in my room, like the dark itself had weight. If the TV was off, I'd get this awful rush of fear and race to turn on the light. There were plenty of nights when I pretended to fall asleep in the living room just so I wouldn't have to sleep in my bedroom. Then one night, everything came to a point. We had just gotten home from dinner, and the hallway light was on. I opened my bedroom door, and the light from the hall stretched shadows across my room. I could see my own shadow in front of me. I could see the shadow of the door on the wall. But then I saw another shadow. It looked like a child standing at the end of my bed, playing with the canopy. And the canopy was moving. That was what made me feel almost relieved in the middle of being terrified, because I thought, finally, I can prove this. I'm not imagining it. Something is actually moving. I ran and got my dad. When we came back, the shadow was still there. The canopy was still moving. But my dad insisted he couldn't see what I was talking about. He said the fan was probably moving the canopy. Then he turned on the light, and we both watched the fan start spinning only after the light came on. That same night, I woke up around 3 again, and I had this overwhelming feeling that something was watching me. My brother's room was across the hall, so I tried to call out for him. But the second I tried to yell, it felt like a sudden gust of wind hit me square in the chest. I couldn't breathe. I sat up, terrified, and tried again. It happened again, so I just sat there in bed, wide awake, waiting for the sun to come up. Since then, things have been smaller and more random. I don't feel like one specific thing has followed me everywhere, but strange things still happen once in a while. Sometimes I'll swear I heard someone call my name, even though my name is unusual enough that I don't usually mistake it for other words. Other times, something I haven't touched in hours will suddenly fall from the place I left it. And within the last year, I've started having sleep paralysis. I know a lot of people see shadow figures or monsters during sleep paralysis, but mine feels different. Whatever is there feels like it's hiding, like it's just around a corner, or watching me through a door that's barely cracked open. I've spent most of my life trying to explain these things away, but some memories don't fade. They stay sharp. And this one, all these years later, still feels like it's staring back at me. I honestly believe the house I grew up in is haunted. And I know how that sounds. I know most people hear that and immediately start looking for a normal explanation. Trust me, I've done the same thing for years. I've tried to talk myself out of it, tried to blame my imagination, old pipes, shadows, stress, anything. But there are some things that just don't fit neatly into a normal explanation. When I was little, weird things were already happening around me. My mom used to find me awake in the middle of the night, sitting in the same place, just staring at the wall and talking like someone was sitting right there in front of me. She would ask me who I was talking to, and apparently I'd just say something like, "They're listening." I don't remember every detail of that, but I remember the feeling of the house, especially the basement. I hated that basement from the time I was old enough to understand what fear was. It wasn't just that it was dark or cold or creepy in the way basements usually are. It felt wrong down there, heavy, mean, like the air had weight to it. I never felt alone in that room, not once. Sometimes things would fall over when nobody was near them. Other times, I'd see something move fast out of the corner of my eye, like a person sprinting past me. But when I turned to look, there was never anything there. As I got older, it didn't stop. It actually got worse. One night, I was half asleep on the couch with my friend Dana beside me. I was just drifting off when I felt someone lift a small section of my hair and gently pull it. Not hard, but enough that I absolutely felt it. I whipped around, fully expecting somebody to be standing behind me. There was no one there. That was the kind of thing that made me feel crazy, because it was so small, but so physical. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't a shadow. I felt it. And then there were the figures. I've seen shadowy shapes in that house for most of my life. For a long time, I told myself they were just tricks of the light. But the thing is, one of them was always the same. Same shape, same height, same awful stillness. The first time I saw it clearly, I was lying in bed at night with my door open. Across the hallway, near the doorway to the spare room, there was this tall, black figure standing there. It was huge, too tall, so thin it looked stretched out, like something pretending to be human but not getting the proportions right. It seemed like it had to hunch just to fit under the ceiling. I remember lying there frozen, trying not to breathe too loudly. The next morning, I told my dad about it. Now, my dad does not believe in ghosts. He doesn't believe in spirits, hauntings, any of it. He's always been the "there's a logical answer for everything" kind of person. But when I described what I saw, he went quiet. Then he told me he'd seen the same thing before. He tried to brush it off and said it was probably light from outside, or his eyes playing tricks on him, but I could tell he didn't fully believe that either. He just didn't want to admit it. There were other things too. One night, I walked into my bedroom while the lights were off and saw something black crawling across my floor. It moved fast, low to the ground. At first, I thought it was one of our dogs, but then it slipped under my bed. That made no sense. Our dogs are big. There is no way either of them could fit under there. Still, I called their names. Both dogs came running in from the living room, so whatever went under my bed, it wasn't them. But the worst thing that ever happened was when my sister Leah and I were home alone. She kept coming into the kitchen looking nervous, and I finally asked her what was wrong. She told me she could hear footsteps near the stairs. She said it sounded like someone was slowly walking toward them. I didn't believe her at first. I thought she was letting the house scare her. Then I went quiet and listened, and I heard it. Heavy footsteps, slow, deliberate. Then loud banging, like someone was climbing the stairs one step at a time and hitting the walls as they came up. It sounded so real that my first thought was, someone broke in. I panicked. I grabbed a kitchen knife, and Leah and I locked ourselves in the bathroom. We stood there barely breathing while something moved in the hallway outside. We could hear it pacing back and forth, right outside the door. I remember my hand shaking so badly that the knife kept tapping against the sink. Then, after what felt like forever, we heard the front door slam. We thought whoever it was had left, So we called our grandmother and asked her to come over. But when she got there and knocked on the front door, Leah and I just looked at each other because we had already heard that door slam shut from inside the bathroom. When we finally came out, both doors to the house were still locked. The front door was locked. The back door was locked. No one else had a key. Whatever had been inside that house with us, it didn't leave through a door. The reason I'm talking about this now is because something happened yesterday, and it feels like everything is getting worse again. I was in my room with my friend Marin, and we both started noticing shadows moving outside my bedroom door. Not just once, over and over. It wasn't my family. It wasn't the dogs. There was nobody walking around out there. At one point, we started speaking to it, mostly because we were scared and didn't know what else to do. And the shadows seemed to react. That's the part I hate admitting the most, because a few months ago, I downloaded one of those spirit communication apps. I did it as a joke, honestly. I didn't really believe it would do anything. But some of the responses I got were too specific, too strange. It felt less like an app and more like something was using it. Since then, the house has felt different. Heavier, angrier. Like something that was already there noticed I was finally paying attention. I don't know what's happening in that house. I don't know what it wants. But I know what it feels like. It feels like something is watching me. And lately, it feels like it knows I'm watching back. This happened a long time ago. Probably 11 years back. I was around 13, maybe 14. I don't remember my exact age, but I remember the dream. I remember it because it felt too real. The kind of real that stays tucked under your skin. Back then, I used to see this little girl in our house. I called her Hallie. She looked young, maybe 8 or 9, and she always wore this white nightgown with little ruffles along the collar and the hem. I can still picture it clearly. She never looked dirty or frightening at first. She was just there, standing in doorways, watching from corners, quiet as dust in sunlight. For a while, I thought I was the only person who could see her. Then one day, my mom mentioned her, just casually, like she was talking about a neighbor's kid. She said she'd seen the little girl too. That changed everything for me, because suddenly Hallie wasn't just something in my imagination. Someone else had seen her, someone grown, and that matters. One afternoon, I got into a huge argument with my younger brother. I don't even remember what it was about, which tells you how silly it probably was. Something childish, something that felt enormous in the moment and meaningless 10 minutes later. We were yelling at each other, and then I noticed Hallie standing behind him. She was just watching us. I stopped yelling and stared at her. My brother noticed my face and looked over his shoulder, but of course, he didn't see anything. A little while later, we made up, because that's what kids do. We were angry, then we were fine, then we were probably playing again like nothing had happened. That night, I went to bed feeling normal. The rest of the day had been calm. Then, I had the dream. In it, I was walking through our house. Everything looked exactly the way it should have. Same hallway, same doors, same quiet. I went into the bedroom I shared with my brother at the time, and the second I stepped inside, I saw Hallie standing over him. He was on the floor. There was blood everywhere. I remember feeling so horrified in the dream that I actually got sick. Hallie was hurting him, and the worst part was her face. She looked up at me and smiled like she was proud, like she wanted me to approve of what she'd done. I woke up, drenched in sweat and crying. I ran straight to my mom's room and told her everything. She held me, calmed me down, and told me we'd talk more in the morning. I think she was trying not to scare me more than I already was. The next day, after my brother left to go to a friend's house, my mom sat with me and listened. She was gentle about it. She told me sometimes when we're angry or upset, those feelings can slip into our dreams and twist them into something awful. And honestly, that explanation helped a little. I wanted it to be that. I wanted it to be just a bad dream born from a stupid argument. 2 nights later, my brother woke up screaming. He ran to my mom's room, but I stayed in bed. I was half asleep and didn't really understand what was happening, so I drifted off again. The next morning, he went to his friend's house again, and my mom asked me to come sit with her. She looked serious. She asked me if I had told my brother about my nightmare. She asked if I'd ever talked to him about Hallie. I told her, no, I hadn't said a word. I was protective of him, even when we fought. I didn't want to scare him. That's when my mom went pale. I mean, all the color just left her face. She told me my brother had dreamed about Hallie too, only in his dream, it was reversed. She was standing over my body, hurting me, while staring at him like she wanted his approval. After that, I still saw Hallie now and then. She didn't speak much, not really. But one day I finally asked her why she was there. She said something about a necklace. A couple of months later, we were clearing some brush and old debris from part of our land, and we found one. It was small and old-looking, with a rose on the front. My mom got curious and started looking into the history of the property. Eventually, she found an old mention of a little girl who had drowned in the creek behind our house. The article didn't name the girl, but it did mention her parents. And her father had a reputation for being cruel to his family. I don't know whether that little girl was Hallie. I don't know what she wanted from us. But I do know this. After finding that necklace, the house never felt the same again. Lately, I've honestly started wondering if there's something strange going on in my house, and I need someone to tell me if I'm overthinking it or not. A little while ago, I moved with my parents into this old restored house. I don't really know the full history of the place or what happened to it before it was fixed up, but ever since we got here, things have felt different. The first thing I noticed happened while I was in my room watching videos. One of my robes was hanging on a hook, and I suddenly saw it moving on its own. It wasn't a tiny movement either. It was swaying. Nobody was in my room, the window wasn't open, and there was no breeze. The robe is pretty heavy too, so it's not something that would just move easily. Then I started having sleep paralysis more often. Every time it happens, I get this feeling that something is behind me. The weird part is, it doesn't feel evil or threatening. It almost feels gentle, like someone is just there watching over me. I know that sounds strange, but that's the only way I can explain it. Another thing is that I've been acting different in my room. When someone comes in, I get angry way too fast, even over nothing. Sometimes I snap at my brothers or push them away, and afterward I feel awful because it doesn't even feel like me. It's almost like my body reacts before I can think. And whenever I leave my room for too long, coming back feels heavy. I get this sense that something in there is upset with me. I know that probably sounds ridiculous, but it happens enough that I've started noticing the pattern. Usually, by the end of those days, I end up having sleep paralysis again. The scariest time was when I woke up unable to move and saw a girl standing beside my bed. She had no face, and she was wearing something that looked like a hospital gown. She was just watching me. But then she spoke in the softest voice and asked, "Are you okay? You said you were freezing, then burning up, and that you were hurt." That same day was horrible. I felt sick out of nowhere and had to run to the bathroom to throw up. Then I kept going from hot to cold, cold to hot, over and over. After that, I started having these awful cramps, so bad I could barely move. When I told my mom what happened, she didn't believe me. She just said ghosts aren't real. I've also started seeing things in my room. Sometimes I think I see cats that aren't really there. Once, I saw what looked like a head upside down on the ceiling, watching me through the mirror. I've heard breathing behind me when nobody was there, and sometimes I hear a voice whispering, but it's always too quiet for me to understand. There was also this one night during a storm when the power went out. I joked and said, "All right, ghost, if you're here, turn the power back on." And a few seconds later, the lights came back. It could have been a coincidence, but the timing made my stomach drop. The biggest thing, though, is the corner of my room. Every day, I feel like something is watching me from there. Not in a hateful way, not even in a judging way, just watching. I've checked for a camera because I wanted a normal explanation, but there's nothing there. Sometimes I wake up sweating too, with no idea why. I know this is a lot, but I really don't know what to think anymore. Something about my room feels occupied, like I'm not completely alone in there. Back in 2019, I had a dream that changed something in me. Or maybe, in some ways, it broke something open. To give a little context, I grew up feeling mostly ignored. My parents weren't really emotionally mature, and love in my house always felt conditional. I couldn't just ask questions. I couldn't just ask for comfort. Even the smallest bit of attention felt like something I had to earn. So I learned to watch people closely. I learned to adjust myself around everyone, my parents, relatives, family friends, even strangers sometimes. I was always trying to figure out what would keep me safe, what would keep things calm, what version of me would be acceptable. Because of that, I never really learned emotions in a normal way. I didn't know what different feelings were called, or what they felt like in the body, or how to process them. I just knew how to survive them. And then, in 2019, when I think I was starting to sink into depression, I had this dream. In the dream, I appeared out of nowhere. It was like I fell straight out of the air, and someone caught me in his arms. His name was something like Elior, though I can't remember it perfectly now. The moment he held me, I felt something I had never felt before. My whole body relaxed. My mind went quiet. I felt safe. I felt wanted. I felt loved. Not in a loud or dramatic way, but in this deep, peaceful way, like I didn't have to prove anything to be held. And that mattered because I don't trust people easily. I mean, I don't really trust anyone. I also hated being touched. But in that dream, when he hugged me, I didn't want to move. I didn't want to let go. I didn't want the dream to end. I wanted to stay there forever. But of course, I woke up. After that, I kept trying to go back. I tried to continue the dream. I tried to dream about him again, and eventually, I did. But it felt different. It felt like he didn't really want to be there. Like he had only come because I had pulled him back somehow. When I woke up, I felt awful. Disappointed, yes, but mostly guilty. Not because he didn't want to stay, but because it felt like I had forced him. So I stopped trying to call him back. Or at least, I stopped begging for him. Then a few nights later, he came to me on his own. This time, he was crying. I remember sitting beside him on the floor. I didn't push him to explain. I didn't ask too many questions. I just listened. I let him be vulnerable. I let him fall apart without making him feel ashamed for it. I rubbed his back gently, and we sat close enough that our knees were touching. That was all. Just quiet comfort. Then he hugged me, still crying. But this time, he was crying because he was saying goodbye. He told me he couldn't come back anymore. He told me his name again, and for the first time, I saw his face clearly. But when I woke up, both of those things were gone. His name, his face, all the sharp details slipped away. I only remembered how it felt. And honestly, that feeling has never left me. To this day, I can't fall asleep unless I'm hugging a pillow or a blanket or something close to my chest. A lot of nights, I still cry myself to sleep. I get this ache in my heart, this longing for someone I met in a dream, someone I can barely even describe. And that is how I learned what love felt like. Not because someone in real life showed me, not because I was ready for it, but because this person appeared in my bleak little world and shone so brightly that I couldn't forget him. And in a way, he ruined me. Because I've tried to find that feeling again. I really have. I've tried to connect with people. I've tried to be open. But nothing has ever felt like that. Nothing has ever felt that pure, that safe, that real. And the worst part is that he left. I know it sounds strange to say that about a dream, but it felt like he left without taking responsibility for what he meant to me. Like I didn't matter to him the way he mattered to me. And that hurt even more, because that is exactly what I've felt my whole life, especially with my family. So now, while I'm trying to heal and understand myself, there is still this part of me that can't move on from him. Sometimes I have similar dreams about a faceless man who makes me feel something close to what I felt with Elior. But I always know it isn't him. They're different. They may be kind, they may feel real, but they aren't him. And that messes with me the most, because those dreams don't feel like dreams. They feel like people, like souls. Like someone is actually there, loving me in a way I've been starving for. But I'm still in love with the one who left. I've never really told people the full truth about this, because how do you even say it? How do you tell someone, I dreamed of a man I had never met, and he loved me in a way I didn't know was possible, and now I can't move on because part of me is still waiting for him? People already think I'm strange. Saying that out loud would probably make them think I had finally drifted completely off the map. But it happened, and even if it was only a dream, the love felt real. Real enough to change me. Real enough to haunt me. I live with my partner above a pub in England, and the building is old. Really old. It dates back to the 1700s, and before it became a pub, it was apparently used as stables. So, from the start, it's always felt like the kind of place that carries things with it. Not just history, but a weight. A presence. Over the years, customers and staff have told us about strange things they've seen or heard. People have mentioned an elderly pair sitting quietly at the bar when no one was supposed to be there. Others have heard what sounded like horse hooves, stools scraping across the floor, or footsteps moving around upstairs. About 11 years ago, we had a medium come in because the activity had become hard to ignore. She went upstairs to the function room, which is right beside our flat, and said there were countless spirits passing through that space. She also said there were a few that didn't feel kind. That room has these tall, old beams, about 15 feet up, and there have always been stories about people being hanged there back when the building was still stables. There was also a story about a young girl, maybe 10 or 11, who had died upstairs. I never knew whether to believe that part, but later on, the things we experienced in our flat made me wonder. The medium also went down into the cellar, where we keep the barrels, but she wouldn't stay there. She said there was something very dark in that room, something that made her physically uncomfortable, and she wanted everyone out straight away. Now, I haven't personally seen the older couple at the bar, but my partner has. So have customers. One afternoon, I was outside in the beer garden sorting out some planters. I looked up at the window of the function room and saw a man's face looking down at me. My partner, a staff member, and a couple of friends were there too, and they saw it as well. At first, I thought maybe a customer had wandered upstairs where they shouldn't have been, so I sent my partner and our colleague up there quickly. They ran straight up, but there was nobody there. The only thing out of place was the curtain by that window. It had clearly been moved. We checked the cameras afterward. No one had gone upstairs. No open windows. No breeze. Just the curtain moving. The cellar has always been the worst part of the building. Staff have said they felt something tugging at their hair or clothes while changing barrels. And for around 3 years, our fire alarm and burglar alarm would go off at almost exactly 3 a.m., night after night. Whenever we checked, the sensors were usually triggered either in the function room or, more often, the cellar. A few times my partner went down thinking we were being burgled, only to find the beer lines disconnected. Anyone who has worked with barrels knows those lines don't just come loose on their own. They take effort to remove. We lost so much stock because of it. We had people come out to check the alarms more than once. Every time, they told us the sensors, batteries, and system were all fine. Then there was the activity in our flat. Most nights, also around 3 a.m., we would hear little footsteps running up and down the hallway. Sometimes there would be soft laughter. Sometimes a whisper, gentle but close enough to make your skin go cold. We have 2 dogs and 2 cats, and they reacted every time. The cats would puff up and stare down the hallway. The dogs would growl low, the kind of growl that makes you stop breathing for a second. That was what made us feel like maybe we weren't imagining it. Things quieted down over the past year, and for a while I honestly thought maybe it had passed. The alarm stopped going off. The footsteps stopped. The flat felt lighter. But last night, my partner was cashing up when he heard 2 loud female coughs. The dogs immediately turned their heads toward the sound. Then we heard thumping in the flat again. And now, I'm pregnant. That's what scares me most. I could cope with feeling unsettled before, but now I don't want anything dark or heavy around my unborn baby. I don't want those sleepless nights coming back. I don't want to feel afraid in my own home again. My mom won't stay in the flat for long because she gets terrible headaches here and says she feels like someone is always nearby. A colleague who stayed with us for a while once woke up in the spare room with huge scratches across her back. The animals hadn't been in there. The door had been shut all night. Back when the activity was at its worst, I used to wake up with random bruises all over my body. I felt sick constantly. I went to hospital over and over because doctors were worried it might be something serious. They tested me for all sorts of conditions, even cancer, because the bruising was so bad. But every blood test, every scan, every check came back without an explanation. To this day, nobody has been able to tell me what caused it. I know how this sounds. I really do. But when you live inside it, when the alarms go off at the same time every night, when animals react to things you can't see, when people keep experiencing things in the same rooms, it stops feeling like coincidence. I just want peace now. I want our flat to feel safe again. And with the baby coming, I need to know whether this is something I can cleanse myself, or whether I need someone professional to come in and help. Let me tell you about a spirit people in Thailand still speak of quietly, especially in the countryside, where the banana groves grow thick and wild. Deep along the northern hills and the southern borderlands, there is a kind of wild banana tree called Kluai Tani. Now, to most people, a banana tree is just a plant, useful, ordinary, part of daily life. But villagers have long believed these groves are not ordinary at all. They say that beneath those wide green leaves, hidden among the tall, upright stems, there lives a woman spirit known as Nang Tani. Some call her the Banana Grove Phantom, and the way people describe her is something you do not easily forget. They say her skin has a pale green glow, almost like moonlight passing through a banana leaf. Her lips are soft red, like ripe fruit. She wears a long, traditional tie dress in shades of green, and when she moves through the grove, she does not walk like we do. On certain nights, especially when the moon is full, her feet do not touch the ground. She drifts. That is the detail that makes people lower their voices. Villagers say that if you pass near a wild banana grove at night, you might hear leaves moving when there is no wind. You might hear whispering, very faint, as though someone is speaking from just behind the trees. And sometimes, people claim to see a strange green shimmer between the trunks, not bright enough to be fire, not steady enough to be a lantern, but enough to make you feel watched. In Thai belief, banana trees can stand at the edge between the human world and the spirit world. They are useful plants, yes, but they are also treated with caution. A wild Kluai tani tree is not something you plant casually beside your house. Older people say doing that is like opening your door to something you may not know how to send away. So in many villages, these trees are planted far from homes, and if someone has to approach one, they do it respectfully. They may bring incense, flowers, sweets, and strips of colorful silk. They speak softly beneath the tree, not because they are trying to command anything, but because they are asking permission. The sweets matter too. People believe the scent can calm restless spirits. It is not just a gift, it is a gesture, a way of saying, I know you are here. I mean no harm, but not everyone listens. There are stories about people who cut into a wild banana tree without care, especially the main stem. The next day, strange things begin. A child in the house might develop a sudden fever. Furniture might shift in the night. Doors might creak open. Sleep becomes uneasy. And according to the elders, peace only returns after offerings are made to Nang Tani. In some remote communities, people still remember older ceremonies involving banana blossoms and protective prayers for harvests. These rituals are done carefully, step by step. The belief is that if you treat the spirit world carelessly, the whole village might feel the disturbance. The most dangerous time is said to be the full moon. That is when Nang Tani's power is strongest. Elders warn young people never to wander into a wild banana grove alone on those nights. Not because she always attacks, but because you may accidentally enter into something deeper than fear. A promise. Some call it a ghostly contract, and it is not the kind of bargain where you ask once, receive once, and walk away. People say that if someone asks Nang Tani for luck, money, romance, or protection, they must continue honoring her with incense, sweets, and silk. The spirit may grant what was requested, but she does not forget. One story tells of a trader named Chawin, who went into a banana grove under the full moon because his business was failing. He brought offerings and asked for fortune. The very next week, customers returned. His money problems eased. People said he was lucky, but Chawin stopped sleeping well. Night after night, he dreamed he was running through endless banana groves. The leaves were huge, the path kept twisting, and behind him floated a woman in green, glowing softly in the dark. He would wake soaked in sweat, heart pounding, sure he had already repaid whatever he owed. But the dreams kept coming. That is the frightening part of stories like this. The villagers say you may think the promise is finished, but the spirit may not agree. Nang Tani is not only feared as a haunting presence, she is also seen as a kind of moral judge. People say she watches men who betray, deceive, or harm women. She does not always punish with violence. Sometimes she punishes with fear. A cruel husband walking home late at night might hear banana leaves rustling outside his house. He might see a green figure swaying in the moonlight. He might try to run, only to feel his legs freeze beneath him. Others speak of pressure on the chest, sleepless nights, racing hearts, and the constant feeling that someone is standing just out of sight. To many villagers, Nang Tani is not evil in a simple way. She is dangerous, yes, but she is also a guardian of boundaries. The boundary between nature and humans, between respect and arrogance, between promise and betrayal. And even today, her legend has not disappeared. In modern Thailand, Nang Tani has stepped out of old village whispers and into films, animations, online videos, and late-night ghost stories. People still share strange accounts, banana leaves moving like human arms, drivers feeling sudden chills on lonely roads, green flashes near empty lots where wild trees grow. Some people explain it all away. They say it is moonlight, tired eyes, wind moving through leaves, or the imagination turning shadows into bodies. Maybe, but folklore has its own way of listening. And for those who grew up near the groves, the warning remains simple. Do not mock what you do not understand. Do not take from nature without respect. Do not make promises lightly. And if, one night, beneath the banana leaves, you see a woman in green drifting where no person should be standing, lower your eyes and keep walking. Because some legends do not stay in the past. Some wait quietly in the trees. I've had strange experiences for as long as I can remember. I mean, my whole life. Some of them have scared me so badly I could hardly breathe. Others were quieter, more like a shadow passing through the corner of my day. But they've always been there. I want to share a couple of stories first, and then I have some questions for people who might understand what this is like. The first one is probably my earliest memory of anything paranormal. I couldn't have been more than a year old, maybe a little older, because I still had a pacifier. When I was little, I stayed with my Aunt Marla a lot. My mom worked long hours, so if I wasn't home with her, I was usually at my aunt's house. Whenever I slept over, my aunt would put my crib in the spare room, right across from her bedroom. I remember waking up one night and sitting up in the crib. I was looking around for my pacifier, and once I found it, I put it back in my mouth. Then I looked toward the door. My aunt always left it cracked open a little. And there, slowly leaning into the doorway, was this dark figure. It wasn't standing fully in the room. It was just peeking in, like it was watching me. I remember being so terrified that I couldn't even cry at first. My whole body just froze. Eventually, I must have made some kind of noise, because suddenly the figure was gone, and my aunt was in the room trying to calm me down. The next morning, she noticed I had bitten almost all the way through my pacifier. A few years ago, I asked her if she remembered that night. I wanted to know if maybe someone else had been in the house, or if there was any normal explanation for what I saw. She said she didn't remember anyone else being there, but she definitely remembered that something had scared me badly. She said, "It was probably just a nightmare." But honestly, I don't think it was. Since then, things like that have happened to me over and over again. Sometimes I'll see someone for just a second, so quickly that I almost convince myself I imagined it. Other times, I'll walk into a certain room or hallway and feel this heavy, awful pressure, like something there knows I noticed it. But the most frightened I've ever been happened pretty recently. It was early evening, just after sunset, and my family and I were at the hospital visiting a family friend who had just had a baby. My mom realized she had left the gift bag in the car, and I offered to go get it. That was my first mistake. Hospitals have always made me uneasy, not just in the normal way either. There have been several times when I've felt something there that I couldn't explain. I went out to the parking garage, and the second I stepped inside, that familiar feeling hit me. My breathing got tight. My stomach turned. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I had this deep, horrible certainty that I was not alone. I hurried to the car, grabbed the gift, and started walking back toward the elevator. The whole time I kept whispering to myself, "It's in your head, it's in your head, it's just in your head." And then, right beside my ear, close enough that it felt like someone was leaning in, I heard a voice whisper, "It's not in your head." I spun around so fast, ready to fight whatever was there. But there was nothing. No person, no footsteps, no movement. Just that sick feeling, suddenly so strong I thought I might actually throw up. I ran back to the elevator. The moment I got around other people again, the feeling eased up. But for weeks afterward, any time I was alone, I felt it again. That same horrible pressure, that same sense of being watched. And those aren't the only things that have happened. At a school overnight fundraiser, I saw a boy named Nolan standing in the hallway, even though he had died in a car accident the year before. Once, while exploring behind a cabin in the mountains, I smelled my grandmother's perfume, even though she had been gone for years. I've heard voices call my name when nobody was there. And one night, when I was home alone, I saw a tall man in a hat standing near the edge of our backyard. That one nearly broke me. So for anyone who understands experiences like this, I have some questions. Why would these things happen to me? I'm a pretty ordinary person, so I keep wondering if there's something about me that spirits, ghosts, entities, or whatever they are, can sense. When something bad or frightening happens, should I acknowledge that I know it's there, or should I ignore it completely? I've heard people talk about the veil. What does that actually mean? Is there anything I can do, carry, or wear to protect myself when these things happen, whether the presence feels good or bad? And how do I know the difference between something that can hurt me and something that can't? What should I even be watching for? I really don't want to spend the rest of my life being afraid of this. I just want to understand it better. So if anyone has advice, I'd be grateful to hear it. I'm a healthcare worker, and I've always been pretty sensitive to spiritual energy, though I'm not someone who usually walks around with meters or recorders or anything like that. A few weeks ago, my girlfriend and I were at home watching American Horror Story, and out of nowhere we got this impulse to take a weekend trip somewhere haunted. It was completely spontaneous. We ended up booking a room at the old Copper Queen Hotel in Bisbee, Arizona, and honestly, from the start, it felt like something did not want us going there. First, the booking went sideways. We reserved through a travel site, and the next day the hotel called to say they were overbooked and couldn't honor that room. They offered us a different room for more money, and we agreed, but then trying to cancel the original reservation became this exhausting back and forth that almost made us give up on the whole trip. Then, when we finally got on the road and crossed into Bisbee, the car radio suddenly changed stations by itself. It landed on this strange, old-fashioned sounding station, and the first song we heard was about a woman taking her own life by hanging. That was our welcome into town. It felt way too specific. When we got to the hotel, things got even stranger. The front desk told us our reservation had been canceled and that there was no room for us. We explained that we had spoken directly with the manager. Somehow, right before she left for the day, they caught her, and she confirmed everything manually. That's how we finally ended up getting into room 214. That weekend, Bisbee was having this themed festival, so the whole town already had this dreamlike, chaotic energy. People were wandering around in costumes, there were events happening in the streets, and everything felt a little tilted out of normal life. We went out for drinks, stopped at a hotel bar, grabbed food later, talked to a few people, and the night became a little hazy. Nothing too unusual yet, just that weird festival energy hanging over everything. On the walk back, my girlfriend mentioned doing a seance in the room. At the time, I thought it sounded exciting. I wasn't scared. I was curious. But right across from the hotel, everything changed. She suddenly tripped and hit the pavement hard. It happened so fast. I remember trying to move toward her while a police officer nearby was telling me to stop or slow down, and my brain couldn't fully process what I was seeing. When I reached her, she was crying. Her lip was bleeding, her face was bruised, and her front teeth had chipped from the impact. Seeing her like that broke something open in me. I felt guilt, fear, anger, and helplessness all at once. I kept thinking I should have protected her, even though it happened in a split second. We got back to the room. She didn't want medical help right then. She just wanted to leave, but because we had been drinking, we couldn't drive. Eventually, she fell asleep. I couldn't sleep. I was furious. I felt this hot, reckless anger in my chest, and instead of calming down, I went out into the hotel hallway by myself. I started walking the floors, openly yelling at whatever might be there. I was cursing at the spirits, daring them to show themselves, daring them to do something to me instead. The strange part is, the hotel was full that weekend. It was packed. But while I was yelling in the hallways, not one person opened a door. Nobody stepped out. Nobody complained. Nobody even seemed to notice. It felt like my voice was trapped in some kind of bubble. Eventually, I went down to the ground floor. It was dark and quiet, with old furniture sitting around and that heavy stillness old buildings sometimes have at night. That's when I heard it. A faint moaning sound. At first, I tried to explain it away. My mind immediately went to something normal, like maybe it was guests in a nearby room. I wanted it to be that. But then the sound shifted. It didn't stay in one place. It moved. It seemed to change direction and come closer to me. And then this panic hit me so hard it felt physical. It wasn't ordinary fear. It was like my whole body suddenly knew something was right behind me or rushing toward me. Every instinct I had screamed, "Get upstairs, now!" So I ran. I made it back to the second floor and sat in a bright hallway, trying to breathe and make sense of what had just happened. While I was sitting there, a man walked right past me. He didn't look at me, didn't react, didn't seem to register I was there at all. A few minutes later, a woman walked by too and went upstairs, and she also acted like I was invisible. After that, I went back into the room, checked on my girlfriend, and eventually fell asleep. The next morning we woke up and noticed that a small dresser in the room had been moved and opened while we were sleeping. Neither of us had touched it, but the part that really got me came when we were leaving. I looked around the ground floor again, the same place where I had heard that moaning sound the night before, and I realized something that made my stomach drop. There were no guest rooms down there. None. It was just the front desk area, old furniture, the lobby, and the saloon space. So that sound I tried to explain away as guests in another room couldn't have been coming from a room nearby. There wasn't one. I still don't know exactly what happened that night. Maybe my emotional state made me more open to whatever was already there. Maybe the accident changed the energy around us. Maybe all those obstacles before we arrived really were warnings, and we were too stubborn to listen. But I know what I felt in that hallway. And whatever came toward me in the dark, I do not believe it was human. I went to bed around 10 that night, and I remember lying there, just trying to fall asleep, when I heard someone come upstairs. At first, I didn't think too much of it. In a house with other people living there, noises weren't exactly unusual. Eventually, I drifted off. But about an hour later, around 11, my mom came in and woke me up. She looked worried. She said she could hear someone in the bathroom, and it sounded like they were snoring. She thought maybe someone had gone in there and fallen asleep. We didn't know who it was. So we went downstairs, where the other family stayed, and her husband came up to check. He went into the bathroom, stayed in there for a moment, and then came back out and told us, "She's okay." Then he just went back downstairs. But she wasn't okay. My mom and I sat down for a bit, trying to make sense of it, and then the snoring stopped. I looked toward the bottom of the bathroom door, and I saw this shadow there. I don't know how to explain it, but it was horrifying. Something about it just felt wrong. That's when we woke my dad up. He managed to force his way into the bathroom and get her out. Not long after, the ambulance arrived. I still remember seeing her body lying in the hallway. My bedroom was right across from that bathroom, so I could see everything. The paramedics were doing CPR. They were shocking her, trying to bring her back. My dad later told me they shocked her about 6 times before they finally got a heartbeat. Most of the time, I was outside, trying to calm my mom down. Everyone ended up going to the hospital. Her husband, her 2 children, my dad, my brother, my mom, and me. When we got there, she was hooked up to all these machines. There were tubes everywhere, and I remember seeing blood coming through some of them. It didn't feel real. None of it did. The next day, at around 4 in the afternoon, they took her off life support. After that, the house changed. It felt cold, dark, heavy. I didn't want to walk on the patch of carpet where her body had been. I didn't want to use that bathroom anymore. I didn't even want to sleep in my own room because it was right across from where she died. So I moved my bed into the lounge and started using the toilet outside the house instead. Not long after she passed, I was home from school because I was sick. I was lying in the lounge when I heard the front door slam. Then I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. We had this little wooden gate at the top of the stairs, and I heard it open and shut. I assumed one of the other kids had come home too, so I didn't panic. I just carried on with my day. But later, when school ended, I saw all the kids walking down the driveway together. That's when I realized I had been the only one home. And the strange part is, I heard those footsteps and that door slam at around 10 in the morning. When she was alive, that was around the time she usually woke up. Another time, I was in my bedroom, not feeling well and in pain, when my fairy lights started flickering. They weren't even plugged in. My mom told me gently that maybe it was Marla checking on me. Maybe she was just letting me know she was there. After she died, I dreamed about her a lot. In the dreams, I would talk to her. And honestly, I think part of that came from guilt. I was a difficult teenager. We didn't always get along, and when we all lived together, I sometimes felt jealous because my mom spent so much time with her. Even before we moved in together, whenever we went to their house, I felt that jealousy creeping in. So after she was gone, all of those feelings sat with me in a really painful way. Sometimes we would smell her perfume around the house, just out of nowhere. One time, we were shopping, and I kept smelling her perfume in different stores. I told my mom, and she said, "No, she's gone." Then her eyes widened. She told me that the moment she said those words, she suddenly smelled the perfume too. When we moved out of that house about 10 months later, I smelled her perfume again. This time, it was on my blankets while we were packing the car. I still carry guilt about what happened. She died because of a brain aneurysm, and I know that. But I still wonder whether things could have been different if we had called the paramedics sooner, instead of listening when her husband said she was okay. She had been gone for around 40 minutes before they revived her, so I know she probably never stood a chance. And I'm not judging him. I'm not saying he did anything wrong. People panic. People freeze. People grieve differently. But I still don't understand why he told us she was okay, when she clearly wasn't. We first found her when she was still making that snoring sound, and he was in there with her while that was happening. I still wonder what he was doing. I still wonder what he thought he saw. At the hospital, he barely said anything. Again, I'm not accusing him of anything. I just know how it felt. And even now, I still feel the way I feel about it. I want to tell you about one of the darkest and saddest figures in Thai ghost folklore. She is known as Pi Tai Tang Klom, the spirit of a woman who dies while pregnant or while giving birth. And in Thai belief, this is not just any ghost. This is a spirit shaped by grief, fear, love, and unfinished longing all at once. People believe she becomes powerful because her death is sudden and unnatural. She leaves the world before she is ready. She may still be holding on to her child, her home, her husband, her life. And because that love has nowhere to go, it twists into something restless. That is what makes this spirit so frightening. She is not only angry, she is heartbroken. One of the most famous legends connected to this belief is the story of May Nok of Pra Kanong, a young woman who died during childbirth while her husband was away. But even after death, she returned to their home as if nothing had happened. She cooked, cared for the house, and waited for him. At night, people said they heard her singing softly to her baby. The villagers were terrified because they knew the truth. May Nok was gone. Her child was gone too. But her love had stayed behind. There is one scene from the legend that people still remember. A lime rolls away and falls beneath the house. Instead of walking down to pick it up, May Nok stretches her arm impossibly far, reaching down from above to retrieve it. That is when the truth becomes impossible to ignore. She is no longer human. People also say her spirit caused fear around Wat Mahabut, where monks tried to calm her restless soul. Some versions of the story say she appeared in impossible places, even hanging upside down from the beams of a sacred hall. It is a strange and chilling image, but beneath it is something deeply painful. May Nok was not simply haunting people for the sake of terror. She was refusing to let go. And maybe that is why this kind of ghost has stayed in Thai memory for so long. The fear comes from the supernatural, yes. But the sadness comes from something very human. A mother separated from her child. A wife separated from her husband. A life cut short before its love could be completed. Similar beliefs appear in other parts of Southeast Asia and even in Chinese traditions, where people speak of the danger of one body, two spirits. The idea is that when two lives are lost together, the sorrow becomes heavier and the spirit becomes stronger. So when people speak of Pi Tai Tang Klum, they are not only speaking of a ghost. They are speaking of grief that never found peace. This happened around 2007 or 2008, when I was still a kid. Before I get into it, I should give a little bit of background, because the place itself matters. The farm is in Zululand, South Africa, and it had been in my family since the early 1970s when my grandparents bought it. That whole area is heavy with history. Within roughly 150 kilometers of the farm, there are battlefields and monuments everywhere, going back to conflicts between the Zulu, the Boers, and the British. Some of those battles happened in the 1800s, some much later. It is the kind of land where you can almost feel that people lived, fought, died, and left pieces of themselves behind. When my grandparents bought the farm, they were told a few unsettling things about it. Apparently, sometime in the 1930s, a housekeeper had been murdered there. They were also told that a previous owner had taken his own life in the main bedroom of the farmhouse. And there was one strange thing about that room that never really went away. A patch on the ceiling would always stain this yellowish-orange color. Everyone assumed it was water damage, but no matter how many times it was painted over, no matter if the boards were replaced, the stain would come back within days. There were also old traditional Zulu graves on the farm grounds, and as far as I know, they had never been disturbed. Now, this particular story happened inside the house, around the dining area and the corridor. My grandparents had gone into town that day, so my younger brother and I, we were about 6 and 8 at the time, were left at the farm with the housekeepers and cattle workers. I should say, they were like family to us. There was never any fear that we would be hurt or treated badly. We grew up around them. At some point, the workers went off for lunch, so my brother and I were alone in the yard. We were playing with BB guns, shooting at little targets we had set up. Then my grandparents came back from town. We ran over to help carry the groceries into the house, like we always did. We would bring everything into the kitchen and help my grandmother pack things away. The first time we walked through the dining area, past the bookshelf, everything looked normal. Nothing was out of place. But the second time we passed that same bookshelf, carrying groceries, every single book had been thrown out. They were all over the floor. Some were scattered across the dining table. It looked like someone had grabbed armfuls of them and just tossed them everywhere. My grandmother immediately blamed us. And honestly, I cannot really blame her. We were young, full of energy, and always getting into something. Plus, everyone else was outside having lunch, so, in her mind, who else could it have been? We said sorry, even though we knew we had not done it. We helped fix the bookshelf, put everything back, and then went outside again. After that, my brother and I went down to my grandfather's workshop. We started messing around with some tools and old motor parts he had lying around. Nothing serious, just kids being kids. About 45 minutes later, my grandmother and both of the housekeepers came running down from the house. They were scared. Not annoyed, not pretending, but genuinely frightened. They begged my grandfather to come inside and get the blue man out of the house. That was how they described him. The blue man. My grandfather went straight up to the house while my grandmother and the two women stayed with us. A few minutes later, he came back out furious. He started arguing with them in Afrikaans and Zulu, telling them he did not have time for games. But they insisted there had been a man inside the house. They said he was throwing furniture around, smashing dishes, and shouting that everyone had to get off his property. But when my grandfather went in, the house was perfect. Nothing broken, nothing moved, no dishes smashed, no furniture overturned. Everything was exactly where it should have been. That night, nobody wanted to split up, so we all slept in the main bedroom. My grandfather kept his weapon close, just in case there really was someone on the property trying to scare us or break in. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, we woke up to my grandmother screaming. She was in the corridor, just across from the dining room. My brother and I ran behind my grandfather, and that was when we saw him. A man. He ran into the spare bedroom, which was the room my brother and I used whenever we stayed there during school holidays. My grandfather charged after him, shouting at him to get out of the house. For context, my grandfather Peter was not a small or nervous man. He was a military veteran, about 6'4", broad, heavy-set, and back then, he did not take nonsense from anyone. If there had been a real person in that room, I honestly believe my grandfather would have dragged him out himself. But that is not what happened. He ran into the room. Then he screamed. And then he came walking back out backwards, slowly, without turning away from whatever he had seen. For years, he would not tell us what happened in that room. It was only much later, when I took over managing the farm, that he finally told me. He said the man had moved into the corner of the room, the corner closest to our beds. Then, with his back pressed against the wall, his body began twisting into shapes that no person should be able to make. My grandfather said it was not like someone bending or stretching. It was wrong. After that, the man rose upward against the wall, still staring at him the entire time. And my grandfather said the eyes were the worst part. He said they were not really eyes at all. They looked like two pitch-black holes where eyes should have been. The clothes the man wore looked old, too. Not just worn out, but old-fashioned, like something elderly men would have worn when my grandfather himself was a child. We never found any confirmed death on the farm that matched that man. We could not connect him to the housekeeper who had been murdered or to the previous owner who died in the main bedroom. After that night, everything went quiet for a very long time. Years, actually. The next thing I personally experienced there did not happen until early 2014, and that is a much longer story. But the older I get, and the more I think back on that farm, the more certain I am of one thing. That place is deeply, deeply haunted. I've been meaning to tell this story for years because it still sits in the back of my mind, like one of those memories you can't quite explain. This happened when I was a kid, around the time I still believed in Santa Claus. I was young enough to want to believe with my whole heart, even though by then, I was starting to hear other kids say Santa wasn't real. At that age, I had this big fascination with Eastern European culture, especially Russian culture. I don't even know exactly where it started. Maybe it was movies, maybe video games, maybe just the sound of the language itself. But something about the music, the writing, the history, and the way Russian sounded really caught my attention. So for months before Christmas, I had been trying to teach myself little bits of Russian. I was learning the alphabet, practicing phrases, and copying words down in a notebook. Nothing too advanced, obviously. I was still a kid. But I was really proud of it. And because I still believed Santa traveled all over the world, I thought, well, he must know every language, right? He visits kids in every country. He has to know about every place, every culture, every kind of family. So on Christmas Eve, I decided to write Santa a thank you note in Russian. It wasn't anything complicated, just a short little message saying thank you for the gifts, thank you for bringing happiness every year, and that I hoped he had a good night. I folded it up, wrote "For Santa" on the outside, and left it under the Christmas tree. I didn't think much of it after that. To me, it was just a sweet thing to do. The next morning, it was Christmas Day. My younger brothers and I rushed downstairs like we always did, excited to see what Santa had left. The tree looked beautiful. There were presents everywhere, and my parents were sitting there smiling while we tore into the wrapping paper. It was a normal Christmas morning. Warm, loud, messy, and happy. After we finished opening everything, we started cleaning up the crumpled wrapping paper from the floor. That's when I noticed my folded note still sitting under the tree. I picked it up and opened it. And there was writing on it. Someone had written back to me in Russian. The handwriting was neat, not childish, not rushed. It looked like an adult had written it. The message said, "Ho ho ho, большое спасибо," which means, "Ho ho ho, thank you very much." I remember getting this huge burst of excitement in my chest. I ran over to my family and said something like, "Look, Santa wrote back." At that moment, I really believed it. I thought, that's it. Santa has to be real. He answered me in Russian. But as I got older, that memory started to feel stranger and stranger. Not too long after that Christmas, my parents eventually admitted that Santa wasn't real. They told me they had been the ones buying the gifts, eating the cookies, drinking the milk, and setting everything up. So I asked them about the note. I said, "Then who wrote the message back to me?" And they looked genuinely confused. They told me they had no idea. The thing is, when I had shown them the note that Christmas morning, they didn't even know what language it was. I remember them pausing and asking, "What is that?" And I told them it was Russian. My family is Hispanic, and at that time my parents barely knew English, let alone Russian. They didn't know anything about Russian culture, and honestly, they weren't interested in it. Their only real idea of Russia came from old Cold War-era fears and things they had heard growing up. So the idea that either of them somehow wrote a clean Russian response in neat handwriting just does not make sense. My little brothers couldn't have done it either. One of them was still a toddler, and the other was a young kid with no phone, no real internet access, and definitely no reason or ability to write in Russian. Years later, I asked them too, and they both said they had no clue what I was talking about. There was nobody else in the house that night. We didn't live near close relatives or friends who could have come over and done it. And even if someone had somehow helped, I still don't understand how they would have known what I wrote, or that they needed to answer in Russian. That note was just under the tree, and by morning, it had a reply. I'm an adult now, and I know how Christmas works. I know the gifts were from my parents. I know the cookies and milk were part of the tradition. But that one thing has never made sense to me. Someone, or something, wrote back. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to know who it was. When I was a teenager, my mom and I had to leave Montana and move back closer to our family. It happened fast. She had separated from my stepdad for personal reasons, and there really wasn't enough time for her to find us a proper place to stay. Thankfully, my dad let her take the camper so we'd have somewhere to sleep. We packed that thing as full as we could, and he told us that once we got settled somewhere, he'd bring the rest of our stuff. At first, my mom found a little RV spot back home while she looked for a house and tried to get work lined up. But that fell through. So her brother, Uncle Darren, told her we could park the camper beside his house while she got back on her feet. His sister, my Aunt Marla, was staying there too with her kids because their house had flooded. So for a while, it was my mom, me, my aunt, and my cousins all there together. Uncle Darren wasn't around much because he drove trucks for work and was gone constantly. My mom and I were technically outside in the camper though, and honestly, I think that might have been the only reason I lasted there as long as I did. Little by little, I started hearing stories about the house. It was a one-story place, but it had a basement with 2 rooms downstairs. My cousins used to sleep down there, but my aunt had moved them back upstairs. I never got the full reason why, but I could tell nobody liked talking about it too much. Aunt Marla told me strange things happened in that house. Her phone assistant would activate by itself at odd hours and say things that didn't make sense. She tried to laugh it off, saying her phone hated her, but she didn't look like she thought it was funny. Her husband had nightmares about a woman standing over the bed, just staring down at them. My cousins had their own stories too. Eventually, Aunt Marla and the kids moved back home after their house was fixed. After that, it was just me and my mom there. And that's when things really started happening to me. At first, it was small enough that I could explain it away, or at least I tried to. Sometimes I'd nap on the couch inside the house, and when I woke up, something would be sitting near me that hadn't been there before. One time, I woke up with a black hat lying right on my chest. I didn't own a black hat. I didn't remember seeing it anywhere before I fell asleep. Still, I told myself maybe I missed it somehow. Maybe someone had left it there. Maybe. My mom also started hearing tapping on the outside of the camper at night, and sometimes she heard noises coming from the woodshed behind us. That woodshed matters. I didn't know how much at the time, but I would. The part that bothered me most was the bathroom inside the house. I hated it. I know that sounds dramatic, but I mean it. I hated being in there. Our camper didn't have water hookups, so if I needed to shower or use the bathroom, I had to go inside. Every time I stepped into that room, I felt like something was wrong. Not, I'm scared of the dark wrong. More like the air itself was waiting for me to notice it. I used to beg my mom to sit outside the bathroom while I showered. Sometimes I even asked her to sit in there, just so I wouldn't be alone. She always said no. So I brought the cat. I'm not proud of that, but at the time, it made sense to me. I thought if the cat was in there, at least I wasn't by myself. And if something happened, maybe the cat would react first. But every single time, except once, the cat disappeared from the bathroom. I don't mean it slipped behind something. I mean I would lock the door, get in the shower, and when I got out, the cat would be gone. Then I'd open the door and find it sitting outside in the hallway. That door clicked shut properly. It wasn't loose. There weren't holes or gaps anywhere big enough for a cat to crawl through. And I always locked it before I got in the shower. So for the cat to get out, the door would have had to unlock, open, let the cat out, close again, and lock behind it. After it happened for the 4th time, I refused to use that bathroom anymore. I refused to go inside the house unless I absolutely had to. I made such a big deal out of it that my mom finally let me shower at the community center instead. The last thing that happened there was the worst. My mom had finally found us a house, and we were packing up the camper to leave. We were making sure nothing would slide around while she drove, and she handed me a plastic-wrapped case of water bottles. She told me to put it inside the house because she didn't want to take it with us. I hadn't stepped foot in that house since the bathroom incidents. I didn't want to go in then either. So I opened the front door, leaned in, set the water down just inside, and slid it to the side. I never fully entered the house. When I looked up to close the door, the bathroom light turned on. At first, I tried to make sense of it. I thought maybe the switch had been halfway down and finally clicked on by itself. Then I heard things being thrown. I couldn't see directly into the bathroom from where I was, but I heard stuff hitting the floor. Things from the counter, maybe bottles or small objects. Then it sounded like someone, or something, was throwing itself around in there. I froze. And then came the scream. I don't know how to describe it in a way that does it justice. It didn't sound human. It was low and high at the same time, loud enough that my whole body locked up. It was pure panic poured into a sound. I slammed the door shut and ran to my mom, crying and yelling that someone was inside the house. My mom didn't ask questions. She told me to get in the truck. Then she yelled for me to get in and leave it alone. As we were pulling away, she looked shaken. Then she told me she had seen Uncle Darren's wife standing in the woodshed. His wife, my aunt, had died by suicide in that woodshed years before. I knew she had passed away, but I didn't know how. I didn't know where. My mom said she saw her waving, almost like she was saying goodbye. I told her what had happened in the bathroom, and after that, we both went quiet for the rest of the drive to our new house. Later, my mom called Uncle Darren and told him what happened. That house still hasn't been sold, as far as I know, and when I looked into the property later, I found out there had been multiple fires there over the years, rebuilds, and more than one suicide connected to the place. I don't know exactly what was in that house, but I know what I heard. And I know that whatever was there waited until the very end to make sure I'd never forget it. I've been noticing something lately in so many people around me, in family, in coworkers, in friends. There's this quiet anxiety running underneath everything. This need to control every detail. This fear of failing. This fear of not being good enough. This feeling that if they loosen their grip even a little, everything might fall apart. And the hardest part is, many people think this is just normal. They think life is supposed to feel heavy. They think being tense all the time means they are being responsible. They think worry is part of being human. But recently, Someone I know had an experience that reminded me that it doesn't have to be this way. I'll call her Mina. That's not her real name. She came to me because she was struggling with sleep and anxiety. Her mind was always racing. Her body never really relaxed. Even when nothing was happening, she felt like something was about to go wrong. During the soul journey session I guided her through, her higher self showed her many lifetimes, almost like scenes projected across a huge screen. She was standing there, watching them unfold. Different lives, different problems, different heartbreaks, different fears. And after the session, she said something that stayed with me. She said, "It felt like a video game. You enter the game and forget it's a game. Everything feels so serious. The struggles feel real. The fear feels real. You get completely absorbed in it. But you can also wake up while you're still playing. You can remember that it's only a game, and suddenly, everything becomes lighter. You know you'll get through it. You know it's temporary. You know you're safe." That was the shift. When she saw all those lives from a place of peace, she wasn't trapped inside the drama anymore. She could step back. She could see the patterns. She could understand that the point was not to suffer forever. The point was to grow, to heal, to become resilient, to learn how to let go. Her higher self told her, "Release the fear of failure. Trust the path. Things will unfold the way they are meant to." And when we worked with the fear she had been carrying in her chest, she said it felt like a heavy stone had finally been lifted. Her breathing changed. Her shoulders softened. Her whole body seemed lighter. And honestly, I see this so often. People forget that they are playing the game. They believe the anxiety is the truth. They believe control is the only way to stay safe. They believe the constant worrying is just how life works. But it isn't. It's what happens when we become too lost in the game. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Sometimes we come here to experience being lost. Sometimes we come here to feel the pressure, the uncertainty, the challenge. But we didn't come here to be crushed by it. We came here to experience. We came here to play. The lesson is this: you are not meant to carry all of that weight forever. The anxiety, the control, the fear of failure. So much of it comes from forgetting who you really are. You are not only the character on the screen. The character has problems. The character has deadlines, relationships, bills, fears, memories, plans, and things they're trying to hold together. But the deeper you, the real you, is the one watching. And when you remember that, even for a moment, life becomes less suffocating. The story is still happening, yes. The challenges may still be there, but they don't own you in the same way. So if this speaks to you, try this meditation. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed for about 10 minutes. Sit comfortably, either on a chair or on a cushion. Keep your back straight, but let your body feel natural, not stiff. Close your eyes. Take 3 slow breaths. Inhale through your nose. Exhale gently through your mouth. Let your body settle. Now imagine that you are sitting in a dark movie theater. In front of you is a large blank screen. Slowly, your life begins to appear on that screen. You see your responsibilities, your worries, the situations you keep trying to control, the conversations that replay in your mind, the things that make your chest tighten. Just watch it all like a film. Notice the version of you inside the movie. See how that character reacts. See them worrying, planning, trying to protect themselves, trying to keep everything from falling apart. Don't judge them. Just watch. Now gently shift your attention to where you are sitting. Feel the seat beneath you. Feel the air around you. Feel your breath moving in and out. And notice this: you are not the character on the screen. The character may be afraid, but you, sitting here in the theater, are safe. There is no danger in this seat. There is only awareness. Now imagine that behind your seat there is a door. Stand up, turn around, and open it. Step through. On the other side is a peaceful place made just for you. Maybe it is a quiet beach at sunrise. Maybe it is a forest clearing. Maybe it is a mountain path under a wide sky. Let it appear in whatever way feels natural. This is the place of the player, the one who holds the controller, the one who chose this level, the one who existed before the story began. In this place, feel how light your body becomes. No worries can reach you here. No fear needs to follow you here. This is the part of you that was never broken, never trapped, never truly in danger. Now look back through the doorway. You can still see the theater. You can still see the screen. The film is still playing. But now you remember. It is a film. It is a game. It is an experience. Stay in this peaceful place for a few minutes. Breathe there. Rest there. Let your nervous system remember what safety feels like. And know that you can return to this place anytime. When you're ready, take one deep breath. Slowly open your eyes. Move your fingers and toes. Drink a little water if you can. Try doing this meditation before sleep each night for 2 weeks. At first, it may feel unusual. Your mind might resist it. That's okay. After a few days, you may notice that anxiety doesn't grip you quite as tightly. After 2 weeks, you might catch yourself smiling at something that used to make you panic. Not because the game disappeared, but because you remembered who you are. You are the player, not only the character, and the player doesn't really lose the game. The player experiences it. I hope this helps. Take care. About a week ago, I shared something about what I thought might be a mimic in my house, or maybe something attached to the land itself. Well, last night, it came back. And this time, it moved through the house like it wanted me to know it had heard me talking about it. It was 3:17 in the morning when I woke up to this scratching sound. Not loud exactly, but sharp enough to pull me straight out of sleep. A second later, I heard what sounded like my little girl's bedroom door opening, then closing. The problem was, my daughter wasn't home that night. She was staying elsewhere, so there was no reason for that door to move. I lay there for a few seconds, just listening. At first, I tried to convince myself it was one of the cats messing around in the hallway. They do that sometimes. But when I slowly lifted the blanket and looked around, every single cat was either stretched across me or curled up against my husband. The dog was on the floor, wide awake, staring at the open bedroom door. And the house was quiet. Too quiet. This place is never completely silent. There's always something. A pipe ticking, the fridge humming, the roof settling, an animal shifting around. But right then, it felt like the whole house was holding its breath with me. Then I heard it. 2 slow footsteps in the hallway. But they didn't sound like normal footsteps. They sounded dry and rough, almost like sandpaper dragging against painted walls. I stayed perfectly still and kept my eyes locked on the doorway. Then came 2 more steps. And then something flew into the room. It was one of my daughter's stuffed toys. It came from her bedroom and landed right near the dog. My dog panicked and jumped onto the bed, which scared the cats and nearly knocked the breath out of me. And I remember thinking, very clearly, that I had just watched a stuffed animal fly into my bedroom by itself. All the animals went completely still after that. Every one of them was staring at the same spot, the top left corner of my bedroom doorway. So I looked, and that's when I saw it. There was this black shape peering down from near the ceiling, the same dark mass that used to bother me years ago when my daughter was a baby. It wasn't standing there like a person. It was more like it was hanging or leaning from above, watching us from the corner where the wall met the ceiling. I went cold all over. For a few seconds, I honestly couldn't tell if I was awake or trapped in sleep paralysis. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I could only stare back at it. Then my dog, who is a cane corso and pit mix, launched off the bed and jumped at it, snapping into the air like he was trying to bite whatever that thing was. And the black mass just vanished. Not moved. Not backed away. It evaporated. The second I heard my dog hit the floor, I knew I was awake. I had been awake the whole time. After that, something started running across the metal roof. Something heavy. It sounded like a large animal with 4 legs sprinting back and forth above the house. It kept going until about 3:50, and then everything stopped all at once. The next morning, I kept thinking about the work I'd been doing near the tree line. I'd been clearing out invasive vines and brush from the edge of the property, and now I can't stop wondering if I disturbed something out there. Like I pulled on the wrong route or crossed some boundary I didn't know existed. I don't think this is a mimic anymore. I don't know what it is. I have told it to leave. I have cleansed the house with frankincense, myrrh, yerba santa, benzoin, and sage. I've had ordained ministers pray over the home and bless it. But I don't feel like this thing responds to that kind of authority. Honestly, religious prayers don't seem to weaken it. If anything, they make it more active. That's what scares me. It feels completely inhuman, older than anything I know how to name. And it doesn't just make noise. When my husband is away for work, it touches me at night. It has sat on the bed beside me. It has played with my hair. It has thrown pots and pans from the dish rack and knocked things off the stove. I wake up feeling drained, like something has pulled the life out of me while I slept. When I'm home, I get headaches and nausea. But when I leave the property, I start feeling normal again. The previous owner died here more than 20 years ago, though I haven't been able to find out how. I also learned that my property used to be part of a much larger plantation before the land was divided up. So trying to trace what may have happened on these 4 acres feels almost impossible. I'm working on getting cameras set up because I need proof. My family has experienced this too, but for some reason, I seem to get the most attention from it. And moving is not an option. So I'm asking plainly now, what do you think this thing is? And how do I make it stop? I want to tell you about something that happened to my sister-in-law, and honestly, even now, thinking about it gives me that cold little pinch at the back of my neck. At the time, my brother, his wife, and their 3-year-old son were looking for a place to live. Money was tight, the economy wasn't great, and then they found this big old house with rent so low it almost felt like a mistake. You know that kind of price where you feel lucky for about 5 seconds, and then some quieter part of your brain starts whispering, "Why is it so cheap?" The house looks strange from the outside. Not falling apart strange exactly, more like awkward. There was this narrow staircase on the right side of the front entrance, leading up to a front door that sat higher than ground level. It gave the whole place an odd, lifted feeling, as though the house didn't quite want to touch the earth. But nothing was officially wrong with it. The agent never mentioned any unnatural death there, and on paper, it seemed fine. So they moved in. My brother, his wife Lena, and their little boy Noah. Now, Noah was usually the kind of kid who loved exploring a new place. Open a cupboard, peek behind curtains, run from room to room like he'd discovered a private kingdom. But in that house, he changed almost immediately. He didn't want to explore. He didn't want to be alone. He clung to Lena constantly. If she stepped out of his sight for even a few seconds, he would panic and cry. Not a normal whiny cry either. It was fear. Real fear. At first, Lena thought maybe he just needed time to adjust. New house, new room, different sounds, that sort of thing. Then one day, she was walking through the house, with Noah right behind her as usual. As she passed one of the bedrooms, she saw something out of the corner of her eye. A large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. She stopped and turned to look properly. There was no chandelier, just a plain light bulb. She told herself it was nothing. Maybe her eyes had played a trick on her. Maybe the light shifted. Maybe she was tired. But after that, the house began to feel different, especially the kitchen. Whenever Lena was in there, she had this powerful feeling that someone was watching her. Not a vague feeling, not imagination. It was so strong that some days she would grab Noah, leave the house, and sit in the car for a while. Other times, she would take him to the mall, just so they didn't have to stay inside. Then came the night with the bedroom light. Lena was getting ready to go out with some friends. She was sitting in the bedroom, doing her makeup. The light switch was one of those old-fashioned round knobs, the kind you twist to adjust the brightness. Turn it one way and the room gets brighter. Turn it all the way back and the light shuts off. As she was putting on makeup, she noticed the room getting dimmer. At first, she thought, old house, old wiring, nothing too unusual. But then the light went completely off. She went over to the switch and saw that the knob had been turned all the way to the off position. That was when she started feeling uneasy. Still, she turned it back on. All the way up, brightest setting. She sat down again, and slowly, the light began to dim. Dimmer, dimmer, then off. This time, she was looking toward the switch, and she saw the knob turn by itself. Slowly, all the way back to off. And then, in the corner of her vision, she saw a black shape sitting on a stool in the bathroom. It looked like a man. Not a clear man, not a person with features. More like a shadow wearing the idea of a body. She didn't wait around to make sense of it. She got out of that house. Now, my brother believed in ghosts, which somehow makes what he did next even more ridiculous, because when Lena told him everything, he basically did nothing. Truly heroic stuff. Husband of the haunted year. But that changed one night when he came home late from work. Lena was asleep in their bedroom. The bathroom door inside the bedroom had been left open. At some point, she woke up to a strange sound. Tap, tap, tap. Like a cane hitting the floor. She opened her eyes. In the darkness, she saw the same black figure slowly moving toward the bed. She knew she was awake. She was completely sure of it. This wasn't a dream dissolving at the edges. This was happening. Lena grew up Catholic, so she pulled the blanket over herself from head to toe and started praying. She began with, Our Father. And right beside her left ear, she heard a deep man's voice. It repeated the words after her, mocking her, softly teasing, Our Father. Then giggling. She kept praying. She was terrified, but she kept going, while that voice stayed right beside her head, repeating, laughing, breathing close enough that it felt almost physical. Then the bedroom light switched on. My brother had just come home. After that, they moved out. And from what I heard, nobody ever stayed in that house for more than 6 months. Later, Noah said something I still don't like thinking about. He told us he had seen 16 faces in that house. When we asked him what he meant, he just started crying and said he didn't want to talk about it. 2 years later, he didn't remember any of it. The house was eventually torn down. I still wonder about that sometimes. If something really was there, where did it go when the walls came down? Did it leave? Did it follow someone? Did it simply wait, with nowhere to sit and nowhere to haunt? The rumor was that the previous owner had been an old man who lived alone and died naturally in the house. And one more thing still bothers me. If that thing mocked Lena while she prayed, then what does that mean? Did the prayer protect her? Or did it only make him laugh? Today something happened that honestly shook me. My husband, my father-in-law, and I were driving back from a little day trip, and on the way home, we were planning to stop by the hospital to visit my mother-in-law. She's been staying there for treatment. We ended up getting back much earlier than we thought we would, so we considered going home first, resting for a bit, and then heading to the hospital later. But I had this really strong feeling that we should just go straight there. I can't fully explain it. It wasn't dramatic or anything, just this deep inner push, like, no, we need to go now. So we went. When we pulled into the hospital parking area, my husband was looking for a spot, and suddenly he glanced up toward the building. His whole face changed. I was sitting in the back seat, and I could see that he looked unsettled. Then he said, "That woman in the window looks exactly like your mom." So I looked up, and I froze. There was a woman standing at a fourth-floor hospital window, looking straight down at us. And I mean straight at us. Not casually looking outside, not just staring into space. She was watching us, and she looked exactly like my mother. The strange part is, to me, she looked like my mom from maybe 10 or 12 years ago. But to my husband, she looked like my mom now. Either way, it was close enough that my whole body reacted before my brain could even catch up. It made absolutely no sense. My mother is in the United States. We were in Portugal. She has mobility issues and definitely could not just hop on an international flight and appear in a hospital window overseas. Rationally, I knew it could not be her. But visually, emotionally, instinctively, it felt like her. After we parked and got out, we had to walk a few minutes from the car to the hospital entrance. And that entire time, this woman kept watching us from the window. I kept looking back up because I couldn't help myself. Every time I did, she was still there. I had chills everywhere. I kept telling my husband, "This is really freaking me out." And what made it even stranger was that she didn't just look like my mom. Her posture, the way she held herself, the way she stared, even the stillness of her face, it all felt painfully familiar. My husband noticed it too. We both agreed that her mannerisms were almost identical. Once we got upstairs to my mother-in-law's room, I tried to settle myself, but I could not stop thinking about it. It kept replaying in my mind. That window, her face, the way she watched us walk in. Eventually, I told my husband, "I need to go to that floor. I need to walk past that room and see her closer up." He said he would come with me. So we went to the fourth floor and found the area where her room should have been. But right above that section of the unit, there was this huge sign hanging from the ceiling that said, "Authorized personnel only." We couldn't go in. It felt like we were being blocked from getting any closer, which only made the whole thing feel even more unreal. I should probably add that I've been going through a very deep spiritual awakening lately. My view of reality has been changing a lot, and I've been opening up to ideas I never would have taken seriously before. One of those ideas is that this life might be some kind of Earth School simulation, a place where we come to learn, evolve, and remember who we really are. So part of me wonders if my higher self created that moment somehow. Maybe it was a confirmation. Maybe it was meant to show me that what I've been feeling and learning is real, that reality is far more layered than we usually allow ourselves to believe. But another part of me wonders if it was something else entirely. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe I saw another version of my mother living a completely different life. Maybe somehow she recognized us too, and that's why she was staring so intensely. I don't know. And the wildest part is that the night before this happened, I saw what I believe was a UAP for the first time in my life. So having these two experiences back to back has left me feeling completely stunned. I keep trying to make sense of it. My logical mind still wants to doubt it a little and say, maybe I imagined the resemblance. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe my brain filled in the blanks. But deep down, I know what I saw. I saw a woman in that window who looked like my mother, moved like my mother, and watched us like she knew us. And I honestly don't know what to do with that. I still get uneasy when I think about this, even though it happened years ago, and I've mostly moved on from it. It's strange how something can be so far in the past and still feel close enough to breathe on the back of your neck. I was around 14 when it started. I'm 24 now, so a lot of time has passed, but back then, it felt like my whole world had quietly tilted sideways. One afternoon, I went with my cousins to visit an old royal estate outside our town. It was huge. The kind of place that looks beautiful in daylight, but probably shouldn't be explored after sunset. There were wide courtyards, cracked stone paths, faded walls, and gardens that looked like they were holding on to secrets. We were just being kids, running around, laughing too loudly, chasing each other through the passageways. To get from one part of the palace grounds to another, we had to cross this garden area where old graves were lined up. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was young, distracted, and honestly not very careful. Then one of my cousins, Karan, shoved me as a joke. I stumbled, tried to catch myself, and my foot landed directly on one of the graves. At first, I just stepped away and kept walking. I didn't say anything. Nobody did. It didn't feel important in that moment. But after that day, things slowly began to change. It started small. Little sounds at night. Footsteps outside my room. The floor creaking when everyone else was asleep. Nothing dramatic enough to make people believe me, but just enough to make me feel like I wasn't alone. Then it got worse. I started waking up around midnight almost every night. Not from a dream, not from a noise, just suddenly wide awake. I would lie there in the dark, trying to force myself back to sleep, but I couldn't. And then I'd hear it. Footsteps. Clear, slow footsteps circling my room. They would move around me, stop near my bed, then start again. Sometimes they came so close that I could feel this heavy presence beside me, like someone was standing there, leaning over me, watching. And whenever I sat up, everything stopped. The room would go silent. But the moment I lay back down, the footsteps would rush away, almost like whatever it was didn't want to be seen. After a while, I started noticing other things too. I had a small pendant I used to wear, and it kept breaking. I would get it fixed, wear it again, and somehow it would break again. I couldn't focus in school because I was exhausted all the time. I was sleepy during the day, nervous at night, and constantly on edge. Then I began seeing shadows. Not full figures at first, just movement in the corner of my eye. A shape passing behind a doorway. Something dark standing near a wall, gone the second I looked directly at it. The worst part was the feeling. That feeling of being watched. I tried telling my family, but most of them thought I was making excuses because I didn't want to study. I don't blame them completely. I know how it sounded, but I wasn't pretending. Sometimes I could feel something so close to me that it almost felt like someone was breathing near my face. Eventually, I told my mother and grandmother everything. I even told them about stepping on the grave at the palace. That was when they finally got quiet. My grandmother took it seriously right away. She said some things should never be laughed off, especially when old places and graves are involved. So they took me to a priest. He listened carefully and said that sometimes spirits can feel disrespected by careless actions. He also said something that stayed with me. He told us that if the spirit had truly wanted to harm me, it probably would have done so already. He believed it wasn't trying to destroy me. It was trying to make itself known. Maybe it wanted acknowledgement. Maybe it wanted closure. He prayed for me and gave me a protective necklace to wear. I thought that would make everything better, but somehow it made things clearer. After I started wearing the necklace, I began seeing the figure more often. A dark, shadowy shape. It never stood right in front of me. It stayed at the edges of my sight, near corners, doorways, and dim places. I would turn my head and it would be gone, but I always knew it had been there. Then, one evening, everything changed. There was a big festival happening in our area. My grandmother always used to say that spirits don't like bright, happy energy. They avoid celebrations, prayers, music, lights, all of it. I never knew whether I believed that, but that night made me wonder. I was home alone, sitting in my room, trying to relax. The house felt quieter than usual, but not in a peaceful way. Then I looked toward the main room and saw it. A figure sitting on the sofa. Just sitting there. Dark, still, and shaped almost like a person. For a few seconds I couldn't move. My body went cold. Then somehow I gathered enough courage to stand up and walk toward it. The moment I stepped closer, it vanished. But then I saw it again, moving fast toward the front door. I don't know what came over me, but I ran after it. I reached the door, opened it, and saw the shadow rushing down the stairs. And then it disappeared. Just like that. After that night, the footsteps stopped. The broken pendant stopped. The shadows stopped. I could sleep again. Everything became normal. I don't know exactly what followed me home from that palace. I don't know if it was angry, confused, or just waiting for me to understand what I had done. But I know what I felt, and I know how badly it affected me at the time. It might not sound like the most terrifying story in the world, but living through it was different. It scared me deeply. And in a strange way, it also taught me something. Fear becomes heavier when you keep running from it. That night, when I finally walked toward the thing I had been avoiding, it left. Maybe that was all it wanted. Maybe it just wanted me to face it. There are a few parts to this story, so stay with me. Back in 2020, I was in this season where I was really trying to heal. I was practicing mindfulness every day, meditating, doing breath work, spending a lot of time outside, just trying to come back to myself in some way. One afternoon, I was sitting on my back porch in the sunlight, just being quiet, when I noticed a dragonfly nearby. Now, I'm a pretty skeptical person by nature. My brain usually wants evidence before it believes anything. But for some reason, in that moment, I thought, what would happen if I stopped being so closed off for a minute? What if I just allowed myself to be open? So I closed my eyes, took a few slow breaths, and pictured the dragonfly landing on my knee. And then it did. I opened my eyes, and there it was, sitting right on my knee. So then I thought, okay, what if I imagine it landing on my finger? And it did. At that point, I was already stunned. Then I pictured it landing on my foot, and it went there too. Then back to my knee, and again, it followed. It happened too many times for me to brush it off as coincidence. I remember sitting there thinking, something strange is happening right now. I didn't know what to call it. Spiritual, paranormal, intuitive, whatever word fits, but I knew it felt real. Fast forward to September of 2023. My grandmother was at home on hospice. A couple of days before she passed, she was in this half-asleep, half-unreachable state. One night, while she was resting, I sat beside her and held her hand. I closed my eyes and quietly hoped for something. A message, a feeling, a connection, anything. I think part of me believed that because she was so close to passing, maybe there would be some kind of opening, some little doorway between here and wherever we go. But nothing happened. Or at least, that's what I thought. Then, about a month ago, I stayed up late talking with my cousin Mara, who I don't speak with very often. She asked me if anything unusual had happened in the house since my grandmother died. Anything paranormal, any signs, any strange little moments. I told her no, and honestly, I admitted I was disappointed. When I was little, I used to ask my grandmother to visit me after she passed. I wanted so badly to believe she would. Mara said something that stayed with me. She said maybe time doesn't work the same way on the other side. Maybe we have no idea how or when they're able to send a message, and maybe sometimes we're not in the right state to receive it yet. That really stuck with me. The past few weeks, I've been back in another healing season. I've been trying to climb out of depression, anxiety, insomnia, all of it. I started meditating again. I had Reiki done for the first time. I made some big decisions that felt scary but necessary. The kind of choices that clear space in your life even if they hurt at first. Then, 2 nights ago, I was listening to music on my laptop, which I almost never do. A song came up that I hadn't heard in a long time, 4th of July by Sufjan Stevens. The song is written like a conversation between someone who has died and someone who is still alive. I started really listening, then reading the lyrics as they played. And then I got to the line, "Do you find it all right, my dragonfly?" The second I read the words, "my dragonfly," something in me broke open. It wasn't gentle, it was instant. It felt like every emotion in my body rushed to the surface at once. I started crying so hard I almost felt sick. In that moment, my mind connected the dragonfly from 2020 to my grandmother. Maybe it was her. Maybe she sent it. Maybe it was some kind of sign before I even understood what it meant. And then the next lines felt like they were being spoken directly to me. Why do you cry? Make the most of your life, while it is rife, while it is light. That hit me so deeply because I haven't been in a good place for a long time. I felt like I wasted parts of my life, especially the last years of my 20s. I've carried so much grief and regret, and suddenly it felt like she was telling me, "Live, please live." After that, I went to get a framed photo of my grandmother so I could put it on my bedside table. But I got sidetracked and opened her jewelry box. The first thing I pulled out was a charm bracelet. On it was an engraving from my grandfather that said, "To our eternal love." I know logically that it was from him to her. But in that moment, it felt like she was speaking through it too. Like love doesn't end. Like it just changes form. And maybe this sounds strange, I know it might. But I keep thinking about what Mara said. That time could be different on the other side. That we don't know how messages move. That maybe we have to be ready to receive them. And I wonder if that night, when I held my grandmother's hand while she was close to death, somehow created a bridge. Maybe not in a way I can explain. Maybe that quiet moment connected back to the day with the dragonfly. Maybe what I thought was nothing wasn't nothing at all. My logical brain keeps arguing with the part of me that believes. It says, it's just a song, it's just lyrics. Lots of people feel things when they hear that song. And I get that. But the dragonfly really happened. I didn't imagine that part. It moved to every place I pictured before it even left the last one. It went on too long to feel random. I've had other moments in my life too, where I just knew something before it happened. A calm would come over me, then the thing would unfold. Sometimes I feel deeply tuned in to nature, almost like there's a quiet language there that I can almost understand. I don't know exactly what this was, but I know how it felt. And it felt like love finding a way through. This happened to me when I was about 13, back when we lived in this old house in a tiny mountain village. It was just my mom, my little brother, and me. We lived on the upper floor, and the owner of the house lived downstairs. Our apartment had a really strange layout. There was this long hallway, and at the end of it was the kitchen. Then, to get to my room, you had to walk through the kitchen. And to get to my mom's room, you had to walk through my room first. So her bedroom was kind of tucked away at the very end of everything. And honestly, I never liked that room. I can't explain it properly, even now. Nothing obvious ever happened at first, but every time I had to go near it, I felt uncomfortable. Heavy, almost. Like the air changed a little. I used to keep her bedroom door shut whenever I could, because I hated seeing inside. We also had a cat, and he was always wandering around the apartment or going outside. So strange little noises weren't unusual. One summer afternoon, I was sitting in my bedroom by the open window. There was a wide windowsill, and I used to sit there all the time to get some fresh air and talk to people outside. My mom was down in the courtyard watching my little brother play near the garage. The door to my mom's room was closed, like usual. It had one of those old, round doorknobs, the kind you see on older doors. I was just sitting there, relaxed, looking outside and chatting a little, when suddenly I heard this loud rattling sound behind me. I turned around, and my whole body froze. The doorknob to my mom's bedroom was shaking. Not turning exactly, just shaking hard, like someone on the other side had grabbed it and was trying to open the door. At first, I tried to stay calm. I thought maybe I'd accidentally shut the cat in there. That made sense for about 2 seconds. Then I looked back out the window, and I saw our cat outside, near the garage, walking close to my little brother. That's when my heart just dropped, because everyone who lived in that apartment was outside. My mom was outside, my brother was outside, the cat was outside, and I was the only one upstairs. But that doorknob was still moving. I didn't even think. I just ran. I bolted out of my room, through the kitchen, down the stairs, and into the courtyard, crying and shaking. I told my mom what had happened, probably barely making sense because I was so scared. My mom has always been very practical, so she stayed calm. She told me there was probably nothing there, and she went upstairs to check, mostly to reassure me. She opened the door. There was nothing in the room. No person, no animal, nothing fallen against the door, nothing that could have moved the handle like that. And I know people can say maybe I imagined it, or maybe it was the wind, or an old house making old house noises. But I know what I saw. That handle was being shaken from the other side. Other strange things happened in that apartment after that too, but that moment stayed with me the most. Even now, years later, when I think about that bedroom at the end of the apartment, I still feel that same little wave of fear come back. Like some part of me is still sitting on that windowsill, hearing the doorknob rattle behind me. Hey, so I wanted to share something that happened during a long weekend trip near Lake Leelanau, because honestly, I'm still trying to understand it. I went there with my partner, Milo, and it was my first time in the area. I had been looking forward to it for weeks. We rented this quiet little one-level place up on a hill, just above North Lake Leelanau Drive. No basement, no attic, nothing that made the place seem unusual at first. It was close enough to the road that we could see it, but during the whole stay, I barely heard any traffic. Maybe a few cars total. The property felt private, secluded, but not unsafe. At least, not at first. When we walked in, the first thing I noticed was how still it was. Not peaceful exactly, more like emptied out. The air felt too quiet. I remember feeling a little off balance, almost foggy, but I told myself it was probably just the drive. That first evening, we heard a few small sounds inside the unit. Little knocks here and there, maybe something shifting. Nothing dramatic enough to make us pack up or start investigating. At the time, it felt random. But the first night, after Milo fell asleep, things changed. I started hearing movement inside the rental. Not outside, inside. Objects shifting, bare feet brushing across the floor. It sounded like someone was moving around casually, especially in the kitchen, like the place was being used by someone who already knew where everything was. And when the sound stopped, that was worse. It felt like someone was standing in the hallway, watching us. Then it felt like they were in the bedroom. Sometimes I had this awful sense that they were moving between the hall and the bathroom, just pacing around us while Milo slept beside me. I was uncomfortable in a way I can't really dress up. I felt genuinely scared. The next morning, while I was showering, I heard the shuffling again. Clear, barefooted steps. Before we left for breakfast, I checked the windows and doors. The windows were fine, but one of the exit doors was unlocked. I asked Milo right away, "Did you use this door?" They said no, and I knew I had locked it the night before. When we came back, we spent the afternoon and evening in the rental, trying to relax. But the noises continued through the day. Little movements, shuffling. The sense of someone nearby. I kept checking the rooms, the windows, the hallway. I did it enough that Milo noticed and asked me about it. I just felt like I needed to stay alert. Before bed that second night, I checked everything again. The doors, the windows, anything we had opened. Everything was locked. Then Milo fell asleep, and almost immediately, it started again. This time the activity felt stronger, louder, more deliberate. I heard movement in the common areas, but I also felt like someone was walking through the bedroom and stopping near us. At one point, I heard what sounded like two voices having a low conversation. I couldn't make out words, but the rhythm was unmistakable. Two people murmuring somewhere inside the place. I finally got so scared that I turned on lights. I went into the bathroom, switched on the light, partly closed the door, and got back into bed. I turned my phone brightness up, put on a video at low volume, and tried to fall asleep. I had nightmares all night. The next morning, I woke up and found a heavy drawer wide open in the bathroom area. It was granite and hardwood, not some lightweight drawer that could slide open on its own. Milo and I had even talked earlier about how awkward and heavy those drawers were, because the knobs were tiny and smooth. That drawer had not been opened the night before. I know it wasn't, because it would have blocked the way out of the bathroom. Then, while I showered again, I heard the bare feet. But this time, there was another sound too. Heavier footsteps. Slower, more solid, going back and forth. The thing that made my stomach turn was that those heavier steps reminded me of Milo's walk. We had actually joked about that kind of footstep the day before, but I knew it wasn't Milo. The rental had an open layout, and I knew where they were. By then, I felt like something was mimicking us, or playing with us. From that point on, the activity seemed almost constant. Later that day, we went out for a while, came back briefly, and something unexpected happened. I proposed to Milo inside the rental. I know that probably sounds strange after everything I've said, but whenever we left the house, I felt normal again. The fear lifted. The confusion lifted. So when we came back for just a few minutes between outings, I wasn't thinking about the house. I was thinking about us. But when I walked toward the bedroom to get the rings, I suddenly felt deeply disoriented, almost confused. It wasn't nerves. We had been talking about marriage for years. This was not a rushed or uncertain thing. Milo said yes, and for a few moments, I was happy. Then I felt violently ill. Not just nervous or emotional. Sick in that awful way where you wish your body would just get it over with so you could feel relief. We tried to blame it on food, even though we had eaten the same meal. I took medication, but nothing really helped. That sick feeling stayed with me for the rest of the day. That evening, when we got back, I finally told Milo plainly that something felt wrong in the rental. That was when they admitted they had heard things too. Someone going through cabinets. Someone moving through our belongings. Muffled conversations. I hadn't heard the belongings being touched, but they had. After that, we were both on edge. We tried to enjoy the evening, especially because we had just gotten engaged, but we kept looking over our shoulders. Down the hall. Toward the windows. Toward the doors. At one point, we were sitting together, talking about the engagement, trying to feel grateful and excited. And then came the loudest sound of the entire trip. It came from the middle of the unit. It was so sudden and violent that the only way I can describe it is that it sounded like an explosion inside the house. Milo snapped toward the sound and yelled, "There is literally no reason for that." And they were right. There was no reason. No explanation. Nothing had fallen. Nothing made sense. We didn't even really discuss it afterward, because I think neither of us wanted to make it more real than it already was. On the final night, I went around again before bed to lock up and prepare for leaving in the morning. Several windows that we had never used were unlocked. The doors were unlocked too. Then I noticed the dining chairs. They had been pulled farther out from the table than when we arrived. We had never used the dining set. The fear came early that night. I took my medication earlier than usual, left more lights on, and luckily I didn't have to lie awake alone for long after Milo fell asleep. Still, there were noises. The same presence. The same feeling that the place was occupied by something that knew we were there. The final morning was a repeat. Bare feet. Heavy feet. The feeling of being watched. And one exit door open again. As we left the property, I said, "We are never coming back here." Milo agreed. But here's the part that still bothers me. Later, Milo didn't remember the loud, explosive sound clearly. They didn't remember yelling what they yelled afterward. They also downplayed a lot of what happened, even though they had admitted to hearing cabinets, belongings, and muffled voices while we were there. They mostly remembered that I had made it very clear I did not like that house. And the thing is, I'm not someone who scares easily. I grew up in what I'd call a loud house, spiritually speaking. By the time I was 12, I was used to strange sounds and odd feelings. I've been around places and people with heavy energy before. I've had experiences that might unsettle other people, but they never made me feel like this. This was different. I don't know if it was me. I don't know if it was the house. I don't know if it was the land. But I know I did not feel safe there. I didn't feel well. And at certain points, I honestly didn't feel fully sane. So I'm sharing this because I'd really like to know whether anyone familiar with Leland or Lake Leelanau has heard similar stories. Folklore, local history, anything tied to that area. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just trying to understand why that place felt so wrong. I must have been about 15 when this happened. Back when I was living in this little hometown where everybody sort of knew everybody. It had maybe 12,000 people in it, give or take, so news traveled fast, rumors traveled faster, and creepy houses had reputations before you ever stepped inside them. My cousin, who I'll call Brandon, lived close by, and we used to hang around with these kids down the street. There were two sisters, Marissa and Kayla, and their little brother, though, honestly, we mostly spent time with the girls because they were closer to our age. Their house always had this uneasy feeling to it. It was older, kind of worn down, and I remember people saying it had been a drug house before their family moved in. I don't know how true that was, but in a town like that, stories stuck to places like dust. And the girls had mentioned more than once that they thought the house was haunted. One afternoon, Brandon and I were outside when Kayla and Marissa came running over. Kayla, the younger sister, looked genuinely shaken. Not just, I want attention scared, but pale, wide-eyed, trying to talk too fast because her brain was still back in whatever had happened. She told us she'd woken up in the middle of the night. She slept on the bottom bunk, and Marissa slept above her. When Kayla opened her eyes, she said there was a hockey stick floating near her head. Not lying on the bed, not leaning against something. Floating. She said the handle was angled downward and the blade was pointing up, almost like someone was holding it there, ready to swing it. She tried calling Marissa's name, but Marissa wouldn't wake up. So Kayla screamed, and the stick dropped to the floor. After that, she refused to sleep alone in that bunk and ended up squeezing into bed with her sisters. Now, I'll be honest, Brandon and I didn't know whether we believed her. We were teenagers, so part of us wanted to laugh it off, and part of us desperately wanted it to be real. That perfect, spooky little doorway between skepticism and curiosity. So I asked her, "Do you want to show us what happened?" She said yes. And because this was around 2007, when YouTube was still this strange new kingdom of grainy chaos, I ran back and grabbed my family's old camcorder. Brandon and I were joking that if we caught a ghost, we'd be famous. Real professional ghost hunters, obviously. 2 kids, 1 busted camcorder, no plan. We went into their house and headed upstairs to the girls' bedroom. As soon as we got in there, I started recording. I asked Kayla to explain it again, and she picked up the hockey stick to show us exactly where it had been. She stood beside the bottom bunk and held it off to the side near where her head would have been, with the blade tilted upward. We suggested maybe Marissa had held it from the top bunk while she was asleep or half awake. Marissa immediately shook her head and said no. And to be fair, she was known for sleeping like a stone dropped into a lake. Once she was out, she was gone. Then I asked Kayla, "Where was the stick before you saw it?" She grabbed it and slid it under the top bunk mattress, right above where she would have been sleeping. Basically, it had been tucked between the mattress and the bed frame, underneath Marissa. At that point, I started thinking, okay, maybe she woke up confused. Maybe in the dark, half asleep, she saw part of the stick sticking out and thought it was floating. It seemed possible. Kayla got irritated with us and said, "But it fell. I heard it hit the floor." And she had a point. That part didn't fit as neatly. Then Brandon and I noticed this little storage door in the back corner of the room, near the entrance. It was one of those small, awkward doors that already look suspicious just because of where it is. We started joking that the storage room was probably the haunted part. I walked over, opened the little door, and stuck the camcorder into the dark, like some kind of bargain bin paranormal investigator. You couldn't see much. It was just blackness and dust and old house silence. We made some dumb comment about how maybe that was where people had hidden drugs, or maybe someone had overdosed in there years ago. Then I walked back over to the bunk bed and lay down on the bottom bunk with the camcorder still in my hand. We all kept talking for a minute. Nothing dramatic, Just that nervous, joking chatter people do when they're trying not to admit they're uncomfortable. Then I looked up at the top bunk. The hockey stick wasn't there anymore. I said, "Wait, where did we put the stick? I thought it was still under the mattress." Everyone stopped. We all looked around the room. Nobody saw it at first. Then someone pointed toward the little storage door. Next to that door, there was a dresser pushed up against the wall, and there, somehow, was the hockey stick wedged behind it. The blade was facing up and sticking out toward the little door, like it had been carefully tucked there. The room went cold in that way that has nothing to do with temperature, because it didn't make sense. If someone had put it there, they would have had to pull it out from under the top bunk mattress, carry it across the room, and shove it behind the dresser. And the way it was positioned was weird. It wasn't just lying there naturally. It was tucked between the dresser and the wall with the hook side out, leaning toward the storage door. So I grabbed the camcorder and rewound the tape. We watched it back right there in the room. There was Kayla talking about the stick. There she was, sliding it under the mattress. Then, just a few seconds later, the video showed me turning toward the little storage door, and as the camera swept past the dresser, you could see it. The hockey stick was already there, wedged behind the dresser, blade up, clear as anything. Nobody said much at first. We just stared at that tiny camcorder screen, trying to make our brains turn the impossible into something ordinary. Brandon finally said something like, "Nope, maybe I moved it and it fell behind there." But even he didn't sound convinced. I told him there was no time. The camera moved toward that corner too fast. Someone would have had to pull the stick out from under the mattress, cross the room, place it behind the dresser, and get out of the shot without making any sound. And that space behind the dresser was so tight that if it had fallen in, it absolutely would have clattered. It didn't. Nobody heard anything, and the video showed it there almost immediately. That was enough for all of us. We suddenly remembered we were still standing in the bedroom where this had just happened, and we ran downstairs and straight out of the house. I never uploaded the video, partly because the camcorder was already old and annoying to deal with, even back then, but mostly because I didn't want my awkward teenage self floating around online forever, attached to some shaky ghost footage. I still think about it though. I can't fully explain it. I've tried. I've gone over the timing, the room, the way the stick was positioned, the sound it should have made, everything. After that day, I hated going upstairs in that house. I could do it, but I never liked it. And those girls were terrified of sleeping in that room again. Honestly, I don't blame them. So, when we first moved into that house, I was still a teenager, and almost right away, strange things started happening. At first, it was knocking from the attic. And I don't mean little scratching sounds or something you could easily explain away as an animal moving around. These were actual knocks. Clear, deliberate knocks. One night, I was sleeping beside my mom, and she woke me up and asked, "Do you hear that?" And right above us, from the attic, there were several knocks in a row. I remember hearing them, but honestly, I was so exhausted that I barely reacted. I just wanted to sleep. Another time, during the day, my little brother and I were lying on my mom's bed, staring up at the ceiling. And from the exact spot I happened to be looking at, there was a knock. He was still pretty young then, so I told him it was just the wind. I didn't want to scare him, but I knew it didn't sound like wind. There were other sounds too. A few times, we heard what sounded like a ball bouncing. It would usually start above us and then move away, like someone was bouncing it across the floor overhead. That always stuck with me because my mom had heard that same kind of sound before, years earlier, in another house we lived in. She was alone in a room, and she heard a ball bouncing in there with her. Eventually, the attic knocks stopped, but other things started happening instead. About once a year, my mom would be away for a week or so, and for some reason, things always seemed to get worse when I was alone in the house. One of the first times she left, on the very first night, I heard 4 loud bangs from the attic. They were strong enough that I woke up, but again, I was so tired that I just fell back asleep. Another year, she was away again, and the first morning I woke up because someone, or something, was knocking hard on my bedroom wall. It was so loud that the mirror hanging on that wall actually shook. I got out of bed because I had friends coming over later and needed to clean up. While I was moving around, I suddenly heard what sounded like a plastic cup tipping over in the hallway. That's the best way I can describe it. A hollow little clatter, like a cup falling onto the floor. But when I checked, there was nothing there. Another morning, I woke up, got ready for work, and then I heard a click, followed by the sound of an old machine turning on. I looked around and realized it was my PlayStation. Someone, or something, had pressed the power button, and it was switching itself on. Then there was another time when I was leaving for work. My mom and brother were both away, so I knew nobody else should have been moving around. As I passed my brother's room, I heard the door handle moving. I saw it from the corner of my eye, going up and down. But the second I turned my head and looked directly at it, it stopped. One night, I woke up because my feet were bouncing. Not twitching. Bouncing. It felt like someone was underneath my bed, pushing up on the mattress from below. There's no real space under that bed for anyone to hide, but I still checked. Then I checked the front door too, just to make sure it was locked. It was. But the scariest thing happened one night when I went to bed around 2 in the morning. Before going to sleep, I had checked on everyone in the house. They were all asleep. My bedroom door was slightly open. It opens into a hallway, and that hallway has another door leading into the rest of the house. We usually kept that hallway door closed because the house got cold easily. There was also a staircase nearby that led up to the attic. The hallway light was on, and I always hear when someone enters that hallway. Always. Especially if my bedroom door is open. But that night, I didn't hear anyone come in. All of a sudden, I heard someone rummaging through the closet right beside my door. It sounded like they were moving through the shoes, shuffling them around, searching for something. At first, my sleepy brain tried to make it normal. I thought, maybe it's the landlord. But then I thought, why would the landlord be inside the house at 2 in the morning, going through our shoes? Then the sound stopped, and right after that, this small standing shelf we had in the hallway started shaking. It wasn't a little wobble. It shook back and forth like someone had grabbed it with both hands and was forcing it to move. I remember thinking, that had better be the biggest rat in the world. And then I got up and slept in my mom's bed, because absolutely not. The strange thing is, I never really felt like whatever was there was angry. It felt more annoyed than anything. I know this sounds strange, but when I think about it, I always picture the color red. I don't know why. It's just there in my mind. Red. It felt like it was trying to get my attention. The last 2 things I remember happening in the house were years ago. One night, I woke up because there were 3 loud knocks on my bedroom door. Again, I would have heard someone enter the hallway, but I hadn't heard a thing. Another time, the door itself shook. And honestly, I think whatever is in that house might even affect my car. But only when I drive away from that house. I don't really know how to explain it properly, but it has something to do with the tachometer, or the engine revving. Basically, the car doesn't do what it's supposed to do whenever I leave my mom's house. Only there. When I stayed at my dad's place, it never happened. When I rented a place for 9 months, it didn't happen once. The car worked perfectly. But now I'm staying at my mom's house again while she's away for the summer. And I've only been here a few days, and it's already started again. The car refuses to rev properly, and I have to stop somewhere, turn it off, and turn it back on again. It's not the way I park. It's not the way I reverse out. I do the same thing everywhere else. A few years ago, I even replaced the part that was supposed to be responsible for it. And for a while, that seemed to fix it. But then, after a few months, the problem came back. Only at that house. So I don't know what it is, but whatever lives there, or whatever is attached to that place, it really feels like it knows when someone is paying attention. I'm still honestly shaken up talking about this, but I think I need to start from the beginning so it makes sense. Almost 3 years ago, my husband and I moved to a small island in the Pacific for his work. We knew it was temporary because his job moves us around pretty often, but the housing they placed us in was old. I mean, really old. The unit was built sometime around the 1940s or 1950s. Before we moved in, I had seen people in local groups talk about these houses being haunted. There were stories everywhere. Strange sounds, weird feelings, people seeing things. But at the time, we didn't take it too seriously. We figured every old military-style house probably had stories attached to it. And since we were only going to be here for a few years, we weren't too worried. About 6 months after moving in, something happened that I still think about. That night, we had already put our little one to bed. Usually, bedtime was around 7:30 or 8, and after that, my husband and I would sit in the living room, watch a show, play a game, or just talk until around 10 or 11. We were on the couch that night, talking about whatever series we were watching at the time, when suddenly we heard this loud stomping sound right outside our child's bedroom. And then there was laughter. It sounded like a child laughing, but not exactly. That's the part that made my skin prickle. It started off deeper than a child's laugh should be, and then it sort of shifted into something higher, like the laugh of a young kid, maybe around 5 or 6 years old. It didn't sound natural. It sounded like something trying to copy a child. I jumped up right away and went to check on our little one, thinking maybe they had woken up or made some noise in their sleep. But they were completely knocked out. Not stirring, not moving, nothing. My husband heard it too, but he tried to explain it away. He said maybe one of the toys had gone off. I remember looking at him like, what toy stomps? Still, I didn't argue. I just felt this heavy, uneasy feeling settle in my stomach. The next day, I went through our child's entire room. I checked every toy, every stuffed animal, every little thing that made noise. Nothing fit. There was no TV in there, no tablet, no sound machine, nothing except the ceiling fan we used for background noise. I told my husband, and he said I was probably overthinking it, so I let it go. Or at least, I tried to. About a year later, our child started saying they didn't want to sleep alone anymore. At first, I thought it was just a normal kid phase. Nightmares, monsters, shadows in the room, all of that. They would say there were monsters, and I would reassure them the way parents do. I told them they were safe. I told them nothing could hurt them. I told them that even if a monster tried, it would have to get through me and their dad first. After a while, they seemed less afraid, and I thought maybe we had gotten through that stage. Then one morning at breakfast, completely out of nowhere, they said something that made me freeze. They said, "The monsters are just friends. They won't hurt us because they're always with us." I tried to stay calm, but I asked what they meant, and they said, "They're with us when we're all home together. They watch us while we sleep so we're safe." I looked over at my husband, hoping he would react, but he just shrugged it off like it was imagination. And honestly, I wanted to believe that too. At least our child wasn't scared anymore, right? That's what I told myself. But then this past weekend happened. My husband got called into work around 9 at night, and our child was already asleep. I stayed up for a while finishing a painting I had started earlier that day. Sometime later, our little one woke up and wanted to sleep in my bed. I didn't mind. My husband wouldn't be home until morning anyway, so we got settled in my room. They curled up beside me and fell asleep pretty quickly. Then, at around 11:30, I woke up to laughter. It was coming from their bedroom. At first, it sounded like hysterical child laughter. Not a soft giggle, not a toy sound, but loud, wild laughing. Then it changed into what sounded like a child talking, except the words weren't words. It was gibberish, but fast, like someone whispering and babbling at the same time. My child sat straight up next to me and said, "Mama, who is that?" And that's when I knew I wasn't imagining it. There were no TVs on, no toys that could make that sound, no tablets, no game consoles, nothing. The only device on was my phone, and it was in my hand. I didn't know what else to do. I got up, walked to my bedroom door, locked it, and came back to bed. I just sat there for a while, completely stunned, trying to make sure my child felt safe enough to fall asleep again. The thing is, this house has always felt wrong. I've had people come over and ask if I've ever experienced anything strange here before I even tell them anything. It's like the air changes when you walk inside. No matter what room you're in, you feel watched. Not always threatened exactly, but never alone. I've tried telling whatever this is to leave. I've tried ignoring it. I've tried pretending it's nothing. But it keeps coming back in little ways, and now it feels like it's focused around my child's room. I've thought about asking the housing office to move us, but I'm scared to tell them the real reason. I don't want anyone looking at me like I'm unstable or making things up. We're supposed to leave the island in about a year, so part of me wonders if I should just wait it out. But another part of me feels like one more year in this house is too long. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know if anyone else has dealt with something like this, but I would really appreciate any advice. It's been a few years now since this happened, and I still don't really know how to talk about it without getting goosebumps. I went back to Maui in April of 2022 for my 40th birthday. My husband surprised me with a family trip, and somehow there were 16 of us all together, staying at the Grand Wailea. I know that sounds fancy, and it was, but for me, Maui wasn't about the resort. Maui had been home once. It was where I had worked, where I had loved, where I had lost people, and where pieces of my spirit had been scattered like little shells along the shoreline. My grandmother had lived in Kihei when I was growing up, so visiting her meant getting to visit Maui. She passed away on April 26th, 2 days after my birthday. That date matters. I didn't know how much it mattered until everything unfolded. The whole trip, I kept feeling this ache in my chest. I missed the island badly. The trees, the air, the people, the feeling that the land itself knew your name. My husband could tell I needed to get away from the resort for a while, so the day after my birthday, my friend who still lived on island picked me up with another friend, and we went to Ingao Valley. Before we went, my brother had told me, "You need to get in the water and make 3 wishes." He was strangely serious about it. I had hurt my knee a couple days earlier going down the pool slides with my little girl, but I didn't care. Swollen knee or not, I was going. When we got there, I prayed for my grandmother in the Portuguese garden, and then we hiked up toward the Needle. My friend knew where to go, so we left the regular tourist trail and found a quiet place facing it directly. I had brought a piece of moldavite with me, this little green stone that honestly looked like something out of a legend. I sat there alone for a few minutes, holding it, trying to connect with my dad and my grandmother, both of whom had passed. I just wanted to feel them. I wanted a message, a sign, anything. And then I heard it, clear as day inside me. "Go bathe in the warrior water." I had no idea what that meant. We climbed down to the stream, and because of my knee, I basically had to crab walk down the rocks, which was not graceful at all. But when we reached the water, it felt sacred. There was a prayer written nearby in Hawaiian and English, and I asked my friends to read it over me while I dunked myself. The moment I went under, it felt electric. Not cold, not just water, energy. When I came back up, my knee didn't hurt anymore. I felt lighter, younger, almost brand new. My friend said, "You basically just gave yourself a Hawaiian baptism." And that stayed with me, because my birthday had been the day before. After that, I felt pulled to go to the Buddhist temple in Paia. I heard another message in my head: ring the bell for Dad. So I did. I went in, prayed, rang the bell 3 times, and waited outside for my friends to pick me up. While I was standing there, I read a plaque I had somehow never noticed before. It said the temple had been blessed by the Dalai Lama on April 24th, 2007. April 24th is my birthday. At that point, the whole day felt like a spiritual scavenger hunt, and Maui was leaving clues. The next day, April 26th, was our last day on the island. It was also the anniversary of my grandmother's passing. We were having lunch at Bistro Molokini before heading to the airport, and our server asked how my hike had gone. I told her everything. When I mentioned the phrase, warrior water, she stopped and looked at me. "What did you call it?" I repeated it. She told me that only true locals called it that. Then I showed her pictures of where I had gone into the stream, and her face changed again. She said the tree near that spot was where baby warriors were once taken the day after they were born to be blessed. That shook me. Then I showed her 2 stones I had picked up. One looked like the Iao needle, and one looked like a heart. I already knew I shouldn't take them home, so I told her I wanted to bless them and return them to the water near the chapel on the resort grounds. She smiled and said that was good. On my way to the chapel, I ran into a local friend and asked him what I should say to bless the stones. He told me, "Mahalo ke akua." So I started repeating it over and over because I didn't want to forget. Mahalo ke akua. Mahalo ke akua. Mahalo ke akua. My friend also told me the chapel doors were usually locked. I remember saying, "I bet they'll open for me." And they did. When I reached the doors, I heard another voice in my mind telling me to remove what I could and lie down. I had just come from swimming, so I was wearing a bathing suit with a wrap and a hat. I took off the wrap and hat, opened the doors, and stepped inside. The second I entered, I felt pushed to the ground. Then I heard, "Keep your eyes closed, don't look." And then the drums started. They were loud, deep, heavy, not like music from a speaker. They were inside my bones. I could feel every beat through my body. I was lying there on the floor of this chapel, eyes squeezed shut, shaking so hard I couldn't move. My skin felt like it was burning. I heard chanting underneath the drums, low and steady. I thought I was losing my mind. I didn't know anything about the night marchers then. I had lived on Maui, visited Maui my whole life, and somehow nobody had ever told me what to do if you encountered them. Eventually, I couldn't stay down anymore. I gathered every bit of strength I had, stood up, lifted my arms with the stones in my hands, and yelled, "Mahalo ke akua!" The chapel filled with gold light. I walked toward the altar, crying, still hearing the drums and chants. When I reached the steps, I was thrown down again. My arms stretched out, my eyes still closed, and the pain came back, sharp and stinging, all over me. And then, suddenly, it stopped. Just like that. The pain became warmth. The fear became peace. It felt like the biggest hug I had ever been given. And I knew that hug. It was my grandmother. On the anniversary of the day she died, I felt her with me. I could hear her. I could feel her. The chapel went quiet and bright, and for a moment, it was like the whole world was holding its breath. When I could finally stand, I left the chapel. Before walking away, I turned back, knelt on one knee with my fist to the ground and my head bowed. I had never done that before. I just knew I was supposed to. Then I returned the stones to the water. When I got back to the restaurant, I was pale. Our server asked how it went, and I said, "What is going on with that chapel?" I told her about the drums, the chanting, the fire, the pain, the gold light. Her eyes got huge, and very quietly she said, "You just met the night marchers." I didn't even know what that meant, so I started searching and reading. I learned about showing respect, keeping your eyes down, lying still, and how if one of your ancestors is among them, they can claim you and protect you. Then I thought, if I was protected, maybe my daughter was too. My daughter, Ava, was 4 at the time. I took her by the hand and asked if she wanted to go pray in the chapel before we left for the airport. She said yes. We were still outside, maybe 20 feet from the doors, when she suddenly knelt down exactly the way I had knelt before. One knee down, fist to the ground, head bowed. She had not seen me do that. I took a picture because I couldn't believe it. When we went inside, I stayed near the back and let her walk ahead. As soon as she entered, she started bowing over and over, moving toward the altar with her arms rising and falling. When she reached the front, she bowed again, stayed there for a little while, and then came running back to me. She hugged me hard and looked at me with enormous eyes. Then she said, "Mommy, you make fire out of rocks." And after that, she said something I will never forget. "They want you to know thank you for coming to the real Maui." I didn't know what to do with that. I still don't. We left the chapel and went to meet my husband and son near the front of the hotel where the airport shuttle was waiting. While we stood there, my daughter pointed at the statue in the roundabout and shouted, "Look, Mommy, it's a night marcher." The bellman just stared at me. On the shuttle, I tried to act normal, but inside I was spinning. I made small talk with the driver and asked about a gated grassy road I had been curious about all week. He told me it was Oprah's road and said maybe next time he'd take me up there. He was Hawaiian, older, warm, with white hair and painted white nails. I asked him his name. He said, "My name is Pele." And later I learned that, in some stories, Pele may reveal herself after an encounter with the night marchers. Even after we left Maui, the signs kept following me. On the plane, I watched a light little movie just to calm down. And out of nowhere, one of the characters said, "Watch out for those night marchers." When we got back to California, my eyes were swollen nearly shut. I went to urgent care thinking it might be pink eye, but it cleared on its own. I still believe it had something to do with taking pictures inside the chapel. A week later, I got a call from an art director in Lahaina asking me to create pieces for Oprah. And later, I remembered something my grandmother used to say all the time when I was little. She would warn me to watch out for the menehune. That was the word she used, so maybe that's why I had never connected it to the night marchers before. I know this is a lot. I know it sounds impossible. But I remember every second. The water. The drums. The gold light. My daughter bowing without knowing why. The warmth of my grandmother's spirit. And more than anything, I remember the feeling that Maui had not just let me visit. It had answered me. I've been to a lot of psychics over the years, more than I can even comfortably admit, honestly. I think it was because there was this one person I couldn't get out of my mind, and a part of me kept hoping someone would tell me something that felt real. And you know, I had all kinds of readings. Some were terrible, some were decent, some felt like they were just throwing words into the air and hoping I'd catch one. But out of more than 50 readings, maybe 4 actually stayed with me. There was one woman I saw twice. The first time was in person, and she picked up on so much about me. She picked up on this man I'd been thinking about too, in a way that honestly caught me off guard. I tried to go back to her about a month later, but she turned me away right there in person. Not rudely, exactly. More like she just knew I wasn't supposed to get another reading yet. Then, a couple of months later, I called her. She didn't even see me face to face that time. She only had my first name and my date of birth, and somehow she picked up exactly where she had left off, like she had opened the same book to the same page. A few weeks after that, I called her again, and before I could really say much, she said, "Have you had a reading recently?" I told her yes, and she said, "Then you need to wait." That stayed with me. Later on, I went to a psychic fair with my mom, and one of the women there, someone I had seen maybe 3 or 4 weeks before, looked at me and suddenly said, "You're the one with the beautiful aura." I just froze for a second. Then she said, "Your name is Ava, right?" And I said yes. Then she said, "You're the one thinking about the man from a few years ago?" That part was a little off. It wasn't a few years, it was closer to 10, but still, I couldn't believe she remembered me at all. I asked her how many readings she usually does in a month, and she said around 70 or 80. So either she remembered me out of all those people, or she really was picking up on something again. Either way, it felt strange in that quiet, electric kind of way. Then I wanted to see what she would pick up about my mom. My mom asked about her mother, who had passed away. And this reader, who used Egyptian tarot cards, looked at her and said, "You have a brother, and your sister-in-law is not to be trusted. Be careful with her." My mom's face changed immediately, because that was true. My mom has had problems with her brother and sister-in-law for years. They've been arguing over property for almost 2 decades. Then the psychic said, "You're planning to travel in September. You'll stay until October, about a month." My mom's eyes got so wide. She had been planning a trip in September, but she hadn't said a word about it. Then my mom asked about some land in our family. The psychic said, "It comes from your father's side. It belongs to you, but you need to be careful with your brother." And again, my mom looked stunned. Her father had owned a lot of land years ago, land that was taken during the communist period. So for this woman to say that, so directly, without fishing or guessing, was honestly hard to brush off. Out of all the psychics I've ever seen, I only remember the names of maybe 5. But this woman? I remember her, because the way she read my mother was so precise. No hesitation, no vague little clouds of maybe. She just said it. And the September travel thing still gets me. The brother, the sister-in-law, the land, all of it. At one point, I told her, "You're really good." And she almost looked offended. She said, "Don't say that. It's not me. It's God." That also stayed with me, because she didn't try to sell us anything afterward. No cleansing, no candles, no special rituals, no extra money, nothing. She just gave the reading. There was another reader once, a man at a little bookstore, who immediately picked up that the person I was asking about was in another country. That was the very first thing he said to me. And this woman at the fair gave me a time frame for when I should reach out to him. But more than anything, I still can't get over the fact that she remembered my name and my aura. my beautiful aura. Hi, I know this might sound strange, but I've been lying here unable to sleep, and for some reason, this story keeps coming back to me. It happened in 2017, and before that trip, I really didn't believe in paranormal stuff. I was the person who always had a practical explanation ready, but after this, I don't know. Something about it changed me. My best friend Mariah and I had gone to Austin for the first time to celebrate our 22nd birthdays. We booked a few nights at the Driscoll, and I'm pretty sure we were staying on the renovated side of the hotel. The first night, I went back to the room alone. I remember opening the door and immediately stopping because the overhead light was on and the fan was spinning, even though I knew I had turned both of them off before we left. I told myself it was probably just old wiring. That felt reasonable. But then I sat in the room for a couple of hours, and the light kept flickering above me. Eventually I got annoyed, turned it off again, and went into the bathroom. When I came back out, the light was on. That was the first moment where I felt this little cold pinch in my stomach. A few hours later, Mariah came back. We were talking like normal when, right in the middle of our conversation, we heard a woman's voice calling our nicknames. She had this soft accent, and it sounded close, like she was just outside the door. We both froze. Mariah looked at me and said, "Did you hear that?" And I said, "Yeah, it sounds like somebody's calling us." At first we thought maybe it was another girl from our group, but she was staying at a hotel across the street. I opened the door and looked down the hallway, and there was nobody there. No footsteps, no doors closing, nothing. We called our other friend, and she was still out at the bar. The weird thing is, we weren't as scared as we probably should have been. We kind of laughed it off, because what else do you do at that point? The next afternoon, we decided to take a nap. Mariah was lying in bed, giggling a little, and I asked her what was so funny. She told me to stop touching her. I was standing across the room. I told her to stop playing around because I thought she was trying to freak me out. But she said something was touching her thigh. Not brushing against her, touching her. I was still being dismissive, so I told her to relax and go to sleep. Not even 10 minutes later, I got into my own bed. I was wide awake, scrolling on my phone, when I felt the mattress dip beside me. It felt exactly like someone climbing into bed next to you. Then I felt pressure on my legs. Then my thighs. Then my chest. I know people talk about sleep paralysis, but I was not asleep. I was completely awake, phone in hand, staring at the room. I tried to wake Mariah, but she was out cold. So I finally said, out loud, "Hey, get off of us. Let us sleep. We haven't done anything to you, so stop being nasty." And after a few minutes, it stopped. The other friend on the trip told us it was probably psychological. She said old hotels lean into ghost stories, and faulty wiring makes people imagine things. I wanted to believe that, honestly. It would have been easier. But then other things happened. One afternoon, a woman came to our room with a tray of cookies. We thanked her, and Mariah started to ask about the ingredients because she has allergies and always asks about nuts. She also asks everyone their name. That's just who she is. The woman gave a name, smiled, and then she was gone. I mean gone fast. No elevator sound, no stairwell door, nothing. Mariah called the front desk and asked for the employee by name. The person at the desk said nobody by that name worked there, and there was no record of cookies being sent to our room. Then there was the man in the lobby. One night, we'd been out on Dirty Sixth and came back to the hotel late. I was walking toward the lobby bathroom when this man in a full black suit stopped me. He had these old-fashioned mutton chops, like something from a Civil War photograph. For context, I'm black, and the way he spoke to me felt very pointed. He asked where I was going and demanded to see my room key. I told him I was a guest and just needed the restroom, but he got more irritated. I saw the same front desk worker we'd been seeing all weekend and called out, "Hey, can you tell him I'm staying here?" The front desk guy didn't say anything. At that point, I got mad. I told the man hotel lobbies are common areas, and I wasn't showing him anything just to use the bathroom. Mariah started asking if he even worked there, and he claimed he was a manager. Eventually, I just walked away, irritated and tired. The next morning, around 6, we got up to get donuts and decided to ask the front desk about him. Mariah called him the colonel-looking dude, which was honestly accurate. I went right up to the desk and asked the employee, "Why didn't you say anything to that man in the black suit last night? We've been talking to you all weekend and you just let him bother us?" The employee looked genuinely confused. He said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "The manager, the man with the mutton chops." And he told me, "We don't have anyone here who looks like that. I've been here all night." That moment made my whole body go still, because the lobby had all these old photographs on the walls. Men from another time, dressed almost exactly like him. I still don't know what we experienced in that hotel. I just know it didn't feel like a trick, or a misunderstanding, or a spooky story made up for tourists. It felt like something noticed us, and for 3 nights, it made sure we noticed it back. I honestly don't know where to begin with this, because it feels like these things started before I even understood what was happening. When I was little, there were always strange things around the old house. Small things at first. Random wet spots on the floor with no reason for them to be there. My grandfather sometimes speaking to empty space, though at the time everyone explained it away because he had gone through brain surgery and wasn't fully himself afterward. Still, even before I knew anything about ghosts or spirits or whatever people call them, I always felt something was off about that house. It wasn't the house I live in now. This all started in the old one. There was this narrow little hallway between the living room and the kitchen. It wasn't huge, but 2 people could probably squeeze through it. From the living room, you couldn't really see the kitchen. You could only see the hallway, and then you had to turn right at the end to get there. Near that turn, there was a corner where my mother kept things like buckets and small household stuff. One night, I was sitting with my family watching TV. I was facing the television, but I was sitting in a spot where, if I turned my head, I could see straight down that hallway. For some reason, I looked, and there was a figure standing in that corner. I still don't really know how to describe it. It was just there, facing toward us, maybe staring. I couldn't see its eyes clearly, but it felt like it was looking right into the living room, right at my whole family. After that, my memory gets blurry. I only remember dreaming that it followed me. That dream stayed with me for years. After it happened, I was terrified to go to the bathroom alone. I hated looking toward that hallway at night. I hated that whole part of the house, especially after dark. When I was around 10, we moved into a new house. Compared to the old one, this place felt peaceful. I could breathe there. I didn't even like going back inside the old house after that because it always gave me this heavy, bad feeling. But years later, when I was about 15, something happened again. I had my mother's old phone at the time. The power button didn't work at all, so I couldn't turn the screen on or off with it. I used to double tap the screen to wake it up, and when I wanted it to go off, I had to wait for the timer. I slept alone in my room. My parents' room was next to mine, though not exactly close. Usually, I would close my bedroom door before sleeping. I'd go to my room around 10, scroll on my phone for a while, then try to sleep around 11. I'm not a deep sleeper either. Even small sounds wake me up. That night started like any other night. I used my phone for a bit, put it near the side of my bed, closed my eyes, and tried to sleep. Then I heard snoring. At first, I ignored it. Sometimes at night I heard knocking sounds or footsteps on the stairs, and I usually pretended not to notice because I was too scared to check. So I told myself it was probably my father snoring from the other room. I could sometimes hear my parents talking faintly through the walls, so I tried to convince myself it made sense. But then the snoring got louder. It sounded like someone was sleeping right next to me. I froze. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to open my eyes. The worst part was that the bed felt like it dipped slightly, as if someone had actually lain down beside me. I was lying on my side, facing toward the mirror side of the room. My bed was placed so that one side faced the window and the other faced the mirror. The door was also on the mirror side, a little farther away. I peeked just a little, trying to see if anything was there, but the room was too dim and the curtains made everything harder to understand. That was when I noticed my phone screen was still on. It should have turned off already. After a moment, it finally went dark. Then it turned on again. It kept doing that, off, then on, off, then on. Between the snoring, the feeling on the bed, and the phone lighting up by itself, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided I would run to my parents' room without looking back. I counted to 10 in my head, then ran with everything I had. But when I reached their door, it was locked. I panicked. I knocked like crazy because I didn't know what else to do. I was so scared I could barely think. Finally, they opened the door and asked what happened. For some reason, I couldn't tell them the truth. The words just wouldn't come out. I only said I wanted to sleep with them. My father went into my room to turn off the fan, but he didn't find anything strange. After that, I slept in my parents' room for a few months. I thought maybe it was only happening in my room, but then something happened upstairs while I was sleeping with my mother. My father had night work that day, so it was just me and my mother on the upper floor. My grandparents and my brother were downstairs. My mother had already gone to bed, and I was also getting ready to sleep. At some point, I needed to turn on the light. I don't remember if I was going to the bathroom or doing something else, but I remember walking toward the switch. As I got close to it, I felt like someone was standing right there beside the switchboard. It was the kind of feeling you get when you nearly walk into another person and instinctively shift your body to avoid them. I actually moved sideways like someone was in front of me. Then I turned on the light. No one was there. That didn't scare me as much as the snoring, but it still shook me. My mother got worried and kept saying it was because I didn't believe in God. I'm agnostic, so I didn't really know what to say to that. The hardest part was that nobody else seemed to see anything. It felt like all of it was only happening to me. A few weeks after that, I was chatting with my best friend, Maya, telling her about everything that had been happening. While I was messaging her, I saw a figure pass by my room. It had the same build as my father, so I thought it was him and didn't react much. But later, when I went downstairs, I didn't see him anywhere. I asked my grandmother where he was, and she told me he hadn't come home yet. The next day, my grandfather passed away. His room was directly below mine. Even now, whenever I think about it, I don't know what to make of everything. When I slept in my own bed, it often felt strangely itchy, but other people didn't seem to have that problem. And for some reason, I hate talking about all of this, especially with my parents. I don't know if it was a ghost. I don't know if it was something else. I just know what I felt, what I saw, and how alone it made me feel. When I was younger, probably around 11 to 13, I truly believed my bedroom had something in it. At first, it didn't feel evil. Strange, yes, but not exactly threatening. I remember one night looking toward the top of my wardrobe and seeing this dark shape curled up, almost like a tiny baby. It stayed with me because before I was born, my mom had lost a baby. Later, she told me that sometimes at night she would hear a baby crying, and she'd come check on me and my siblings, but we'd all be fast asleep. After that, though, things started to feel heavier. Most of it happened at night in the beginning. I'd be lying in bed, trying to sleep, and I would feel movement around me, like someone was shifting close by. Once, I felt breath right against my ear. Another night, I heard someone say my name very clearly. Not faintly, not like a dream. It was loud enough that my whole body froze. Thankfully, I'd already been told not to answer anything like that, so I didn't. There were little things too. I'd walk into my room, leave the door open, turn around, and somehow it would be shut. I got so scared that I started sleeping with my lamp on and the television playing. But then the TV began acting oddly, changing or flickering in ways that made me feel like even that wasn't safe anymore. The worst part, and the thing that happened the most, was my mattress shaking. I could be completely still, holding my breath almost, and I would still feel it trembling under me. Sometimes I could even see it moving. It happened so often that I dreaded going to bed. Eventually, things began happening during the day too. Not as intense, but enough to make me feel watched. A cable lying flat on the floor would suddenly flip up. Curtains would move when there was no breeze. Once, there was loud stomping in the attic, and it wasn't just me who heard it. My dad heard it too, and so did a friend who was over at the time. I also remember seeing dark, hooded shapes pass by outside my bedroom window, even though there shouldn't have been anyone there. My sister shared the room with me, and she didn't experience things as strongly as I did, but she did say the room sometimes felt wrong. She'd feel like she wasn't alone. She noticed things moving too, and every now and then she'd wake up terrified, saying she could see someone standing in the room. Things calmed down after a while. My mom told me that if something was bothering me, I should ask it to stop. She said spirits can listen. So I started doing that. I would say, gently but firmly, "Please stop. You're scaring me." And oddly enough, it did seem to help. A year or two later, I moved into another bedroom. I thought maybe that would be the end of it, but instead my sleep paralysis became much worse. I had terrifying nightmares, moments where I woke up unable to move, and even one experience where I felt like I was outside of my body. The furniture in that room sometimes felt unusually cold, almost icy, and the mattress shaking followed me there too. Every night, or close to it, I felt that same trembling underneath me. When I was around 16, I got a dog, and one night we were sitting in the living room together. She suddenly locked her eyes on one corner of the room, like she was watching something move. Her head followed it slowly, even though I couldn't see anything. Then she started barking and chasing whatever it was around the room. That frightened me more than I expected, because animals don't usually pretend to be scared. Now I'm in my late 20s, and I've had other strange experiences as an adult. I've seen what I believe were spirits. Some didn't feel harmful, but they were still not exactly welcome. I've also heard and sensed my 2 rabbits after they passed, and those moments feel different, softer, comforting. My sister has even said she hears them running around sometimes when she visits. As I got older, I became more connected with witchcraft and paganism, and I think that helped me feel less helpless. It gave me language, tools, and a sense of control. It also helped me find other people who have experienced things they can't easily explain. But the mattress shaking has never fully left my mind. It doesn't happen constantly anymore, but recently it started again. I haven't been sleeping well. I've been going through something emotional with someone, and it's also close to the anniversary of losing one of my rabbits. So now I keep wondering, is the shaking something paranormal? Or is it something my mind creates when I'm under stress? And if the mattress shaking was in my mind, then what about everything else from my childhood? I did go to doctors more than once when I was younger, because honestly, I was scared I was losing touch with reality. but no doctor or mental health professional ever gave me a clear explanation, and I was never diagnosed with psychosis. I also had other frightening experiences when I was very young. I remember faces in posters seeming to move. I saw bugs crawling across walls when nothing was really there. And once, the worst one, I saw a porcelain doll come to life. In my memory, it walked along the shelf, turned its head toward me, and its eyes glowed green. Because my childhood was traumatic, and because I lived in an abusive household, I know my memory of that time isn't perfect. Some things are hazy. Some things feel sharp enough to cut glass. So I'm left with questions. Were those experiences spirits? Were they fear? Were they my mind trying to survive an unsafe home? Or was it some mixture of all of it? I don't know. But I do know this. The fear felt real. The shaking felt real. And even now, all these years later, part of me is still trying to understand what was really in that room with me. I want to tell you about something that happened when I was really young, and honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. My mom has an older relative, her uncle, who lives out in rural Missouri. Once or twice a year, when I was growing up, my family would make this long drive to visit him. It was about 10 or 11 hours in the car, and we would usually stay at his house for several days. That was just part of my childhood. It happened so regularly that I never really questioned it. This particular memory happened at his house. I'm in my 20s now, but back then I was probably around 6 years old, maybe 7. And I think that matters, because my memory of it is strange. It doesn't feel like a clear recording in my head anymore. It feels more like I remember remembering it, if that makes sense. For whatever reason, my mom and I were sleeping in the living room on a pull-out sofa bed instead of one of the spare rooms. I don't think my dad was there on that trip, probably because of work. So it was just me and my mom, lying there in this old, quiet house in the middle of the night. And the house always felt a little creepy to me. Not in a dramatic haunted house way exactly. More like it was full of old furniture, old smells, old shadows. It was kind of secluded too, so at night, it felt like the whole world had gone silent around it. At some point, very early in the morning, maybe around 4, I was lying flat on my back. The house was completely dark. No lamps on, no hallway light, nothing. Then I saw something move into my vision. It was slow. That's the part I still remember most clearly. It didn't jump out at me. It just leaned in, almost like it was looking down at me. It had a long neck, or at least that's how I remember it. Its head was perfectly round, and there were 2 horns coming out from the sides. If it had really been standing there, it would have been on my right side. My mom was sleeping on my left, so she wasn't between me and whatever this was. There was no comfort in that. And I know how that sounds. Horns, dark shape, appearing in the middle of the night. It sounds almost too obvious, like something a frightened kid's mind would invent. That's one reason I've always wondered if it was a nightmare. For years, I thought maybe my eyes had been closed, and I somehow saw it through my eyelids, because I remember it as a dark silhouette against a slightly lighter darkness. But when I really think about it now, I'm not so sure. My eyes might have been open. Then again, why would I have been lying flat on my back at 4 in the morning with my eyes open? I've never really slept that way. I usually sleep on my side. So that's another thing that makes me question it. But then there's the part that still unsettles me. I remember it speaking. Just one word. Hello? That was it. Nothing else. Just a simple, quiet hello. The voice was deep and rough, almost watery, kind of like the voice of Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. And when I was little, I was terrified of that character. I was also raised in a Christian household, So I had this childhood fear of the devil too. Add that to an old, dark house that already made me nervous, and I can absolutely see how all those fears could have tangled together in my sleep and turned into one awful nightmare. But what makes me hesitate is what happened after. I don't remember waking up. I remember the figure slowly moving out of my field of vision, and then I just lay there. I squeezed my eyes shut and stayed completely still. I was too scared to move, too scared to wake up my mom, too scared to even roll over, because I had this horrible feeling that it might still be in the room with us. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, and I remember my body getting uncomfortable from holding the same position for so long. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had that a few times, and this didn't feel like that. I could have moved. I just didn't, because I was terrified. That's really all I remember. I've never had much in the way of paranormal experiences, even though I've always believed there's more out there than we understand. I've always been interested in that kind of thing, but this is the one memory I keep coming back to. I don't know if it was a dream, a nightmare, my imagination, or something else entirely. I just know that all these years later, I can still picture that shape leaning over me in the dark, and I can still hear it say, "Hello." Most families have a few strange stories tucked away somewhere, but mine has more than a few. Over the years, there have been footsteps with no one there. Things moved around when nobody touched them, odd noises in empty rooms, and little kids in the family saying things they had no possible way of knowing. But the one that stayed with me the most is the one we ended up calling Cat Eyes. This happened a little over 20 years ago, when I was about 8 years old. Back then, my family lived in a 3-bedroom house. It was me, my parents, and my 2 younger siblings. The house had 2 living rooms. The second one was more of a family room, though we didn't really use it much at the time. The layout was kind of unusual. When you walked through the front door, you came right into the main living room. From there, you could see straight down the hallway toward the bedrooms. If you moved a little farther in, the kitchen was off to the left, and just past the kitchen was the family room. So from the couch in the main living room, you could see into the kitchen, and if the angle was right, into part of the family room too. At that point, the family room was mostly empty. There was an old cloth rocking chair in there, maybe a couple of spare chairs from the kitchen, but not much else. That night, I was sleeping on the couch in the main living room with my younger brother. It was just a normal night. We had the TV on, probably cartoons, and we both drifted off. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. When I was a kid, I had this habit where I'd wake up, go get a drink of milk, and then fall right back asleep. I did it all the time. So when I opened my eyes that night, I didn't think anything of it at first. I was lying on my side, facing the TV. The television was still on, and it was the only light in the house. That bluish flicker was moving across the room, making everything look dim and soft around the edges. I sat up and looked toward the kitchen. That's when I saw her. In the family room, right in the middle of the floor, was the old rocking chair, and sitting in it sideways was a girl. She looked maybe 10 or 11 years old. She was leaning against the back of the chair, turned just enough to face me. She wasn't sitting normally. Her body was angled in this stiff, unnatural way, like she had been waiting there for me to wake up. She was wearing an old-fashioned black school uniform with long white socks and black shoes. Her skin was pale, but not just pale. It almost looked like she had a faint glow around her. Not bright enough to light up the room, but enough to make her and the chair stand out from everything else. Her hair was white, or maybe silver. It had bangs that came down across her forehead in this blunt, rounded way. Her mouth was slightly open, like she was breathing through it because her nose was stuffed. But her eyes were the worst part. They were too big to be normal, but not so big that they looked fake. They were yellow-green, almost glowing, and shaped like a cat's eyes. The pupils were black, thin, and vertical. She just stared at me. I stared back. I still don't know why I did what I did next. Maybe I was too scared to think clearly. Maybe getting milk was such a normal part of my routine that my body just decided to keep going. So I got up from the couch, and I started walking toward the fridge, which also meant walking closer to her. As soon as I took that first step, I noticed something else in the family room. Behind the girl, off to the left, there were two children. They were bluish, see-through, and younger than her. They were passing a ball back and forth. On the other side, there was another child, also blue and transparent, jumping rope by herself. All three of them faded out around the knees, like their lower legs just dissolved into nothing. Then I heard it. Playground sounds. Children laughing, running, calling out. The kind of noise you'd hear at recess when a whole playground is full of kids. But it was happening inside my house. The cat-eyed girl never moved. She just kept watching me. The other children kept playing behind her, like I wasn't even there. I stayed close to the wall and slowly made my way to the fridge. Every step felt like it took forever. I didn't look away from her until I reached the refrigerator, because from that spot, the family room was out of sight. The second I opened the fridge door, the playground noise stopped. Completely. The light from the fridge came on, and everything suddenly felt sharper, more real. I stood there drinking milk and trying to convince myself I was half asleep. I told myself I was dreaming, or hallucinating, or imagining things because the house was dark and the TV was still on. Then I put the milk back. And when I closed the fridge door, the playground sounds came back, louder than before. I peeked around the corner. They were all still there. The three blue children were still playing. The girl was still in the rocking chair, still sideways, still staring at me with those yellow-green cat eyes. She hadn't moved at all. I backed away slowly, all the way to the couch, never taking my eyes off her. When I reached it, I crawled under the blanket, curled up as small as I could, and hid there until I eventually fell asleep. Nothing else happened that night. I don't remember exactly how long it took me to tell my family. Maybe I waited a while. Maybe I tried to pretend it hadn't happened. But eventually, I told them what I saw. And after that, the name Cat Eyes stuck. My family still brings it up sometimes. And all these years later, I still think about that girl in the rocking chair, watching me from the family room. A little over a year ago, my whole life changed in the most painful way. My husband passed away without warning, and I was still trying to understand how to breathe through that kind of grief when my mother became seriously ill. She was living by herself in the old family house, and once her condition got worse, I knew I couldn't leave her there alone. So I packed what I needed, left my own place behind, and moved in with her so I could take care of her properly. At first, I thought the sadness was what made the house feel so heavy. Grief does that, you know? It settles into the walls. It changes the air. But then my mother started saying strange things. She was in bed most of the day, weak from her illness and the medication, and she kept telling me she heard noises in the hallway. Not just creaking floorboards or pipes. She said she heard voices, faint voices, calling her name. I tried to be practical about it. I told myself it was the medicine, or her fever, or maybe just the old house making old house sounds. I didn't want to let fear in. I already had enough fear living inside me. Then, a few days later, I saw something myself. It was the middle of the afternoon, broad daylight. I had just finished cleaning up around the house, and my mother had fallen asleep. I went into her room to check on her, just like I always did. And when I stepped inside, I stopped dead. There was a woman standing beside my mother's bed. She was dressed completely in black, from head to toe, and I could see her face so clearly that even now, I wish I couldn't remember it. Her skin was pale in a way that didn't look human, and her eyes were huge, wide open, fixed right on me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, frozen, with this terrible cold feeling moving through my body. Then, without even thinking, I covered my eyes with both hands and started praying out loud. I prayed like a child. I prayed because it was the only thing my body knew how to do. I must have stood there for a full minute with my hands over my face. When I finally lowered them, she was gone. My mother was still asleep, calm and untouched, as if nothing had happened. 2 nights after that, it got worse. I was sleeping in the room next to my mother's, so I could hear her if she needed me. I had just lain down and was starting to drift off when I noticed a dark shape at the foot of my bed. It looked like a shadow, but too solid, too still. I stared at it, trying to convince myself I was half asleep. Then something grabbed me. I didn't see hands, but I felt them. A sudden, violent pull, like something invisible had caught hold of me and was dragging me off the bed. The force was so strong that my blanket flew up and landed across the room. I screamed then. I got out of that bed so fast I don't even remember standing up. I ran into my mother's room and stayed there beside her until morning. I did not sleep. Not for 1 second. The moment I truly broke was the next week, when my sister Mara came to visit. A few minutes before she arrived, I was sitting alone at the kitchen table, eating something small because I hadn't had much of an appetite. Suddenly, I felt this sharp, crushing pain around both of my wrists. It felt exactly like someone had grabbed me with both hands and was squeezing as hard as they could. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Then I heard Mara's car outside, and I ran out of the house crying so hard I could barely speak. I told her I couldn't stay there anymore. I told her something was in that house, and it wanted to hurt me. She was frightened, but she tried to calm me down. Then I told her what had just happened in the kitchen. She pulled up my sleeves, and both of us went silent. There were bruises forming around my wrists, deep purple marks, and you could see the shape of fingers in them, like someone had pressed their hands into my skin. That was when I lost it. I told her, "It's him. It has to be him. He doesn't want me here. He doesn't want me to leave our old life behind. He's looking for me." But Mara grabbed my face gently and made me look at her. She said, "No, listen to me. That is not your husband. This is not love. This is something else." And I think I needed someone to say that to me, because grief can twist fear into strange shapes. It can make you believe the worst thing is still connected to the person you miss. Mara didn't waste any time. She called our aunt, who knew the parish priest in town, and by the next morning, he came to the house. He blessed every room, the bedrooms, the kitchen, the hallway, even the corners that always felt too dark no matter how many lights were on. Then he blessed me too. And after that, the house changed. I don't know how else to describe it. The air felt lighter. My mother stopped hearing voices. The hallway went quiet. I never saw the woman in black again, and nothing has touched me since. For a while, I thought maybe that was the end of it. But a few weeks later, I learned something I wish I hadn't. Some relatives mentioned, very carefully, that my late husband's family had been connected to dark spiritual practices back in their hometown. Things people didn't like to talk about, things that had followed the family for years. I don't know what's true, I don't have proof, and honestly, I'm too afraid to go digging for answers. All I know is this: whatever was in that house was not my husband, and I am grateful every day that it finally let go. I wanted to share a few experiences that, to me, felt like signs from the afterlife, from my beloved dad. I'll call him Ray here. He passed away in December 2025 at just 58 years old. Before losing him, I was honestly a huge skeptic when it came to anything paranormal. I never really believed in signs, messages, or anything like that. But after Ray died, a few things happened that changed the way I see all of it. He had always been so strong, athletic, fit, full of energy, and successful in his work. We all thought he had so many years ahead of him. Then one day, completely out of nowhere, he lost feeling in his left arm and hand. Not long after that, he was diagnosed with brain cancer. The illness changed everything. He became paralyzed, unable to walk, and had to use a wheelchair. Later, it affected his mind too. The tumor caused dementia and hallucinations, and I became one of the people caring for him until the end. It was heartbreaking to witness, but also one of the greatest privileges of my life. I got to be there for him, the way he had always been there for me. Before he died, Ray used to say something very specific to me. He told me that if I ever saw a man wearing a beige hat, and that man lifted the hat to greet me, then I should know it was him sending me a message from the other side. At the time, I would just smile and gently go along with it. I thought it was sweet, but I didn't really believe it. But since his passing, I've seen it happen more than once. Men in beige hats, different kinds too. Caps, flat caps, wide-brimmed hats, even one that looked almost like an old-fashioned fedora. They would catch my eye as I passed them, and then lift their hats slightly, almost like a quiet greeting. That had never happened to me before he died. Not once. And then suddenly, after he was gone, it started happening. There was also a song we shared together. It was Father and Son by Cat Stevens. We listened to it often, and it was played at his funeral. Ray used to tell me that if I ever heard it randomly, I should take it as a sign from him. I live in Hong Kong, and that song is not something you usually hear playing here, especially not in taxis where the radio is usually focused on Chinese music. But over the past year, I've been in several taxis where that exact song suddenly came on. Each time, it felt uncanny. The air would turn cold, even in the middle of Hong Kong heat and humidity. I remember one driver actually mentioning that he had goosebumps too. We both felt it at the same time, this strange chill that didn't match the weather at all. And then there was the day of his funeral. Before Ray passed, he told me he believed he would die at 5 p.m. I remember thinking that was such a strange thing to say. How could anyone know the exact hour they would leave this world? But he was right. He took his last breath at 5 p.m. A few weeks later, we held his funeral in a beautiful garden. It was one of those bright, clear days where the sky looks endless. There wasn't a single cloud above us. Then, exactly as the clock reached 5 p.m., rain began to fall. Not a drizzle either. It poured. Maybe some people would call all of this coincidence. I understand that. I probably would have said the same thing once. But to me, these moments felt personal. They felt like Ray finding ways to say, "I'm still here." I'm sharing this for anyone who has lost someone important and is trying to make sense of the silence they leave behind. I don't expect everyone to believe it. I only know what I felt. These experiences opened my heart to the possibility that love does not simply disappear when someone dies. Maybe it changes shape. Maybe it becomes a song in a taxi, a sudden chill in the heat, rain at exactly the right moment, or a stranger lifting a beige hat on an ordinary street. I've been carrying these memories for a long time, and I feel like I need to finally say them out loud. Not because I expect everyone to believe me, but because somewhere out there, I really believe someone else has gone through something like this too. Most of this happened when I was still very young, around 6 to 9 years old. And I know what people usually say when a child tells a story like this. They say it was imagination, or a dream, or the dark playing tricks on the mind. But I knew the difference between make-believe and real life. I knew when I was awake. I knew what fear felt like in my body. And some of these things left marks I could actually see. The first thing I remember happened when I was about 6. I was sleeping beside my mother in our old house, the one near the edge of the village. It was late autumn, close to Halloween, and the room was almost completely dark except for these thin little strips of light coming through the shutters. At some point during the night, I opened my eyes, and in the corner of the room, I saw a shadow. It wasn't vague. It wasn't just a jacket hanging on a chair or some shape my sleepy mind invented. It looked like a person standing there, and then it raised its hand. It waved at me. Not slowly, not like some strange drifting motion from the light. It waved the way someone waves when they know you can see them. I remember whispering, "Mom, is that you?" My mother stirred, half awake, and turned on the lamp. The second the light filled the room, the shadow disappeared. Just gone. No object there, no explanation, nothing in the corner that could have made that shape. My mother told me to go back to sleep, but I didn't. I just lay there staring at that corner, waiting for it to come back. The second experience happened a few years later, when I was around 9. It was Halloween morning, and my mother and I were on a bus heading toward the village. I remember sitting beside her, looking out the window, when I started hearing 2 people talking behind us. A young man and a woman. Their voices were clear, not muffled, not far away. They sounded like they were sitting right in the seats behind us. But the things they were saying were so strange. The man was talking about belonging to some kind of old vampire order, not in a joking way, not like a kid making up a game. He sounded calm and serious. The woman told him the place where she was staying had something in it, something violent, something like a poltergeist. They spoke as if all of this was normal to them, like they were discussing work or family matters. I sat there frozen, listening. Then, at the end, one of them said something like, "We'll see each other at the next gathering." And right after that, I felt this cold rush go through me. It was sudden, like all the warmth had been pulled out of the air. I turned around immediately. The seats behind us were empty. Completely empty. The bus hadn't stopped. No one had gotten off. There was nowhere for them to go. I looked at my mother, but she hadn't reacted at all. She hadn't heard anything. Not one word. Then there was the night with the scratches. I was sleeping beside my mother again, and I woke up in that heavy, strange way where your body feels slow, but your mind is already terrified. There was another shadow near me. This one wasn't shaped like a person. It didn't have arms or a face or any clear outline. It was darker than the dark around it, almost like a stain moving through the room. And then I felt pain on my neck. Sharp pain. I saw the shadow close to me, and I had the horrible feeling that it was scratching me. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe properly. Fear had pinned me down. The next morning, I checked my neck. There were 3 marks there. Not fresh red scratches either. They looked older somehow, like thin, healed scars. But they hadn't been there before. I know they hadn't. And then, by the following day, they were gone. Completely gone. No scabs, no redness, no lines, no trace of anything. The last experience was more recent. I was in my own room, in my own bed, drifting in that space between sleep and waking. Not fully asleep, not fully awake. And suddenly, the room filled with voices. Not one voice, not two, dozens of them. Maybe more. They were all talking at once, overlapping, rising and falling around me. It sounded like I had been dropped into the middle of a packed market or a crowded train station, except I was still lying in my bedroom. I couldn't make out what they were saying. It was too many voices layered over each other, but the sound was everywhere, close, surrounding me, and there was no one there. I know people will explain these things away. They'll call it sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, childhood fear, an overactive imagination. Maybe that makes sense on paper, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know what I felt on my skin. And I keep wondering whether anyone else has seen a shadow that seemed aware of them, a shadow that waved, or heard a full conversation from people who vanished the moment you turned around. Because I don't think I was alone in this. I really don't. I want to start by saying I've had quite a few strange experiences over the years. Paranormal encounters, sleep paralysis, things I still don't fully know how to explain. I'll probably talk about those another time, but today, I want to focus on one specific thing that happened to me. To give you a bit of background, the place I lived in was built on old marshland. There had been a village there for generations, but the part I'm talking about was a little newer. Back in the 1930s, a shoemaker from another country came across the area and decided to build there. He opened a shoe factory and built a whole little town around it for the workers. And honestly, it sounded incredible. There were houses designed in the style of his home country, a swimming pool, shops, a cinema, a petrol station, tennis courts, a village hall, and a large hotel. He owned all of it. Over time, the factories closed, the buildings were sold off, and the whole area changed. The hotel was eventually converted into flats, and that's where this story really begins. When I was 17, I moved in with my boyfriend at the time. He was 23, and we moved into one of the flats inside that old hotel. The relationship was awful. He was controlling, cruel, and the whole thing was toxic from beginning to end. Something else worth mentioning is that, years before that, my grandfather had also lived in the same old hotel building. That matters because I remember something from his flat very clearly. His bathroom always felt wrong. It was a tiny room, maybe 6 feet by 6 feet, with no windows at all because it sat toward the middle of the building. There was nowhere for anyone to look in from, no hidden corner, no outside view, nothing. But every time I went in there, I had this heavy feeling that someone was watching me. When I moved into the flat with my boyfriend, I realized we were on the same floor my grandfather had lived on. And then, little by little, I started feeling it again. That same watched feeling in the bathroom. It went on for months. Nothing dramatic happened at first. It was just that horrible sense that I wasn't alone, even when I knew I should have been. Then one day, my younger brother Mason came over to visit. He was 16 at the time. I had been in the bathroom and got that familiar feeling again, the prickling, uncomfortable sense of being observed. I left the bathroom, grabbed a laundry basket, and went into the bedroom to collect clothes for the wash. When I walked in, Mason was standing there with his back to me. At least, I thought it was Mason. He was wearing a pale yellow super dry shirt and black Adidas joggers with tight cuffs at the ankles. I remember it clearly because I was looking right at him. I started chatting away to him, just about whatever random thing had caught my attention that day. As I was speaking, he slowly began to turn around. I could see the side of his face. And then I heard talking from the living room. I stopped. I listened again, and I heard my brother's voice coming from the other room. Then he called out, "Who are you talking to?" I turned toward the bedroom door and saw Mason walking out of the living room. My stomach just dropped. I looked back to where he had been standing in the bedroom, and there was no one there. I turned back to my actual brother and said, "You were just in here with me." He looked completely confused and told me he had been in the living room the whole time. He said he heard me talking and wondered who I was speaking to. For a second, I tried to make it make sense. I thought maybe he had somehow walked around me without me noticing. But then I looked at his clothes. He was wearing something completely different. Not the yellow shirt, not the black Adidas bottoms. A different outfit entirely. I didn't know what else to do, so I just finished gathering the laundry. Afterward, I put the laundry basket on top of this big oak wardrobe we had in the bedroom. Later that day, I told my boyfriend what I had seen. He laughed at me. He told me it was all in my head. And without even thinking, I said, "It'll show you." The words just came out of my mouth. I didn't plan to say them. I don't even know why I said them. That night, both of us woke up at the exact same time and sat straight up in bed. Neither of us knew why. And the moment we sat up, that laundry basket flew from the top of the wardrobe. It didn't fall. It didn't slide. It flew. It shot across the room, all the way from one side of the bedroom to the other, and slammed into the opposite wall. That room was long, maybe close to 20 feet, and the basket crossed it like it had been thrown. I just looked at my boyfriend and said very calmly, "I told you it would make itself known." He sat there with his mouth open, completely stunned. And somehow, I just lay back down and went to sleep. Not long after that, we moved out of the old hotel. Then the relationship ended soon after, which honestly was for the best. For years, I didn't really understand what had happened. Then I started seeing people talk about mimics, and it made me think about that day in a different way. The strange thing is, I never felt like whatever it was wanted to hurt me. If anything, it felt like it was on my side, especially when it came to my boyfriend. But when I read about mimics taking the shape of someone you trust, sometimes to draw you in or trick you, that unsettled me more than I expected. So I still wonder about it. Was it a mimic? Was it something attached to that old building? Or was it something else entirely? It's been a little over a year since everything started. The first thing that happened was a seizure. It was early morning, that gray, half-awake hour where the whole house feels too quiet. I ended up in the hospital, and from that point on, my parents kept trying to get me help. At first, doctors treated it like depression. They called it unspecified, which honestly never sat right with me. I was put on medication, and I really did try to trust the process. I took it the way I was supposed to. I wanted it to help. But instead, I started having these intense, vivid nightmares. Not just bad dreams, but the kind that leave something behind when you wake up. The symptoms didn't ease the way they were supposed to, so eventually, I stopped taking the medication, and after a while, the nightmares finally faded. That was when I started wondering whether the hospital had ever understood what was happening to me at all. Not long after that, I had one dream that felt different from the others. At first, I was in this ordinary-looking space. Nothing strange, nothing threatening. Then suddenly it felt like something outside the dream had forced its way in. The whole space began breaking apart. The best way I can describe it is that my mind crashed, like a computer system failing. Everything around me glitched and collapsed into this harsh blue screen, almost like a blue screen of death. There was this awful mechanical grinding sound too, like machinery dying. Then I saw 3 claw marks slash across everything. After that, the dream went black, except for those marks. They were bright red, blood red. When I woke up, I could still feel them on my back. That was the moment I knew I had to leave that house. My parents didn't agree. They didn't believe anything paranormal was involved. They thought I was overreacting, and whenever I tried to cleanse or smudge my room, my family pushed back against it. I felt trapped, like I was being left exposed to whatever was happening. So I moved out anyway. I went to stay with my fiancé, Evan, and honestly, that was the best decision I could have made. For the first time, I had space to practice my own beliefs without constantly being dismissed or interrupted. After I left, the attacks became less intense, but they didn't stop completely. I still heard voices. They kept begging me to come back. They kept saying there had been a mistake. That went on for months. Even now, every so often, I still hear something trying to pull me back toward that old place. But I don't trust it. To me, those voices feel like the same spirits that were troubling me there. I believe they're trying to deceive me into returning, so they can get close again. There's another part of this that I should explain. Before the attacks became this severe, my mother had my name bound through a Buddhist Tao Feng Shui medium. I don't think she meant harm. I think she was scared and looking for help wherever she could find it. But I also don't think she checked carefully enough to know whether that person was truly safe or trustworthy. After everything that happened, I started to feel that the medium may have opened the door to something negative without realizing it. After I moved out, I began hearing hostile phrases in Chinese coming from what felt like the other side. They were sharp, mocking, and aggressive. That completely destroyed whatever trust I might have had in that medium. Evan told me I needed to block the person completely, and I did. We handled the unbinding in our own way, through our own practices. But even after that, something else began happening at Evan's place. I started experiencing repeated visits from a spirit that seemed to carry a chainsaw. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud, I know. But it didn't feel ridiculous when it happened. The voice sounded female, with a faint southern accent. Almost every time it appeared, I would hear the same thing first. The revving of a chainsaw. Then the spirit would say 1 or 2 words, and after that, I would feel the sensation of the running chainsaw being pressed against my body. We put salt lines at every doorway and window in the bedroom. That helped a lot. It didn't erase the problem completely, but it reduced the worst of it. Then today, I heard what sounded like the same spirit asking where its chainsaw had gone. And now I'm left wondering what I'm supposed to do. How do I permanently remove this spirit from our space? And if there are others with it, how do I keep them away too? I know some people might see this as a spiritual issue more than a ghost story. Maybe it's both. All I know is that whatever these spirits are, they've made repeated attempts to distort how I perceive the world around me. I also want to be clear about something. Christian references or Christian-based advice are not what I'm looking for. I converted to Wicca Shintoism a long time ago, and I'm asking for that to be respected. I'm not trying to convince anyone of what I believe. I'm just trying to protect my home, my peace, and myself. I've told a couple of strange stories before, including the one about the yellow-eyed thing, and the only time I ever saw my granddad look truly afraid. But after this, I think I'm going to step back from telling these for a while, mostly because I don't want people thinking I'm making it all up. This one happened on the night my old best friend and I saw what I can only describe as the faceless runner. It was my 18th birthday. Where I grew up in South Africa, 18 is the legal drinking age, so naturally, I had my best mate over. His name was Keon. We planned to have a few drinks, do some late-night fishing, and just enjoy the day. Things had been quiet around the farm for a few months. There were still the odd, strange incidents, missing livestock here and there, chickens or ducks found without their heads, that kind of thing. A lot of it got blamed on wildcats or meerkats, and honestly, I never really understood all of it. But that night felt different. Maybe the alcohol made everything feel sharper and stranger, but I know what I saw. Earlier that afternoon, around 2, Keon and I went to a pond on a neighboring farm and fished for a few hours. We caught a few different kinds of fish and stayed until just after sunset. Then we headed back home and had a braai with my grandparents. It was a good evening at first, warm, easy, ordinary. After my grandparents went to bed, Keon and I went to my room and played some Call of Duty. We sat there for hours, just joking around and being lazy. Eventually, our buzz wore off, so we decided to drive to the nearest tavern and get a few more drinks. We got dressed, went outside to my bakkie, climbed in, and I turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even want to try. My granddad was a diesel mechanic, so we woke him up and asked him to take a look. He checked everything. Fuel was fine, filters were fine, battery was fine. There was no obvious reason it shouldn't start. Eventually, we gave up and went back inside. That's when the whistling started. At first, it was quiet, just a few off-key whistles. We thought it was coming from the game, maybe some background sound or dialogue, so we ignored it. Then it got louder and louder, until it sounded like someone was standing right outside my bedroom window. We paused the game. About 2 seconds later, the whistling stopped too. Keon and I looked at each other, and then we went outside to check. You have to understand, farm attacks were something people worried about constantly, so that fear was always sitting somewhere in the back of your mind. We walked around the house, checked the windows, the yard, the ground. Nothing. No footprints, no movement, no sign that anyone had been there. So we went back inside. Almost the moment we started playing again, the whistling came back. But this time, it sounded like it was coming from every window and doorway at once. Now, being the brave 18-year-old men we thought we were, we immediately paused the game, panicked, shouted, and locked ourselves in my bedroom. After a while, we calmed down enough to feel stupid, unlocked the door, and went outside again. We searched everywhere. Still nothing. And that's when I noticed how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, not nighttime quiet, dead quiet. No animals, no insects, no breeze, nothing moving anywhere. We stood outside for a bit, had a cigarette to steady ourselves, and then the whistling started again. This time it came from the field about 30 meters from the house. That field had burned a while before, so the grass was only just starting to grow back. It had this soft green layer over the dry brown land, and under the moonlight, it looked almost unreal. I grabbed the big spotlight flashlight from the kitchen, and we started walking toward the sound. And I promise you, I'm not trying to make this sound more dramatic than it was. There was a man standing in the field, not moving, not turning, just standing with his back to us. He was tall, taller than my granddad by at least a full head. He wore an old, ragged sun hat, a faded beige-gray jacket, and dark trousers. And beside him was an animal. It looked like a dog, but not completely. Its legs were too long and too bushy, and the joints looked wrong, like they bent the way they weren't supposed to. Its snout was stretched out and strange, far longer than it should have been. They both just stood there. Keon and I moved closer, slowly. We got within maybe 4 meters. Then the man and that thing beside him turned around at the exact same time. The dog, or whatever it was ugly in a way I can't properly explain. Twisted, misshapen. In the man, we couldn't see his face. It wasn't covered. It wasn't hidden in shadow exactly. It was just like there was nothing there that my eyes could understand. We thought for one brief moment, maybe he was a neighbor. Maybe someone had gotten lost and wandered onto our land. So we kept walking toward him. But when we got about 2 meters away, something strange happened. Every step we took forward, he seemed to take one step back. Not quickly, not obviously, but the distance between us stayed the same. We stopped after a few more steps and just stared at him, trying to make out any feature, any detail, anything human. The silence was unbearable. I remember turning to Keon and asking, "What do we do?" Before he could answer, the whistle came again. It came from the man, from where his face should have been. That was enough for both of us. We started backing away, keeping our eyes on him. Step by step, slow at first. Then he started walking toward us. Every step we took back, he took one forward. Then for every one of our steps, he took two. Then he and that awful dog-like thing started running. We turned and bolted for the house. I could hear him behind us. I could hear the movement, the pace, the way he was keeping up far too easily. Near the last stretch, maybe 15 or 20 meters from the house, Keon tripped hard. Later, he swore something pushed him. I didn't see it happen clearly, but I believe him. I really do. We made it inside and slammed the door. Then there was nothing. No footsteps, no whistle, no animal, no wind. Just silence again. We didn't sleep that night. The next morning, my grandparents said we were probably drunk or worked up or imagining things. Nobody believed us. But Keon was there. He saw what I saw. And even now, if I sat down and really tried, I think I could still draw that horrible dog. I could probably even find clothes close to what that man was wearing. But I still don't understand how he moved like that. How did he match our speed? How did he get so close so quickly? And why couldn't we see his face? That part bothers me most, because it wasn't just dark. It wasn't just far away. There was simply nothing there. I was little when it first happened, maybe 7 or 8 years old. I remember telling my mom that I had seen a man, a really tall man. I kept saying he was tall, tall. He had his pants pulled up high with a belt, and when my mom asked what else he was wearing, I told her he had a big cross necklace, but it wasn't like a normal necklace. I said it looked like it was made out of sticks. As soon as I said that, my mom started crying. I didn't understand why. My dad scolded me for talking like that, and after that, everything gets blurry in my memory. I don't really remember what happened next. Later on, my sister told me she had to take me outside to play because my mom was crying too much. Years passed. When I was around 12, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a woman sitting near my niece Mariana's bed. Just for context, I'm the youngest of 7 kids. My older brother is about 20 years older than me, so by then I already had nieces and nephews in the house. At first, I thought the woman was my mom. She was wearing a rebozo that covered most of her face, the way my mom sometimes wore one, especially for church. She had on a white blouse with red and orange details, and a long blue skirt. I remember those colors clearly because I was trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The woman was sitting there holding my niece's feet, and she looked like she was crying. I was used to waking up during the night, so at first I didn't think too much of it. I was tired, and since I thought it was my mom, I just went back to sleep. But then I woke up again. She was still there. This time, I sat up and said, "What do you need?" She didn't turn to look at me. She just kept crying. So I asked, "Is everything okay?" And then she disappeared. The moment she vanished, I felt this strange warmth pass through me, followed right away by an ice-cold chill. It felt like my blood pressure dropped all at once. I started sweating cold. I had never felt anything like that in my life. I pulled the blanket over my face and started praying. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually I heard my mom and my sister-in-law waking up to make lunch for my dad and my brother. I listened carefully until I recognized their voices. Only then did I feel brave enough to come out. I was still sweating when I walked into the kitchen. I told my mom, "There was a lady sitting by Mariana's bed," and I started crying. My sister-in-law grabbed my hand and asked me what the woman looked like. I told her everything I remembered: the rebozo, the blouse, the colors, the long blue skirt. Then she started crying too, but not softly. It was frantic, like I had said something impossible. That scared me, so I went back to the room. My niece woke up and asked what happened, and I just told her I'd had a nightmare. She went back to sleep. A little later, my brother came in and told me I needed to stop telling people about my dreams. He said I should only talk about them when I was alone with him or with my older sister. I still don't really know why he said that. Later, I found out my sister-in-law's mother had passed away that same afternoon. She had died wearing the exact clothes I described, and according to my sister-in-law, she always sat that way, with her rebozo covering part of her face. I didn't know what to say. I'm 30 now, and over time, I stopped having those dreams as much. Maybe because I learned they made people uncomfortable. Maybe because I was tired of causing problems without meaning to. But I still get feelings about places and people. Sometimes I just know when something doesn't feel right. I also tend to associate people with colors, and even though I'm very social, I often get headaches around others. Sometimes I feel this sudden need to cry for someone else, even when I don't understand why. My sister told me recently that when I was younger, I used to see people all the time. People no one else could see. Apparently, my parents took me to several priests because they wanted it to stop. My sister said it used to scare my siblings so badly that one of them didn't even want me sleeping near them. I grew up thinking my siblings hated me. I thought they couldn't stand being around me. Things only started getting better once I got older, around 16, or after some of them got married and moved into different seasons of their lives. But even now, I think about all of it, and I still wonder, is that normal? I've always had this strange love for Edinburgh. There's something about that city that gets under your skin, in the best and worst way. The hills, the old stone buildings, the castles sitting there like they've been watching everything for centuries. And then there's the history, which is beautiful, but also incredibly dark. Before I ever went there, I used to read about the underground vaults beneath the city. They were originally built for merchants to store goods, but because Edinburgh is so damp and the stone was so porous, everything kept getting ruined. So the vaults were abandoned. But people still ended up living down there. A lot of them had nowhere else to go. And back then, being homeless could get you punished severely, even killed. So people hid underground, in those cold, wet spaces beneath the streets. Then, when parts of the city burned, the heat traveled down through the stone. Those vaults basically turned into ovens, and the people hiding inside never made it out. There were also all the witch trials. And the sad thing is, many of the people accused weren't witches at all. A lot of them were healers, people who understood herbs and natural remedies. But fear took over, and once fear gets dressed up as justice, terrible things happen. All of that fascinated me. So when I finally got the chance to visit Edinburgh in late 2022, I was thrilled. It was supposed to be 4 of us, 2 friends, my girlfriend, who's now my wife, and me. But one friend canceled right before the trip, so it ended up being 3 of us. We stayed in a hostel for the first couple of nights, then booked an Airbnb for the final night. The plan was to do all the tourist stuff, walk the city, visit the old places, and take a late-night cemetery tour. Honestly, most of the trip was wonderful. Edinburgh felt exactly the way I hoped it would. Cold, dramatic, ancient. The whole place had this heavy atmosphere, but in a way I liked. Then we got to the Airbnb. We checked out of the hostel around lunchtime, left our bags there, wandered around all afternoon, and finally went to the flat in the evening. It wasn't far, so we just rolled our luggage through the streets. The only problem was that the apartment was on the 3rd floor, with no lift. Since I was the only man in the group, and apparently determined to prove I had working arms, I offered to carry the bags up myself. I took the lighter ones first. The apartment door was dark gray, with a silver number 3 fixed right in the center. I unlocked it and stepped inside. And immediately, something felt wrong. Not messy, not unsafe in any obvious way, just wrong. I had this sudden feeling that I was being watched. It was so strong that before I even brought the bags in properly, I started checking the windows and balcony doors to make sure they were locked. The flat itself was spotless. It had this vintage sort of style, like someone had tried to make it feel old-fashioned but still comfortable. The kitchen had pastel appliances, the dining table was clean, the plates and cutlery were laid out neatly, and nothing seemed out of place. Except the wardrobe in our bedroom. One of its doors was wide open. That probably sounds like nothing, and normally I'd agree, but everything else had been arranged so carefully. The chairs, the plates, the forks, even the cushions. So why leave that one wardrobe door hanging open? I couldn't stop staring at it. Then I heard my girlfriend and our friend coming up the stairs, so I quickly shut the wardrobe door and walked back out to meet them. They loved the place. They were talking about how nice it was, how cozy it looked, how much better it was than the hostel. But while I was carrying our bags into the bedroom, I noticed something else. The 2 bedrooms were side by side, so they should have shared a wall. But from the living room, I could see there was space between them. Not a tiny gap either. It looked wide enough to hide a small storage room. Then I saw the outline. There was a door there. Someone had covered it with wallpaper, but not well enough. You could still see the frame pressing through if you looked at it from the right angle. That was when I really started to feel uneasy. I've had this kind of feeling a few times in my life. Not often. Maybe 3 or 4 times total. It's hard to explain, but it's like my body knows something before my mind can catch up. And in that flat, every part of me was telling me something was off. The feeling of being watched, the wardrobe door, the covered-up room. I didn't like any of it. By that point, we were exhausted, so we ordered food and ate at the dining table. We joked that at least we were getting to use the fancy plates and cutlery. But the whole time, I kept thinking about that wardrobe and that hidden door. And the feeling in the flat kept getting heavier. Eventually, we went to bed. Our room was the bigger one. It was long and narrow, with 2 large windows on one side covered by blackout curtains. The bed was pushed against the wall, and that hidden room was directly behind the headboard. At the far end of the bedroom was a couch, and beside it stood the wardrobe. It matched the style of the flat, but in a way that made it feel worse. Tall, dark, old-looking. The kind of wardrobe that doesn't belong in a normal night of sleep. Still, we were tired enough that we fell asleep almost immediately. Then I woke up around midnight. I didn't wake up calmly. My heart was hammering, my breathing was heavy, and that feeling was back. Someone was watching me. I kept my eyes closed because I was afraid of what I'd see if I opened them. But eventually, I opened them just a little. Barely enough to see through my eyelashes. My eyes went straight to the wardrobe. The door was open again, only slightly, but there was something on top of it. At first, I thought it was a shadow. Then I realized it looked like long black hair hanging down over the edge. I looked higher, and I saw pale hands gripping the top of the wardrobe door, then a white nightdress, then a face, mostly hidden behind the hair. There was a woman crouched on top of the wardrobe, watching me. I don't know if it was my breathing or my heartbeat, or just the fact that I was frozen beside her, but my girlfriend woke up. She asked me what was wrong. We'd been together for years by then, and she knew I sometimes got these strange feelings about places. So I told her exactly what I was seeing. I told her there was a woman on the wardrobe. She couldn't see anything, but she could see me. She could see how scared I was. So she reached over and turned on the bedside lamp. The room filled with light, and the woman disappeared. Not faded, not drifted away. It was stranger than that. It was like a video skipping a frame. 1 second she was there, and the next second she wasn't. No movement, no transition, just gone. We left the lamp on after that. Somehow I fell asleep again. Then I woke up a second time, and this time the fear was worse. The lamp was still on, but it didn't help. The room was lit, and somehow that made the feeling even more awful. I was lying on one side of the bed. I reached out and felt my girlfriend beside me, still there, still sleeping. But I could feel someone else too, standing right next to my side of the bed. A woman. The same woman. I didn't see her this time because I kept my eyes shut, but I knew she was there. I could feel her leaning over me. I could feel her looking down at my face. It felt like her hair was hanging just inches above me. I was terrified that if I opened my eyes, I'd be staring straight into hers. My girlfriend woke up again, thank God. She asked me what was happening, and I whispered that the woman was beside the bed. That scared her too, but she still got up and turned on every light in the room. And as soon as the room brightened fully, the presence vanished, just gone. We stayed awake for a while after that, with all the lights on. Eventually, we slept a little, but not properly. The next morning, we checked out quickly because we had plans, and we tried to act normal. Our friend had slept alone in the other bedroom, and she scares easily, so we decided not to tell her right then. Months later, we finally mentioned it. She said she'd felt completely fine that night, slept perfectly. I haven't experienced anything like that since. I've even gone back to Edinburgh because despite everything, I still love that city. But I never stayed in that flat again. And nothing happened the second time. No strange feelings, no figures, no wardrobe door opening by itself. Still, I think about that night more than I'd like to admit. That wardrobe, that hidden room, that woman crouched above me in the dark. Even now, when I remember it, I get that same cold feeling in my chest. And more than anything, I'm grateful I wasn't alone in that room. Hi. I'm sharing this because I need to get it out. And because I'm hoping someone out there has been through something even close to what happened to me. This all started in January, on the 17th. Before that night, I was pretty skeptical. I mean, I'd always been curious about paranormal things, and when I was younger, I did see a few things I couldn't explain. But I never thought something like this would happen to me. I ordered a cheap spirit board online. Nothing special. Honestly, I thought it probably wouldn't even work. When the package arrived, I opened it right away. I didn't light candles. I didn't prepare anything. I just sat down with it, almost treating it like a strange little experiment. The first try lasted maybe 2 minutes. Nothing much happened. Then I tried again. I asked, "Is anyone here with me?" And the planchette moved to yes. At first, I wasn't scared. I was fascinated. It felt like something was guiding my hand, Not pushing the planchette by itself, but using me somehow. That's the best way I can explain it. The thing claimed it was an impure soul. It said it only wanted to keep me company. Looking back, I think that was where I made my first mistake. When I ended the session, I didn't properly close it myself. I let the board go silent without really saying goodbye in the right way. And I wish I could go back and change that. Over the next few days, I used the board a few more times, 5 sessions in total. By the 5th day, I threw it away. But by then, something had already changed. At first, it was my sleep. I would lie down calm, but my body felt wired and nervous, like fear had been poured into my veins without my permission. Then one night, whenever I closed my eyes, I saw a board in my mind. Not the one I bought. This one had red letters, vivid and sharp, and it kept showing me the words, "Don't leave me." That was when the real fear began. Then I heard the voice. It wasn't outside of me. It was inside, using the same inner voice I use when I think. That made it worse somehow because I couldn't get away from it. I told my husband I didn't know what was happening, but something about that board felt wrong. I kept saying, "I was fine before this. I was completely normal before this. I'm 36. I had never experienced anything like this. That night, the voice told me to throw the board away. I thought maybe that would stop everything, so I got up and put it in the trash. But shortly after, the voice changed. It stopped pretending to be kind. It threatened me. I panicked. I tried to get the board back, but the garbage had already been taken. I cut my finger by accident while rushing around. I called my mother crying, which is something I never do. I was terrified in a way I can't fully describe. Then I felt like something was interfering with my body. My phone went off. I went back to my bedroom to wake my husband, and suddenly I felt a heavy pressure, like something forced me down onto the bed. I couldn't breathe properly. There was weight on my chest. I was crying and begging my husband for help. A few moments later, I tried to stand, and I felt that same terrible weight on my back. I fell to the floor and crawled, honestly believing I was going to die. Then, after a short while, it stopped. That's one thing I want to say clearly. The more fear I gave it, the stronger it seemed to become. After that, I tried to calm down. I called my mother again, around 4 in the morning. And then something happened that disturbed me deeply. It felt like the voice used my own throat to speak. It said strange, dramatic things to my mother, things that made no sense. Later, the experiences became even more humiliating and invasive. My body would move in ways I didn't want it to move. I felt sensations I didn't ask for. I felt trapped inside myself, frightened and ashamed, trying to explain something that sounded impossible. At one point, the voice told me it was going to burn my back. Then my back started burning. I ran to my husband crying, telling him it felt like fire. He lifted my sweatshirt and he saw a mark appearing there. I took photos of it. It looked almost like a face with 2 horn-like shapes on either side. The skin was hot to the touch. I barely slept. My mother came to stay with me for a while because I was so shaken. My husband, my mother, and her partner believed that something had truly happened to me because they knew who I was before all of this. They knew I wasn't someone who behaved like this or imagined things for attention. That was one of the hardest parts, knowing how easy it would be for other people to dismiss me. A few nights later, it got so bad that my family took me to the hospital. I was exhausted. I felt half dead from lack of sleep. The mark on my back appeared again, and the doctors didn't know what to make of it. Some suggested I might have fallen. One asked if it could be a rash. Hearing that made me feel so alone. Eventually, I saw a psychiatrist. He touched the mark and said it was warmer than the rest of my skin. He suggested the mind can sometimes do powerful things to the body. I didn't believe that explanation. but at that point I was desperate for anything that might help. He prescribed medication, and for the first time in days, I slept. After that, the voice didn't have the same grip over my body, at least not like before. I think two things helped: the medication and my own determination to reject whatever this was. But it didn't disappear. Some days it still felt close. Sometimes it would speak through me for a second or two, and afterward I wouldn't remember what had happened. Once it said something threatening to my husband, and when he reacted angrily, I had no idea why. The days blurred together after that. The voice insulted me constantly. It tried to humiliate me, frighten me, and keep me tired. It used images from horror films I liked and twisted them into something disturbing. It invaded my dreams. It seemed to know what scared me, what upset me, and what made me feel vulnerable. My mother tried prayers. I tried prayers too. We went to a priest, but he wasn't an exorcist. He prayed with me, and although I appreciated him trying, it didn't solve it. Over time, I started noticing patterns. The more distressed I became, the louder it seemed. The more I gave in to fear, sadness, anger, or obsessive thoughts, the stronger it felt. When I forced myself to avoid feeding it with panic, the voice became more distant. Medication helped reduce some symptoms, but it didn't erase everything. That's where I am now. I'm still fighting this every day. I don't expect everyone to believe me. I know how this sounds. But I also know who I was before that board arrived at my door, and I know what changed afterward. I'm not sharing this to be dramatic. I'm sharing it because I feel isolated, and because I want to find people who went through something similar after using a spirit board. If you've experienced anything like this, I hope you know you're not alone. And if someone listening is thinking about using one of those boards just for fun, please be careful. I wish I had never touched mine. I want to tell you about something that happened to me a couple of years ago. And honestly, I still think about it from time to time. I was lying in bed one night with my cats curled up around me, all cozy and comfortable. I had my bedroom door open, mostly because the cats like to wander in and out, and sometimes one of our dogs would come in too. I was home by myself for once, so I wasn't worried about my siblings walking past my room or bothering me. The way our house was laid out, my door opened into this small hallway. My sister's room was directly across from mine, and the bathroom was off to the right. I was just watching something on my phone when I heard these tiny footsteps coming toward my doorway. They sounded like little pitter-patters, so I assumed it was our older dog. He had back problems and couldn't jump onto the bed by himself, so I sat up, ready to help him up if he wanted to join me. But then the footsteps stopped just around the corner, right outside my view. And then, without any warning, this dark little shape ran past my doorway. It looked roughly like a child, maybe toddler-sized, but it wasn't a child. It was just this solid shadow. No face, no clothes, no features. Just a small, dark figure. It darted straight into my sister's room and jumped onto her bed. But there was no sound, no floor creak, no mattress noise, no springs, nothing. I completely froze. For about 20 minutes, I barely moved. I was slowly reaching toward the little cross I kept on my bedside table, because in that moment, I genuinely had no idea what else to do. I sat there for nearly 2 hours, trying not to panic, until my family finally came home. Only then was I able to move properly and close my door. I told them what happened, and they checked the cameras, but nothing showed up. The cameras didn't even pick up the footsteps, even though I heard them clear as day. And I know it wasn't just a weird shadow from the sun or something passing by. This thing was too dark, too solid. It had shape, just no details. For a few weeks after that, I slept with a Bible near me and a cross hanging over my door. Then, about 3 months later, something else happened. I was in the living room watching TV. The room had a couch against one wall, and the TV was on the opposite wall. Behind the TV was the chimney for the fireplace. Behind the couch was the garage. To the right was the wall that led toward my room, and to the left was a big window facing the front yard. I was sitting there, just watching TV, when I suddenly heard knocking. It wasn't frantic or aggressive. It was loud, but not hard. It sounded exactly like someone knocking on a wooden door from close by. But the strange part was where it came from. It sounded like it came from the dead center of all 4 walls at the same time. There wasn't an echo. There wasn't a delay. It wasn't like one knock bounced around the room. It felt like 4 separate knocks happened at once, from 4 different places. I could almost feel it in my skull. And that scared me, because 2 of those walls shouldn't have been able to make that kind of sound at all. One of them was near the garage, one was by the chimney, and one was close to where I slept every night. I acted like I hadn't heard anything. I just sat there for a few minutes, trying to stay calm. Then I walked to my mom's room and asked her if she heard knocking. Her room was near 2 of the places the sound seemed to come from, but she said she hadn't heard anything. She told me I probably imagined it. But I know what I heard. It was too clear. And it gave me that exact feeling you get when someone is standing at the door. By that point, I started thinking maybe there was something in the house. It was an older place, so I told myself maybe it was just one of those things I would have to live with. Then, about 2 weeks after the knocking, I was in the kitchen making myself a microwave burrito. My phone was charging in another room, and I was just standing there waiting for the timer to finish. The kitchen was quiet except for the hum of the microwave. Then I heard a giggle. It was loud enough to cut through the microwave noise. It sounded like a little kid laughing at something in the next room, like they were playing a game or watching something funny. But the sound was strange. There was no echo, no muffled quality, nothing like how a voice usually sounds coming from another room. It was almost like the laugh went straight through the brick of the chimney and into my head. Then it cut off suddenly, right before the giggle would have naturally faded out. By then I was more confused than terrified. I'd already had a couple of strange things happen, so I wasn't as shocked as I probably should have been. But that laugh stuck with me because of how unnatural it sounded. I haven't had anything like that happen in a long time now. Nothing dramatic came of it. There was no exorcism, no big curse, no horror movie ending. Life just kept going. But those moments happened, and even now, I can still remember them so clearly. This happened in the UK, sometime around late autumn of 2012. I was about 12 years old then, in year 8, and it was one of those ordinary school mornings where everything felt routine at first. I'd woken up early, probably around 5:30, maybe a little after. My mom had already left for work, so I was alone in the flat, just getting myself ready like I normally did. I'd been in my room earlier that morning. I'd got dressed in there, moved around in there, used the light with no problem at all. Everything was completely normal. After that, I went into the kitchen to have breakfast. Since it was autumn and still so early, the whole place beyond the kitchen felt dark and quiet. When I'd left my bedroom, I'd turned the light off behind me. Once I'd finished eating, I remembered I needed to grab something from my room before leaving for school. I don't even remember what it was now. Maybe a book or part of my uniform. But at the time, it felt important. So I walked down the corridor toward my bedroom. And the moment I reached the doorway, I stopped. It wasn't just fear. It wasn't just darkness. It felt like I had walked straight into something thick and heavy, almost like a wall of pressure sitting in the doorway. The best way I can describe it is that the air itself felt hostile, dense, wrong. I know that sounds dramatic, but I'm not trying to dress it up. That is genuinely how it felt. I just stood there, staring into my room. It was pitch black inside, and suddenly, every part of me was telling me not to go in. My heart started racing, and I could feel panic rising in my chest before I even understood why. Then I remembered the light switch was right there by the door. So I reached in with my hand, keeping the rest of my body outside the room, and flicked it on. Nothing happened. That was when I really started to panic, because that light had been working perfectly maybe 20 minutes earlier. I flicked it again. Still nothing. I stepped back into the corridor, and the corridor light was fine. The kitchen light was fine. The living room light was fine. So it wasn't a power cut. It wasn't the whole flat. It was just my bedroom. And standing there, I had this overwhelming feeling that something was inside that room and did not want me coming in. I kept trying the switch, reaching in with my hand and flicking it over and over, but the light wouldn't come on. The whole time, that awful pressure was still there, right at the doorway. It felt almost physical, like if I pushed forward, I'd be pushing into something that had weight. I remember breathing too fast and trying to think clearly, but I couldn't. I thought about calling my mom, but she would have been at work by then, and I didn't know what I'd even say. I thought about knocking on a neighbor's door, but it was so early, and again, what would I tell them? That I was scared of my own bedroom? I felt trapped. I still had to get ready for school. I still had to leave on time. But I couldn't make myself cross that doorway. At one point, I put music on my phone because the silence in the flat was making everything worse. I hoped it would calm me down, or at least make the place feel less empty. It helped a tiny bit, but not much. I was still moving between the kitchen and the corridor, crying, watching my bedroom door the whole time. My gut was screaming that something was deeply wrong. In the end, I didn't go in. Whatever I needed from my room, I left it behind. I got my things from elsewhere, unlocked the front door, and kept looking back over my shoulder until I was out. Then I locked the door and went to school. When I came home later that afternoon, everything felt normal again. The flat was quiet, but not in that horrible way. My bedroom didn't feel heavy anymore. There was no pressure at the doorway, no sense that something was waiting in there. The first thing I did was try the light. It came on immediately. That scared me almost as much as it not working in the first place, because it meant the problem had only existed during that short window of time. Just that morning. Just when I'd needed to go into the room. Nothing like that ever happened again, but for weeks afterward, I felt uneasy whenever I went near that doorway in the dark. I still don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. It felt like something had filled my bedroom with a kind of energy so thick, it stopped me from entering. And to this day, I still wonder what could make a light fail like that only for those few minutes, and why it felt so much like the room itself was refusing to let me in. I still think about this night more often than I probably should. So, this happened when I went to a small hotel with my girlfriend, Lena. I had been drinking that evening, and honestly, I got way more drunk than I planned to. Lena didn't drink at all. She was completely sober the whole time. Later that night, she told me she wanted to head home early. She said she needed to catch the last bus and didn't want to waste money booking a ride. I was too far gone to follow her, so she told me to just stay in the room and rest. Before she left, she even packed my things neatly near the side of the bed because she knew I was in no condition to take care of myself properly. After she left, we were still texting for a little while. I remember lying there, half awake, staring at the ceiling. The room was tiny. The bed was close to the bathroom, close enough that you could hear almost everything from inside. And then, something happened that I still can't explain. I heard Lena's voice coming from the bathroom. At first, it sounded completely normal. She was asking me what time I was going home, telling me maybe I should just stay a bit longer and sleep it off. Her voice was not just similar. It sounded exactly like her. Same tone, same way of speaking, same little pauses between words. Then slowly, the way she talked changed. It became softer, more playful, almost teasing, like she was trying to pull my attention toward the bathroom. And the worst part is, I answered. I actually spoke back to it. At that moment, I fully believed Lena was still in the room with me. Somewhere in my head, I knew she had already left, but I was drunk enough that my brain just accepted what was happening. Then my phone buzzed beside me. I picked it up and looked at the screen. It was a message from Lena. She wrote, "Are you home already?" The moment I read that, I felt every bit of alcohol leave my body. My skin went cold, because seconds before that message came in, I had been hearing her voice from the bathroom, and I had been talking to it. The room went completely silent after that. Then suddenly, the toilet flushed by itself. I froze. I didn't even breathe properly for a few seconds. My heart was beating so hard it actually hurt. Eventually, I forced myself to get up and check the bathroom because I needed there to be some normal explanation. A plumbing issue, a broken toilet, anything. But when I looked, there wasn't even enough water left in the tank for another proper flush. That was when I really panicked. My hands were shaking while I grabbed my things. I didn't even pack properly. I just wanted out of that room. The whole time, I had this awful feeling that something was still there, watching me, waiting to see what I would do next. Before leaving, I went to the front desk and told one of the hotel workers what had happened. What scared me even more was how calm he was. He didn't laugh. He didn't look surprised. He just nodded and said the hotel had experienced disturbances before. Then he told me that as long as I didn't pay attention to them, I would be fine. And I just stood there thinking, what do you mean, don't pay attention to them? I left immediately and booked a ride home. Even in the car, I kept trying to convince myself it was just the alcohol, that maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But I still can't explain how I heard a full conversation so clearly. I can't explain why the voice sounded exactly like Lena. I can't explain why the toilet flushed right after I realized she wasn't there. And I definitely can't explain why the worker reacted like this was just another normal night at the hotel. I barely slept after that, and honestly, I still wonder about it. Can alcohol really make you hear something that clearly? Or did I hear something that was pretending to be her? I've never really known how to explain this without sounding like I'm reaching for answers in the dark, but I'm going to try. When I was younger, my family lived in a house that never felt completely empty. I was there for most of my childhood, and for years, things happened that I still think about. I was the one who seemed to notice it the most. I heard things. I saw things. And because I was a kid, it was easy for everyone to tell me I was imagining it. But I know what I felt. When I got my own room, my parents gave me the bigger bedroom because it was in the middle of the house and they thought I'd feel safer there. Instead, I hated it. At night, I would hear footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Sometimes it sounded like they were inside the room too, or moving through the walls and ceiling. I cried so much that eventually my parents took that room back, and I went back to sharing with my sister. For a while, that helped. But it didn't stop the house from feeling alive in a way it shouldn't have. There were voices sometimes, shadows, objects moving when they shouldn't, sounds nobody else admitted to hearing. I got called dramatic, scared, even crazy. So I learned to keep a lot of it to myself. One morning, when I was around 11, I had my own room again. I'd promised my parents I wouldn't cry at night anymore. I told them I was older now, that I could be brave. My phone was charging on my dresser across from my bed, and my alarm went off for school. For some reason, even though it was just an alarm, the sound always startled me. I had even set it to a song I liked, but in that quiet house, it still felt wrong. Then my phone suddenly fell. It hadn't been near the edge. It had only been ringing for a few seconds. And when it hit the floor, I froze. I had one of those chargers that lit up, and the glow cast a shadow across the wall. What I saw looked like the side profile of a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. I just stared at it, shaking, trying to make my body move. Finally, I forced myself to turn on the light. I waited a moment, trying to calm down, then went over to pick up my phone. The second my hand touched it, I felt this sudden rush of air brush past me, strong enough to lift my hair. For a moment, I felt like my body lifted too. Just barely, but enough that I've never forgotten it. A few months later, we moved. The landlord wanted the house back, and that was the end of living there. Except it wasn't really the end. After we left, I started dreaming about the house. Not once or twice, but again and again. Different dreams, different versions. Sometimes there were shadowy figures. Sometimes the house was burning. Once it was somehow sitting inside a cemetery near where we lived. Another time I dreamed I met someone who said he was the one who played all the people in my dreams, and he looked exhausted by it. That dream ended in my room at our new house. He smiled at me in this awful way and asked, "Do you know what's going to happen?" I begged him to tell me. He started mumbling something, like he was explaining the future, but I couldn't hear him because I kept crying and talking over him. It felt like one of those dreams where your own fear traps you inside it. Even now, years later, I still dream about going back. Sometimes when I'm out, I'll suddenly have this strange feeling that I'm going home, and for a split second, I mean that house. Then I remember I don't live there anymore. I haven't lived there in years. That's the part that unsettles me most. Sometimes it feels like everything that happened there goes quiet until I pass by it, and then it all wakes up again. Not long ago, I talked to the landlord's grandson. We had known each other since we were little, but we had never talked about the house. I asked him, kind of randomly, if I could ask him something about it. Before I even explained, he said, "Is this about the shadow man in the hallway?" I remember just stopping. He told me his mom had seen something near the bathroom on the day his grandparents moved in. She saw a figure there, the same kind of figure I remembered. A man, a shadow, something in the hall. Later, I found out an older man had lived in the house before us. My dad said he had seen him back when he was alive, and that he often wore a hat. Some people thought maybe he died in that house, maybe even in the larger bedroom, the room I had been so afraid to sleep in. After we moved out, my family started being more honest about what they had felt there. My parents, who were never the type to encourage ghost stories, admitted they knew something was wrong with that house. My mom especially said it terrified her. She said she always felt watched. And I think that hurt a little, knowing I hadn't been the only one scared, but I had been the one who carried it out loud. The strangest part is that even after everything, I think I would still go back if I had the chance. I don't know why. Maybe I want answers. Maybe a part of me is still standing in that hallway, listening. Maybe the house never fully let go of me. So I guess what I'm really asking is this: can a place, or whatever lives inside it, attach itself to a person? Because sometimes it feels like I left that house years ago, but something from it followed me anyway. I woke up last night with this awful, nervous feeling in my chest, the kind that spreads through your whole body before you even understand why. The strange thing is, I had gone to bed completely fine. I wasn't scared. I wasn't thinking about anything creepy. I stayed up for a little while playing Brawl Stars, put my phone down, and fell asleep sometime around 1 a.m. Then, at some point in the night, I woke up. I didn't check the time. I didn't want to. I just remember opening my eyes and hearing a song playing in my head. Not out loud, not from my phone, just inside my mind. It was looping over and over, and I don't know how to describe it except that it felt wrong. Waking up in the middle of the night, in the dark, with some disturbing song repeating in your head for no reason is not a good feeling. I was still half asleep, so I started looking around my room. First, I looked toward my bedroom door. There was a weak bit of light coming from the hallway, but nothing was there. Then I looked at my wardrobe. One of the doors was slightly open, and inside was just this thick darkness. It looked deeper than it should have, like the shadows were packed into it. The song still wouldn't stop. Then this uneasy feeling came over me. It wasn't exactly fear at first. It was more like my body knew something was off before my brain did. I looked over at my aunt, who was sleeping across from me, facing the wall. She was completely still, just asleep like normal. So I tried to tell myself I was being ridiculous. I lay back down and tried to calm down, but then I looked at the window, and that was the mistake. Between the blinds, right up close to the glass, I saw something outside. I live on the 3rd floor, so there shouldn't have been anything there. But for that 1 second, I saw a shape. It was round, maybe around the size of a small bird or a chicken, with these pointed parts hanging down from the bottom. It looked like it was pressed near the window, like it was looking in. I froze. I only stared for a moment before forcing myself to look away. I kept telling myself, it's probably just the trees. It's just the trees. There are palm trees outside, so I tried to convince myself that must have been what I saw. Then I turned over and somehow managed to fall asleep again. When I woke up at 6, I had almost forgotten about it. My alarm went off like usual, and for a while, I didn't even think to check the window. I have a hurt ankle right now, so I decided to stay home instead of going out. Later, when more daylight came into the room, the memory suddenly came back. I went straight to the window. There was nothing there. And that's when I felt cold all over again, because the palm trees are nowhere near where I saw the shape. They're farther away and off to the side. Whatever I saw had been right in the center of the window, between the blinds, close to the glass. It didn't look like a tree. It still makes my skin crawl thinking about it. Later on, I realized where the song had come from. It was from an Instagram reel my friend had sent me a few days before. The video had distorted images and clips playing with that same song in the background. So maybe my mind just dragged it up while I was half asleep. Maybe the shape was nothing. But I remember exactly what I saw, and I remember exactly how it felt. And I still don't want to look at that window at night. Back in May of 2014, my family went through a really painful loss. My grandfather Leon passed away after a long and difficult battle with pancreatic cancer. He was a veteran, but he was also a deeply creative person. He painted, sketched, played music, and worked on all kinds of artistic projects throughout his life. Not long before he passed, There had even been a celebration of his artwork down in Florida, which feels really special to think about now. When the funeral came, we all drove out to Quantico for his military burial. I was only 9 years old at the time, so a lot of the day is blurry in my memory. I remember standing there with my family, listening to people speak about him. I remember the honor guard firing the blank shots, too. I didn't handle that part very well because I've always been sensitive to loud noises. But the part that stayed with me most happened afterward. We were all getting back into the car, ready to leave, and the car just would not start. My mom tried the key again and again, but nothing happened. It was an older car, so normally I'd say, well, that explains it. But what happened next is what makes me pause. After a few tries, my mom just sat there for a second and said something like, "Dad, you can let us go now. I know." Then she turned the key one more time, and the car started. Just like that. Even now, I know how easy it is to call something like that a coincidence. The car was old. Cars act up. Things happen. But the timing of it has always felt strange to me. It didn't start until my mom spoke directly to him, almost like she was acknowledging that he was there, or that he was having a hard time letting go. I've had other odd experiences around funerals too. I don't know how to explain it exactly, but sometimes there's this heavy feeling in the room. Not frightening, really. More like someone is still lingering nearby, like their presence hasn't fully faded yet. With my grandfather, I've always wondered if maybe that moment at the car was his way of reaching out one last time. My mom had spent time with him near the end, sitting with him while he was dying, and then after she left, he passed away. So maybe there was something unfinished there. Maybe he just wanted her to know he was still with us, for one final moment. I don't remember everything about him because I was so young, and more than 10 years can blur a lot of details. But from what I do remember, and from what people have told me, he was a talented, complicated, loving person. And I know my mom meant a lot to him. So I still think about that day sometimes. Maybe it was just an old car finally deciding to work. Or maybe, in his own quiet way, my grandfather was saying goodbye. Something really strange happened to me last night, and I've been turning it over in my head ever since. I almost didn't share it because even saying it out loud makes it feel heavier somehow. But I don't know. I think I just need to get it out. So last night, I was sleeping on the rooftop. That probably sounds odd to some people, but for me, it's normal. I've done it every summer since I was a kid. The nights get warm, the roof feels open and peaceful, and usually, it's the easiest place for me to fall asleep. Nothing strange has ever happened up there before. Sometime late in the night, maybe around 1:30 or 2 in the morning, I woke up for a few seconds. I didn't have my phone with me, so I just looked up at the sky, trying to guess how close it was to morning. It was still dark, so I lay back down and slowly drifted off again. That's when I had the dream. In the dream, I was sitting at my computer, working from home, already irritated and tired. For the past few days, the milk we had been getting seemed wrong somehow. Thin, watered down, not the usual quality. I remember feeling annoyed enough that I had decided I was going to confront the milkman the next time he came. I was sitting there waiting for him, almost rehearsing what I was going to say. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs. Someone was coming up toward my room, and in the dream I immediately thought, okay, that must be him. But when I looked over, it wasn't the current milkman. It was our old milkman, Ramesh. He had delivered milk to our house for years, maybe 11 or 12 years. He knew everyone in the neighborhood, and the thing is, he died last year. He took his own life. In the dream, he was climbing the stairs slowly, holding the milk in his hands, and the whole time he was looking straight at me. Not just looking, really. Staring. He had this strange little smile on his face, almost like he already knew what I was thinking. Like instead of me confronting him, he was the one coming to confront me. I remember feeling frozen. I couldn't speak. I just watched him come closer, step by step. Then he reached the final stair, still smiling at me, and I woke up. For a moment, I just lay there on the rooftop, trying to breathe normally. I looked around, looked at the sky again, and told myself it was only a dream. A disturbing one, yes, but still just a dream. And honestly, I was starting to calm down. But then, right as I was drifting back to sleep, I heard a voice. It was a woman's voice. Very sharp, very high-pitched, and very clear. It said, "Ruko." Stop. I opened my eyes immediately. I was alone. There was no one beside me, no one on the rooftop, no one near the stairs. The whole place was quiet. I sat there for a while just listening, waiting for another sound, but nothing came. That's the part I can't explain. Maybe it was my brain stuck halfway between sleep and waking. Maybe it was just the dream echoing in my mind. I know that can happen. I know there are ordinary explanations for strange things at night. But it felt real. Not dream real. Real. And the timing is what bothers me most. Right after dreaming about him, I hear a voice telling me to stop. My mother had told me before not to talk too much about him because his death wasn't natural. She doesn't like when people bring him up. And today, when I told my brother what happened, he got upset with me too. He told me not to keep mentioning people who died that way, not to talk about seeing them in dreams, because according to him, speaking about them can somehow draw them closer. He even said, "What if he's somewhere nearby?" I don't know what I believe. I really don't. Part of me thinks it was just my tired mind creating something out of fear and memory. Another part of me keeps replaying that voice, the way it cut through the silence. I don't really have anyone around me I can talk to about this without them either getting scared or angry. So I guess I'm sharing it here because I needed to tell someone. And there's one more thing that makes it harder to brush off. It's May now. He died in May of last year. Almost exactly 1 year ago. This happened a long time ago, back when I was about 12. For a little context, I read tarot cards. I wouldn't exactly call myself a medium, but I've definitely had more spiritual experiences than most people I know. I started learning tarot around that age, and the deck I use is actually a family heirloom. It was passed down to me when I was 12. Another thing that's important is that, before this, I had never really had nightmares. Not as a little kid, not as a toddler, not even once that I can remember. So one afternoon, I decided to take a nap in my room. In the dream, I was with two of my friends in my cousin's bedroom, except something was wrong right away. The whole room was reversed. The bed was on the opposite side. The furniture was flipped around. Everything looked familiar, but completely out of place. Then we heard this loud thud outside the window. So, of course, we went to look. The window was strange, too. It had 3 layers to open. The regular glass, then the screen, then another pane of glass. When we finally got it open, I realized I didn't recognize anything outside. We were high up, like we were in an apartment building, surrounded by other tall buildings. But my cousin doesn't live in an apartment, which made it even more unsettling. It was nighttime outside, and the street was barely lit. Only a couple of faded streetlights were working. Down the road, though, there was this small, suburban-looking house, completely out of place against all the city buildings. It reminded me of a cartoon house, with a little walkway and a fence made from short logs and tree stump posts. On the walkway stood a shadowy man. He had this very strict, stern, father-like energy. Near him was a smaller shadow figure, a boy, standing on one of the tree stumps and playing with a jump rope. The second my friends and I saw them, we ducked back inside and panicked. When we looked out again, the whole scene had changed. The man was holding the jump rope the way an angry parent might hold a belt, and the boy was standing still with his head down. That scared us even more, so we slammed the window shut. Then something hit the glass. I don't remember what it was, only the sound and the feeling of knowing something was very wrong. After that, the dream shifted, almost like a movie cutting to another scene. Suddenly, I was on the phone with my friends. One of them, Mia, said, "I have to say goodbye to my family before it happens." Then my other friend said, "I'm going to hide in the woods. I'm not going out like this." And I remember panicking and saying, "What about me? What am I supposed to do?" Then I woke up sweating. I was terrified. I knew it had just been a dream, but I had never had a nightmare before, so it felt wrong in a way I can't really explain. I wanted to get out of bed, but I was too scared to move. Then I felt my cat sit on the bed near my feet. She was a big cat, and she slept with me all the time, so I knew what her weight felt like. I thought, okay, she's here. I'm not alone. So I sat up to grab her. But she wasn't there. There was just a dip in the mattress, like something invisible was sitting on the bed. I froze, then lay back down immediately. A moment later, one of my crystals near my tarot cards suddenly moved. I heard it hit the ceramic plate it was sitting on. It made this clear little ding, sharp and unmistakable. That was enough for me. I ran out of my room and found my mom. And the strangest part is, around that time, I used to see a shadow figure in my neighbor's attic window. Their house was a blue suburban home with one window right up at the peak of the roof. From my bed, the angle lined up perfectly. My window, my screen, and then their attic window. It felt eerily similar to the house I had seen in the dream. That's still one of the creepiest experiences I've ever had, though I do have others. And yes, I actually have a picture of the figure in the window. I'll be honest with you. I've always been somewhere in the middle when it comes to the paranormal. I wouldn't say I was a full believer, but I wasn't exactly a skeptic either. I liked horror movies. I could watch the based on a true story ones, read strange experiences online, and still go to bed just fine afterward. I never had anything happen to me directly. That changed a few nights ago. I had just gotten home from a weekend fishing trip with a couple of friends. It was around early afternoon, and I was completely worn out. You know the kind of tired where your body feels hollow? That was me. I barely slept the whole weekend, so all I wanted was a shower, dinner, and a real night of sleep. When I got home, my wife Lena was excited to show me what she had found at this little antique shop downtown. She had picked up a few things: some old glass plates, a silk scarf, a carved wooden box, and then this purse. It was old, really old looking. The purse was made from this deep, burgundy, reptile-textured material with a tarnished brass chain for the strap. It looked like something that had been sitting in the back of someone's closet for decades. And the strange thing was, it didn't seem like Lena at all. She usually likes simple, elegant bags. Clean lines, soft colors, nothing too dramatic. So when she told me she paid $85 for it, I was surprised. But she was so happy with it, and I didn't want to dampen that. So I told her it was interesting and that I liked it. The rest of the day was normal. I unpacked, we made dinner, cleaned up a little, watched TV, and eventually got ready for bed. Lena falls asleep fast. I mean, within minutes. I'm the opposite. I usually scroll on my phone for a while until I feel myself drifting. That night, she was already asleep beside me. I was lying on my side, facing her, phone in hand. It was warm in the room, and our dog, Milo, who usually sleeps on the bed with us, had chosen the hardwood floor near the doorway instead. It was around 11:40 at night when I finally put my phone down. I rolled onto my back, ready to sleep. And that's when I saw her. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The room wasn't completely dark, but it was dim enough that my eyes needed a second to adjust. There was a woman's head hovering just above me, maybe a foot or so from my face. I can still see it so clearly. Her hair was thin and tangled, hanging in uneven strands around her face. Her skin was old and wrinkled, but it wasn't just age that made her frightening. It was her expression. Her mouth was slightly open. Her upper lip was curled, almost like a snarl. Her nose was wrinkled up, and her eyes were wide, bulging, and fixed with this hateful intensity. But she wasn't looking at me. She was staring at Lena. That was the worst part. The absolute worst part. It felt like this woman was leaning over me from the side of the bed, bent at some impossible angle, looking past me at my wife with this awful, vicious focus. I don't know how long I actually looked at her. It felt stretched out, like time had gone syrup thick. But I must have reacted almost instantly, because the next thing I knew, I threw myself toward Lena and practically climbed over her. She woke up terrified, asking me what was wrong. She turned on her lamp, and when she saw my face, she went quiet for a second. Then she said, "I have never seen you look like that before." And I believe her. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. I could barely speak at first. When I finally told her what I saw, I described the woman, the face, the way she appeared over me. But I left out one detail. I didn't tell Lena the woman had been staring directly at her. I just couldn't. She was already scared enough. We stayed awake for about an hour after that, trying to make sense of it. I kept telling myself maybe I had been half asleep. Maybe it was some kind of waking dream. But I knew what I saw. And the room felt wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. The air felt heavy. Not just emotionally, but physically. Like the room had pressure in it. At one point, I got up to use the bathroom, and walking felt strange, almost like I was moving through water. I felt disconnected from myself, like I was watching my own body move. When I got back into bed, I was exhausted, but every time I started to drift off, this sharp feeling would hit me, like something terrible was about to happen right then. It jolted me awake 3 or 4 times before I finally managed to fall asleep. A few hours later, around 3:15 in the morning, Milo woke us up. He was growling. Not barking at the window, not reacting to a sound outside. He was standing at the foot of the bed, trembling and staring toward the corner of the room. At the purse. The antique purse Lena had bought earlier was sitting on a chair near the dresser. Milo wouldn't go near it. He just stared at it, whining under his breath, with his body low and tense. And that's when something clicked for both of us. We didn't say much. We just got up, took the purse out of the bedroom, and put it downstairs near the front door. After that, we managed to sleep until morning. When we woke up, Lena told me she'd had a nightmare after we went back to bed. She dreamed she got up in the middle of the night and looked out our bedroom window. Across the way, she saw our neighbor standing in his window, staring back at her. In the dream, they just stared at each other. Then he raised a gun to his own head. She said it felt so real that when she woke up, she wasn't even sure it had been a dream. The next morning, I went to work, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I called a friend of mine, Daniel, who has always been into paranormal stuff. I told him everything. He listened quietly, then said, "You need to get that purse out of your house." He told me he thought something negative was attached to it, and that whatever it was, it didn't want Lena to have it. He said to return it if possible, and then cleanse the house. The antique shop wasn't supposed to open again for 2 days, but Lena didn't want that purse in the house for another minute. She drove it back and left it by the shop's front door. She didn't care about the money. Neither did I. When she came home, she opened the windows, cleaned the house, and burned sage through every room. That night, I'll admit, I was still scared. I couldn't tell if the house still felt strange or if my nerves were just shredded. Lena felt the same way. We got into bed, but neither of us wanted silence, so we put on old comedy movies and let them play until we finally fell asleep sometime after 1 in the morning. Nothing happened that night. No footsteps, no strange feeling, no growling, no woman. I'm hoping that was the end of it. I don't know exactly what we brought into the house with that purse, and honestly, I don't think I want to know. But I know this much. Before that night, I could laugh off stories like this. I could tell myself people were tired, dreaming, imagining things. Now I understand how quickly one moment can change what you believe. And if something ever feels wrong the second it enters your home, listen to that feeling. Some things aren't meant to be brought inside. When we first moved into that apartment, I honestly didn't think anything of it. It was old, sure, and it had that quiet, heavy feeling some older places have. But I told myself I was just being dramatic. You know how it is when you're in a new house and every sound feels louder than it should. The apartment had 3 floors. My sisters and I stayed on the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor was almost never used. It was supposed to be more like storage, but nobody really liked going up there. The air always felt colder, and the whole space had this stillness that made you want to finish whatever you were doing and leave. Our bedroom faced the backyard, and right outside the window there was this huge old tree. During the day, it looked harmless, just a big tree with thick branches and a wide trunk. But at night, it changed completely. The branches stretched across the yard in these strange shapes, and when the wind moved them, the shadows looked almost alive. At first, we laughed it off. Every old place has something creepy about it, right? But then the neighbors started saying things. Nothing direct, nothing clear. Just little comments like, "That place has a history," or "People don't usually stay there very long." They never explained what they meant, but the way they said it made me feel uneasy. And honestly, looking back, I think that was probably why the rent was so low. For the first couple of weeks, nothing happened. No strange noises, no weird footsteps, nothing. We unpacked, studied, adjusted to the place, and tried to ignore that uncomfortable feeling that seemed to linger in certain corners of the apartment. Then one night, everything changed. My sisters and I were studying late for exams. We each had our own little study table, and mine was near the window facing the backyard and that huge tree. After a while, my sisters got too tired and went to sleep, but I stayed awake because I still had a few chapters to finish. It must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning when I looked outside, just to rest my eyes for a second. And that's when I saw her. There was a woman walking slowly along the road. At first, I thought maybe I was tired and imagining it. But no, she was there. She was pregnant, heavily pregnant, and she was wearing a long blue dress that almost touched the ground. Her walk was strange. Slow, careful, quiet in a way that didn't feel normal. I remember thinking, why would someone like that be outside at this hour? But I tried to push it out of my mind. I told myself maybe she lived nearby. Maybe she couldn't sleep. Maybe she was just taking a walk. Still, something about her felt wrong. The next night, it happened again. I was exhausted and already thinking about going to bed, but for some reason, something made me look outside. I don't even know why. I just turned my head toward the window. It was 2:45 in the morning, and there she was again. This time, I saw her more clearly. Her dress wasn't plain blue like I thought before. It had a faded floral pattern, with tiny pale blue flowers scattered across the fabric. Parts of it were darker, almost like shadows had sunk into the cloth. It looked old, like something from another time. One of her hands was resting over her stomach, holding it gently, protectively, as she walked. Her hair was long, thick, and black, falling all the way down her back. I froze at my desk. Then she stopped, just suddenly stopped walking, and slowly, too slowly, she turned her head toward my window. She looked directly at me. I knew she saw me. My whole body went cold. Her eyes looked dark and empty, like there was nothing behind them. I can't even explain the feeling properly. It wasn't just fear. It was sadness too. Deep, heavy sadness. I shut the window immediately and went straight to bed. But that night, I had a dream. In the dream, I saw a woman who looked happy. She was pregnant, smiling, standing beside a man who seemed to be her husband. She was wearing the same dress, but in the dream, it looked new, bright, beautiful, like it belonged to a happier version of her life. Then everything changed. Her husband left her. Just like that, the dream turned dark. The happiness disappeared, and suddenly I saw the same tree from our backyard. And somehow, even in the dream, I understood what happened next. She had taken her own life there. But what stayed with me most wasn't just the fear. It was the guilt she carried. This terrible sorrow, like she blamed herself because her baby never got the chance to live. And the strangest part was, it felt like someone was trying to tell me something. Not with words, just with that sadness. Like she needed someone to know. I've been feeling really frustrated with my life lately. Some days, it honestly feels like everything about me is wrong. I look at my face and I don't feel good about it. I don't feel confident in my body, my hair, or even my voice. I feel unlucky, and when it comes to love, I feel like I always end up losing. There have been moments where I've wondered why I was even born. But what hurts more is that my life wasn't always like this. A couple of years ago, things felt so much better. Some of my best memories were from my hostel days in Lucknow. Life felt lighter back then. I had good moments, good energy, and at least for a while, I felt like I was actually living. Then things slowly started changing. There was a girl I had feelings for. I'll call her Ria, because I don't want to use her real name. For some reason, her name always felt connected to mine, almost like life was giving me some kind of sign. I know that might sound strange, but at that time, that's how it felt to me. Around the end of April 2025, everything began to feel disturbed. I met with an accident and fractured my leg. From that day onward, something inside me changed. I started feeling like my life was falling apart, like it wasn't worth much anymore. After that, I felt like certain people had entered my life and started troubling me. I still don't fully understand who they were, why I felt that way, or when it really began. But at the time, it felt very real to me. I started feeling like I was being tortured physically, almost like I was being made to experience pain again and again. It felt similar to accidents or injuries happening repeatedly. I couldn't explain how it was happening, but I kept feeling like my body was being affected. Then, on 18 May 2025, I proposed to Ria. She said no. that rejection hit me very hard. I had used drugs once or twice before with friends, but I had stopped. After she rejected me, I slipped back into drugs heavily. I wasn't in a stable place mentally, and everything started feeling darker and more confusing. Around that time, I began believing that the people troubling me were not normal. I felt like they were hiding something from me, like maybe they weren't even human, or like they had some kind of control over the situations around me. I know that sounds unbelievable now, but back then, it felt completely real in my mind. I also started feeling like my voice had changed in a strange way. I felt like when I spoke, people reacted differently, almost in a sexual way. I know it sounds odd, and even I don't know how to explain it properly, but that was something I genuinely felt at the time. Later, I started thinking a lot about Nazar, or the evil eye. I began believing that if I was impure, something bad would happen to me physically, and if I stayed pure, things might become better. For example, I thought that if someone gave me the evil eye on my face might become darker or get marks. Once, after talking to someone for a long time, I got into an accident and ended up with a mark on my face. I connected that incident to the evil eye. I also started connecting injuries on different parts of my body to the same idea. I know it sounds difficult to believe, but that was honestly how my mind was working during that period. This phase lasted for about 4 months, from April to August. Around the beginning of August, maybe on the 1st or 2nd, I started realizing that something was seriously wrong. At one point, I felt like these people were fooling me by pretending to be news channels, like BBC, or even pretending to be my relatives and family members. I was also using drugs during that time, so my mind was not clear at all. I even wrote notes saying I would become famous. I felt like I was communicating with them through my thoughts. Later, I started feeling like thoughts were being placed into my mind, making me believe all kinds of things, even things connected to my brother or my grandmother's soul. My grandmother passed away 7 years ago, and I was very emotionally attached to her. So when thoughts about her came into my mind, they affected me deeply. Over time, I started realizing that some of these things might not have been real. But even then, I stayed confused because of the drugs, the stress, and the mental pressure I was under. I also felt like I was being given dates and promises, like everything would stop on a certain day. But nothing really ended. That made me feel even more trapped. For a long time, repeated sounds also disturbed me. Coughing, spitting, small noises, ordinary sounds around me. All of it started feeling targeted. I know some of those sounds are normal, but to me, they felt continuous, personal, and painful. During this same period, bad things kept happening in my life. My bike ran out of petrol near a closed petrol station. Then another station had no petrol either. Small, unlucky incidents like that kept piling up. A lot of my electronic things also stopped working in a short time. Chargers, PC parts, extension boards, and other items. Even my mother once said something like, "If you touch something, it becomes weak or breaks." That stayed in my mind, and it made me feel even more unlucky. Now I feel like everything around me goes wrong. I feel like I carry bad luck with me. I tried telling my family and some friends, but they didn't really take me seriously. Some of them thought I was joking. That hurt too, because inside, I wasn't joking at all. I was scared, confused, and tired. Right now, I feel very low and alone. The girl I cared about doesn't want me anymore. I feel like I can't do anything properly, even when I want to. Sometimes I'm afraid to go outside because I feel like things might get worse. I've never intentionally tried to hurt anyone. I don't feel like I've done something so wrong that I deserve all of this. But still, this is how my life feels right now. And honestly, I don't know what to do anymore. I was 19 when I finally started talking about this more openly, but the first time it happened, I was only about 12. I was at my grandparents' house one evening, sitting on the couch with my older sister, Mara, right beside me. I had my laptop open, just doing whatever kids do online at that age, not paying much attention to anything else. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something near the bookshelf by the staircase. It looked like a person, but not really. More like a completely black shape. Its head was rounded in this strange way, almost like a smudged thumbprint. It looked like it was wearing clothes that reminded me of one of my aunt's outfits, and there was something around its neck. A rope. It was hanging there. I looked up so fast, but when I stared directly at the spot, there was nothing there. The second I looked back down at my laptop, though, I could see it again. Same place, same shape, just hanging near the stairs. I turned toward Mara, absolutely terrified, and before I even got a word out, she said, "Do not tell me there's something beside me." That made my stomach drop. I told her, "No, it's not beside you," and then I asked if she could see anything near the bookshelf. She looked, but she said she didn't see anything. Then she told me to go tell our grandmother. So I did. But while I was trying to explain it to my grandma, I saw another figure. This one was standing between my uncle and my grandfather. It looked just like the first one, only this time, the clothes reminded me of something my dad would wear. My grandma didn't laugh. She didn't tell me I was imagining it. She immediately went upstairs, came back with rosary beads, and told me to pray. That reaction scared me almost as much as what I saw. A few years after that, my grandfather had serious back problems and ended up needing surgery. Around that same period, my uncle developed a tumor behind his eye and needed surgery too. I'm not saying those things were definitely connected, because I honestly don't know. But after what I saw, it's hard not to wonder. It just stayed in the back of my mind, like a cold hand on my shoulder. Then, when I was around 16, something else happened. My grandparents asked me to go into the garage and grab a bottle of wine. I didn't think anything of it. I walked over, opened the door, and flipped on the light. The lights flickered for a second, and in that flicker, I saw a man standing right in front of me. He was so close to my face that I jumped back immediately. He had a tall top hat, and he seemed broad, almost unnaturally large, though I could only really see him from the shoulders up. He was just there, inches away from me. I looked over at Mara, and the look on her face told me she knew. She knew exactly what I had seen. I ran back inside and started praying to God and Jesus because I didn't know what else to do. After a little while, I came back and sat beside my sister. She looked at me and asked, "Did you see that man too?" I said yes. That was when she told me she had seen the same man a few weeks before in the same house. We told our grandma again, and eventually she had a priest come bless the house. The strangest part is that it only ever happened to me and Mara. Nobody else in the family saw these things. Not my grandparents, not my parents, not my uncle, just us. And what still confuses me is that all of this seemed to start around the time I became more serious about my faith. I was praying more, believing more deeply in God, and trying to understand spiritual things in a real way. I still believe in God. I still pray. But I also still don't know what my sister and I saw in that house. And even now, years later, I think about it and wonder whether anyone else has experienced something like this, or whether there's any explanation for what was standing in front of us that night. I'm going to tell you something that still feels difficult to say out loud. People talk about the afterlife as the place we go when this life ends. Others talk about the end of days, the Antichrist, a being who brings pain, war, and darkness wherever they go. But what if evil doesn't always arrive looking like a monster? What if it hides inside someone innocent? Someone who never asked to be chosen? My name is Mira. I'm 17 years old, and since the day I was born, my life has never fully belonged to me. When I was a baby, I became terribly sick. My family says I died for a few minutes. The doctors didn't know what to do, and when I came back, I wasn't really the same. I could breathe, but I couldn't walk. I couldn't speak. I couldn't look at anyone. For almost 5 years, I lived in a wheelchair, trapped inside a body that felt empty to everyone around me. But my mother never gave up. She took me to hospitals, churches, temples, healers, and rituals. She tried everything a desperate mother might try to save her child. But during one of those rituals, something went wrong. Or maybe it went too well. When I was 6 years old, something exploded inside my head. It felt like thunder had cracked open behind my eyes. My ears rang, my nose started bleeding, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I could walk. I could speak. I could run and jump like my body had only been waiting for permission to come back to life. The doctors had no explanation. They ran every test they could think of, but everything came back clean. My mother cried with relief, but I could still see something hidden in her eyes. A question. A fear she didn't want to name. A year later, on my 7th birthday, I heard a voice. It was deep and heavy, like it came from somewhere ancient. "Wake up, Mira. The time to fight has come." I tried to scream, but strange words came out of my mouth. Words I didn't understand. My mother rushed into the room, and when she saw me, she froze. My hands were white. My nails had turned gray. My face was cold, almost lifeless. She carried me to the hospital. The doctors called specialists. They even brought in a translator who said I seemed to be speaking a strange mixture of Aramaic and Old Latin. Then one doctor looked at my mother and said something I'll never forget. "Ma'am, you need to look for help beyond medicine. This is not something we understand." A few days later, I started speaking English again, as if nothing had happened. But something inside me had already awakened. Years passed, and I tried to live like a normal girl. I went to school. I studied hard. I stayed quiet. I did everything I could to seem ordinary. Then, when I was 17, I was sitting in sociology class. We were talking about war, about how it destroys families, about children who lose everything before they're old enough to understand why. Then I saw a photo of a wounded little boy, and something inside me cracked. Pain tore through my head. My ears rang so loudly I thought they would burst. Blood poured from my nose. My eyes burned. Then I felt something enormous and dark moving inside my chest. The voice came back. "It is time." I wanted to call for help, but only unfamiliar words came out. Then I fainted. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. I was speaking, but no one understood me. No one except an older man who entered the room with a strange calmness. He looked like a priest, but not exactly. He read my medical history. He listened to the words coming from my mouth. Then he turned to my mother and said, "Your daughter is not possessed in the way you think. She is a bridge." My mother didn't understand, so he continued. "There are 3 forces inside her: heaven, hell, and earth. Her body is the earth. The light that brought her back came from God. But during the rituals, something dark entered too. Now both are fighting inside her." My mother argued with him. She cried. She begged him not to say those things. Then the man took out an old book filled with symbols I didn't recognize, and for the first time, I saw my mother look at me with real fear. Not fear of me, fear for me. Not long after that, they told me I had to go to Rome. They said the Vatican would become my new home. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to abandon my school, my house, my life. But everyone spoke as though there was no choice. Maybe there wasn't. When we arrived, they brought me to a sealed chamber, cold and silent. The moment I stepped inside, something changed. The anger that sometimes burned inside me faded a little. The pain my mother carried, the pain that had somehow been feeding something in me, grew quieter. The fear around me no longer made me stronger. It only made me sad. The priest looked at me and said, "This room is not here to cure you, Mira. It is here to help you control what lives inside you." I didn't understand. So he came closer and spoke gently. "When you died, a spark of God entered you. But when your family tried to save you at any cost, a shadow attached itself to that light. You are not only a girl. You are the meeting point between heaven, hell, and the human world." He told me that when I turn 33, one of those forces will fully awaken. The light or the darkness. And everything I do before then will decide whether I become salvation or destruction. So here I am. My name is Mira. I'm 17 years old. And I have 16 years left to control what lives inside me, before it controls me. Honestly, I need some advice, because I'm still trying to make sense of everything. I was with my ex Clara for almost 5 years. It was one of those relationships where you think you've built something solid, something that could actually last. But during a trip, she cheated on me. She said it was just a kiss, like that somehow made it smaller. But for me, it broke something. I tried to forgive her for almost a year. I really did. I tried to convince myself that love could get past it, that maybe time would dull the pain, that I could stop replaying it in my head. But I couldn't. Every time I looked at her, there was this weight in my chest. So eventually, I ended the relationship. About a year and a half passed. I hadn't used my ChatGPT account in ages. Honestly, I had almost forgotten about it. Then one day, I logged in randomly and saw that she had still been using my account. And what made it worse was that she had been using it for things related to her and her new boyfriend, like photos and stuff like that. I got angry, so I messaged her. I think I only wanted to confront her. But then she suddenly started crying, and somehow, I did too. It was strange. It felt like everything we had buried came rushing back at once. She told me she missed me, and that same day, we agreed to meet somewhere nearby. We saw each other. We talked. We kissed. It was confusing and intense, like opening a door both of us had sworn was already locked. But I told her we should talk later, calmly, and see what happened. A week later, we met again. That's when she told me she couldn't do this to her boyfriend. She said she couldn't be with me while she was still with him. And inside, I knew she was right. I didn't want to become that kind of person. I had already been hurt by cheating, and I didn't want to do the same thing to someone else, even if I didn't know him. I still have values, or at least I'm trying to hold on to them. But even after that, we kept seeing each other. For one reason or another, we kept talking, crossing paths, finding excuses. Then one day, I got fed up. I brought her some things of hers that I still had, left them with her, and we agreed not to talk or see each other anymore. A couple of days later, I left the gym and passed near her university. She came up to me like nothing had happened and said, "Give me luck." I asked her, "Isn't your boyfriend here?" She said yes, that he was probably in the classroom. His classroom was close to the entrance, maybe only a few meters away. So he was right there, almost within sight, and he had no idea. She asked me for luck for her exams. Like an idiot, I said okay. She scratched my hands, because apparently that was supposed to bring luck. And then, being even more foolish, I told her she had to give it back to me later. That's how we ended up seeing each other again that Sunday. We met at a park. We hugged, talked for a while, and then out of nowhere, she started crying. By then, we had already seen each other several times over those 2 weeks. At one point, she told me she had confessed everything to her boyfriend. That we had kissed, that we had met, that we had hugged. She said he cried a lot, but forgave her. And I believed her. But that Sunday, when we were saying goodbye, she said something that made me go completely cold. She told me she had been crying because of her boyfriend, not because of me. I didn't understand. I still don't fully understand. But in that moment, I told myself, enough. I left, and I stopped talking to her. After that, I decided to find her boyfriend and tell him what had happened. I don't think I did it out of revenge. At least, I hope I didn't. I did it because I felt like he deserved to know the truth. When I told him, I could see the pain in his face. His eyes started to water. Then she appeared, but I didn't even turn to look at her. I just told him, "That's everything. Take care." And I left. That happened in June 2025. Since then, I felt strange. I don't really know how to explain it. It's like things haven't been flowing the same way, like I've been carrying this heavy energy around, or like I've had bad luck following me. And that feels weird because I've always thought of myself as a lucky person, almost like I had a 4-leaf clover stamped on my forehead. A few months ago, I started feeling like something was off. I even started wondering if it could be something like witchcraft, even though I know that sounds dramatic. Then recently, I was deleting things from my phone and opened TikTok, which I barely use. I realized I was still following her, so I went to her profile to unfollow her. That's when I saw some strange videos. Things like, "Never make a witch cry," and other posts with that same kind of energy. They were from around December 2025, which is roughly when I started feeling weird. And of course, my mind started connecting dots, even though maybe it was just my pain trying to turn confusion into a pattern. She's still with her boyfriend, even though she cheated on him with me. And before that, she cheated on me too. I honestly don't know how someone can live with that so calmly. I couldn't. That year of trying to forgive her left me bitter, exhausted, and broken inside. So now I don't know what to think. I don't know if I need a cleansing, therapy, real closure, or just to stop looking for signs in places where there might only be wounds that haven't healed yet. And yeah, part of me jokes that maybe I should travel back to the 1600s and deal with the witch myself. But seriously, I need help. What would you do if you were in my place? So just to give you a little backstory, my grandma had been renting a handful of different places around the San Diego area for quite a while. This was maybe 5 or 6 years ago, when I came out to visit her while I was still away at boarding school. A few nights into the visit, I started getting restless. I was bored, young, and not exactly making the wisest choices, so I ended up finding some psychedelics. It honestly wasn't that difficult. I got a strip of acid and some Molly, and at that point in my life, I was already pretty familiar with both. One night, I decided to party by myself. I know how that sounds, but at the time, I was feeling great. No weird energy, no bad thoughts, nothing heavy. I was staying at my grandma's house, and I wanted to go outside so I could call a few friends without being overheard. So I started walking down the stairs, just kind of amazed at how high I was, taking everything in. But as I got lower, I noticed something off to my left, right near the bottom of the staircase. There were 3 figures standing there, They were shadowy, almost smoky looking, and each one was a different height. They weren't solid exactly. They looked like they were made out of some dark vapor, just standing together in a row. And the strange thing is, I wasn't scared at first, not even a little. I remember thinking, well, this must be part of the trip. I had done these substances before, so I thought I understood what was happening. I even kind of laughed to myself. I might have said out loud, I am so high. I walked down the rest of the stairs and moved closer to them. They didn't move. They didn't react. They didn't reach out or turn their heads or anything dramatic like that. They were just there, waiting at the bottom of the stairs. After maybe 30 seconds of standing in front of them, something shifted in me. That easy, playful feeling started to drain away. I remember suddenly thinking, wait, I've never had a trip like this before. That was the moment it stopped feeling like a hallucination. I reached my hand out toward one of the figures, almost like I needed to prove something to myself. My hand passed right through it, and the shape sort of broke apart, like smoke being disturbed. And the second that happened, this sharp bolt of fear shot straight through my body. It was instant, like my whole nervous system lit up. At that exact same moment, this bright, strobing light flashed from the kitchen down the hallway to my left. That was enough for me. I turned around and got out of there as fast as I could. The weirdest part is that the rest of the night was actually fine. I ended up wandering around the neighborhood, talking to friends, and somehow still had a pretty good night. But I never forgot what happened in that house. It stayed with me. When I got back to boarding school, I remember saging everything I owned because I had this awful feeling that I had picked up something dark. I don't really know how else to explain it. It felt like something had attached itself to me, or followed me, or at least brushed against me in a way it shouldn't have. And I know the substances make the story sound questionable. I completely get that. But I had never experienced anything like that before, and I have never experienced anything like it since. There was one more thing that really cemented it for me, though. A couple of days later, my dad and stepmom came to visit too. I hadn't told anyone what happened, because that would have meant admitting I'd been partying. They probably wouldn't have had a huge reaction, but I was still trying to look responsible in their eyes. One night, I convinced everyone to go out for sushi. I was sitting in the back seat with my grandma on the way there, and out of nowhere, she started telling this story about when they first got the house. She said she had gotten the real estate agent drunk one night, and the woman admitted something she apparently wasn't supposed to say. 2 other families had already backed out of escrow on that same property because they thought the house was haunted. They also complained about strange, rotten smells. Then my grandma just casually said something like, "Well, I'm not afraid of ghosts. I grew up in Connecticut in a haunted house. I hear footsteps upstairs sometimes, but it doesn't smell here, and it doesn't scare me." I think she also mentioned that they had checked for a skunk and never found anything, though I'll admit that part might be my memory filling in gaps. But hearing her say that, without me having told her a single thing, really locked it in for me. I probably could have brushed the whole experience off eventually, or blamed it on the drugs, but that conversation made it feel different. It made it feel real. And honestly, I still don't know what I saw. I just know that, even with everything I was on that night, it didn't feel like anything I had ever experienced before. Ever since I was younger, I've had this strange pull toward paranormal things. Not in a dramatic way, really. More like I've always felt there was something around the edges of life that we don't fully understand. I've had dreams about places I'd never been before, only to end up standing in those exact places years later. I've dreamed about moments that hadn't happened yet, and then, one day, they did. I could talk about those experiences for hours, honestly, but that's not really what this is about. What I want to talk about is something that has only happened a few times in my life, but every time it does, it shakes me to my core. I get these episodes where I become absolutely terrified of death. And I don't mean the normal kind of fear, like, one day I'm going to die, and so will the people I love. It's not that. It's heavier than that. It feels immediate. It feels like death is already in the room with me, sitting close enough to touch. There's never any warning. Nothing sets it off. I can be doing something completely ordinary, and then suddenly it hits me hard and fast. All I can think about is death, dying, the people I love leaving this world. What comes after? All of it. It feels like pure doom. And when it happens, the things that usually help me calm down don't touch it. Medication doesn't help. Cold showers don't help. Breathing exercises barely make a dent. The only thing that gives me even the smallest bit of peace is being outside. I know that probably sounds strange, but I mean it literally. I have to be near trees. I have to put my hands in the dirt. Sometimes I'll sit barefoot in the woods, just pressing my feet into the ground, trying to feel connected to something solid. Nature is the only thing that makes the fear loosen its grip, even a little. The episodes usually last around 4 or 5 days. Then someone close to me, or someone connected to my life, passes away. And after that, the episode just ends. Completely. Like a storm that vanishes all at once. The first time it happened, I was pretty young, so the memories are blurry. I mostly remember the fear, and then my grandfather passing away not long after. At the time, I didn't really understand it. I was too little to make sense of it. The second time was around 2019. Same pattern. No trigger, no warning, just that sudden, crushing fear. I spent days trying to ground myself, going outside whenever I could, sitting in the grass, touching the soil, trying to breathe through it. Then my childhood best friend Haley died unexpectedly. It wasn't something anyone saw coming. She hadn't been dealing with some long illness. It was sudden and awful, and it broke something in me for a while. I still miss her so much. But the strangest part was that as soon as I found out, the episode stopped. Just like that. The dread was gone. And now it's happened again. This latest episode started while I was grocery shopping last weekend. I was walking through an aisle, looking at completely normal things. Cereal boxes, fruit, canned soup. And then that feeling dropped over me. That same terrible certainty. That same sense that death was nearby. By the second day, I kept telling my husband, Evan, that I thought someone was going to die. I told him it didn't feel like regular anxiety. I know anxiety. This wasn't that. It felt like a warning, like something was coming closer, and I could feel the shadow of it before it arrived. On the 5th day, I slept in, and when I woke up, I felt normal, completely fine. The fear was gone. I remember lying there and thinking, maybe it really was just anxiety this time. Maybe I made it bigger in my head. 2 hours later, Evan called me, completely devastated. His grandmother had passed away earlier that morning. She had helped raise him. She was more like a mother to him than anything else. It happened suddenly, and because she had a DNR, they let her go peacefully. She was a wonderful woman. She raised a kind, strong man, and she meant everything to him. We're going to miss her deeply, but I can't stop thinking about it. I don't know what to call this. I don't know if it's intuition, or grief arriving early, or something my mind does that I can't explain. I just know the pattern keeps happening, and every time it does, I'm left standing there afterward, trying to convince myself it was a coincidence. But deep down, I'm not sure I believe that anymore. So, this happened a couple of nights ago, and honestly, I still don't really know what to make of it. I've had sleep paralysis before. Usually it's small things, like feeling a light touch on my arm or something tugging at my foot. Sometimes it feels like there's this heavy pressure on my chest, almost like someone is sitting on me. But this time was different. This one felt worse than anything I've experienced before. That evening, I made the mistake of taking a nap. It was around 6:30 or 7, and I ended up sleeping until almost midnight. When I woke up, I felt completely off. You know that strange, displaced feeling after a long nap, where your body is awake but your brain is still floating somewhere else? That was exactly it. I was annoyed with myself too, because I had work early the next morning. I went out onto the balcony, smoked a cigarette, came back inside, and scrolled on my phone for a while. I think I finally tried to sleep again around 1:40 in the morning. At first, I fell asleep pretty deeply. I remember feeling comfortable, really comfortable. I was having a good dream too, nothing scary at all. Then, out of nowhere, I felt someone tucking me in. Not in a sweet way, not gentle. More like someone was carefully pulling the blanket around me, sealing me in. I could actually hear the covers moving. I felt the fabric being adjusted around my shoulders, my sides, my legs. Then came the weight. Something heavy pressed down on me, right on top of my body. And just as that happened, I heard a laugh behind me. I couldn't see who it was. I tried to make a sound, and all I managed was this loud, strained groan. I was hoping whatever it was would stop, or let go, or back off. But then I heard a voice. It said, "Shh, sleep." It wasn't soft. It wasn't comforting. It was stern, serious, like a command. That's when I really started to panic. Part of me thought, fine, maybe I should just go back to sleep. But another part of me got angry because how am I supposed to sleep after being woken up by something holding me down and whispering at me? The strangest part is that I don't think I was fully awake. I was still dreaming, but the dream was happening in my apartment. I could see my room. I could feel my bed. Everything looked exactly the way it does in real life. In the dream, I kept trying to turn around. I wanted to see what was behind me. I wanted to know what I was dealing with. But every time I tried to move, my body went numb and weak, and I would collapse back into the bed like all the strength had been drained out of me. Then I heard my window closing. That's what really set me off. I can handle being scared. I can handle strange noises, pressure, voices, whatever. But don't touch my window. I always leave it open a certain way, and hearing it shut made something in me snap. I woke up immediately and looked over. The window was still wide open. After that, I tried to go back to sleep, but it wasn't easy. I just sat there in bed, still tucked in, looking around the room and waiting for something else to happen. And then it did. I woke up again, except I was still dreaming. This time, I saw a swarm of tiny flies coming toward me. There had to be more than 100 of them. They were flying straight at me, circling around my face and body, almost like they were teasing me. It felt like they were saying, "You can't do anything anyway." Somehow, I woke up from that too. Or at least, I thought I did. Then I must have drifted off again, because the next thing I heard was footsteps coming up the stairs outside my apartment. Slow. Careful. One step at a time. The hallway lights weren't on. Everything was dark. Then I heard a key being pushed into my door, slowly. But I always leave my own keys in the lock from the inside, so there's no way another key should have worked. I heard it stop, like whoever was out there realized they couldn't get in. Then the key was pulled out. Again, slowly. And after that, the footsteps went back down the stairs and faded away. I could keep saying, "Then I woke up again, then I went back to sleep." But the truth is, at some point, I couldn't tell what was a dream and what was real anymore. That was the worst part. Everything was happening in my apartment, in my bed, around my own things. Living alone has its good sides, but nights like that make the silence feel huge. The last thing I remember was looking around the apartment, trying to find whoever or whatever had been messing with me. And near the window, the same window I had heard closing, I saw someone standing there. Not a person exactly. A shadow. Completely black, darker than the room around it, standing in the middle of my apartment and facing me. It didn't have eyes, but I could feel it staring. I barely slept after that. Every time I closed my eyes, another nightmare started. Usually, when I have nightmares, they're about my father chasing me. I know that fear. I recognize it. But this was different. Being laughed at, tucked in, whispered to, surrounded, watched by something I couldn't even see properly. That felt worse. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it keeps happening. I just know it scared me badly enough that I haven't really been able to tell anyone. I lost both of my parents. My dad has been gone for 11 years now, and my mom passed away a little over a year and a half ago. I've always had really vivid dreams. That's been true my whole life. After my mom died, I moved back into my childhood home with my boyfriend, Nate. He's 26, and I'm 25. We weren't planning to stay forever. The idea was just to clean the place up, repaint some rooms, give it a little care, and then sell it. But ever since we moved back in, my dreams have changed. My dad has shown up in my dreams for years, and those dreams never really scared me. He usually runs toward me with this huge smile, like no time has passed at all, and we sit together and talk. It almost feels like catching up with him somewhere quiet and safe. With my mom, though, it's different. Every time she appears, her back is turned to me. My dad always comes toward me, but she's always walking away. I don't really want to pick that apart too much, because the dreams themselves aren't the part that worries me. The important thing is this: I never see her face. Not once. My mom died in that house, so at first I wondered if maybe she was still there somehow. I'd catch little glimpses of movement around corners. Sometimes I'd see what looked like her passing through the kitchen, always turned away from me. And it really did look like her. She was tall and slim, with hair she dyed a deep black for as long as I can remember. That is exactly what I kept seeing. A tall, thin woman with black hair. But again, never her face. Nate and I were talking about it yesterday because he's had strange experiences in the house too. We've heard footsteps at night together. He's seen shadows move where they shouldn't. So bringing it up didn't feel strange anymore. Then he told me he had seen my mom twice in the last few days. At first I thought, okay, that fits. That's unsettling, but it fits. Then he got quiet and said, she didn't have a face. He told me she had leaned her head around a corner and looked straight at him. But where her face should have been, there was just smooth, pale skin. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just her black hair framing this blank white space. And he said it happened twice. That was when something inside me went cold, because I realized I have never seen her face either. Not in the house, not in my dreams, never. Now I'm not sure it's my mom at all. I don't know what is in this house, but I'm starting to feel like whatever is here may just be wearing the idea of her, or using the outline of her. And that feels so much worse than thinking my mom might still be around. For context, neither of us is on medication. Neither of us has any history of hallucinations or anything like that. We've both seen and heard things separately, and we've experienced some of it together too. Nate has been my best friend since we were kids, so I know he isn't lying to me or trying to mess with my head. Honestly, if he thought I was imagining it, he would tell me. I checked the carbon monoxide detectors first, and they're working fine. Even my dog reacts to it sometimes. He'll suddenly lift his head, perk up his ears, and stare toward the same hallway or corner we're looking at. So now I'm left with this awful question I can't shake. If it isn't my mom, then what is it? I've been thinking a lot about how much one person can affect your life, and honestly, it still surprises me. I don't mean just emotionally or mentally. I mean in a way that felt deeper than that, almost like something around me started shifting the moment she entered my life. About 4 years ago, I was assigned a support worker through an assisted living service. I'll call her Marin. At first, I didn't know what to make of her. She seemed ordinary enough, but after she became involved in my life, things slowly began falling apart. My finances started getting worse. My housing situation became unstable. Friendships and professional connections began to strain or disappear, and every time Marin came to see me, something bad seemed to happen not long afterward. I know how that sounds. I really do. But it was never just one thing. There were near accidents, injuries, people suddenly turning cold toward me, unexpected bills that drained my savings. I lost my old job when the company downsized. My landlady, who had once been reasonable, abruptly turned against both me and my housemate. And recently, something happened with my foot. I've always been someone who walks a lot, someone active, someone who needs that movement. But now I'm using walking sticks because of a strange injury that might be rheumatic. It came out of nowhere, shortly after I saw Marin again. The earliest thing I remember was with my official case manager. He had been kind to me in the beginning, almost fatherly in the way he cared. He listened. He made an effort. But after only a few weeks of dealing with Marin, something in him changed. I was there during the meeting, and nothing bad was said. Nothing dramatic happened. Yet afterward, it was like he simply gave up. On the work, on himself, and on me. Before Marin, I had received support for nearly 10 years without this kind of chaos. But after she came into the picture, one support worker after another seemed to burn out, quit, or withdraw. It felt like anyone who had close contact with her got pulled into some strange current of bad luck. There was also a doctor she came with me to see once. After that appointment, that doctor stopped taking me seriously. Even though I have rheumatism and several officially diagnosed physical conditions, she began blaming everything on psychological issues and refused to sign me off sick anymore. For a long time, I tried to explain it away. I told myself I was imagining patterns. I told myself life was just hard. But then Marin completely lost her temper with me, and something inside me finally snapped awake. I canceled her support. I removed her from my life. And then, almost immediately, things started changing. I began climbing out of debt. I started caring for myself again. My health became a priority instead of something I was too exhausted to manage. Material things began improving. Paperwork I had been waiting on finally started moving. Doctors began listening to me again. Most of all, my motivation came back. It felt like air returning to a room that had been sealed for years. That's why I don't think this was simply about her bad-mouthing me behind my back. It felt more energetic than that. I could feel the difference in my own body once she was gone. I felt lighter, freer, more myself. Now there's one final meeting tomorrow, and even though I know I'm strong enough to get through it, I can already feel that heavy uneasiness creeping back in. It's strange, because part of me feels steady, but another part of me is nervous in a way I can't fully explain. I know Marin works a lot with crystals and keeps herbs in her home, and I keep wondering whether there was something darker going on, something intentional, something I don't have language for. I'm not asking anyone to think I'm crazy. I just know what I lived through. The whole situation was bizarre on so many levels, especially the way that, only hours before this final meeting, the same dark feeling has returned. But this time, I'm not the same person I was before. This time, I know what it feels like to be free. I was in 8th grade when all of this started. Because of some family circumstances, I had to stay in a hostel for the first time. My mom was preparing to go abroad, and there really wasn't anyone at home who could take care of me properly, so I didn't have much choice. I was scared, of course, but I tried to adjust. For the first few months, everything was normal. Nothing strange happened. I slowly got used to the hostel routine, the noise, the shared rooms, the bunk beds, all of it. I slept on the lower bunk, and my bed was placed right in front of the door. I remember my aunt, Anita, once telling me that sleeping directly opposite a door can make you feel scared at night, or that strange things can happen. I didn't take it seriously back then. I thought it was just something elders say. But later, I started seeing something. At first, it was just a dark figure standing beside my bed. I told myself I was probably imagining it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I was half asleep. So I ignored it. But then I started seeing it almost every night. It would just stand there. Quiet. Still. Dark. After some time, I began hearing a dragging sound too, like someone was pulling one leg across the carpet. That sound terrified me more than seeing it, honestly, because it made the whole thing feel real. I tried my best to ignore it. I didn't tell many people because I thought they would laugh or say I was making it up. But around that same time, I started getting sick often, which was strange for me because I usually don't fall sick easily. Somehow, months passed. Grade 8 ended, and after that, I didn't stay in the hostel during grade 9. Slowly, I forgot about what had happened. Or maybe I forced myself to forget. But then, in grade 10, I was put back in the hostel again. The next incident happened during my 3rd week there. One evening, it was already getting dark, maybe around 7. The hostel warden asked me to go to the main building and leave some notebooks there. So I went. That building was almost empty, and only a few lights were on. It had that heavy, quiet feeling, the kind that makes you uncomfortable even when nothing has happened yet. I was getting scared, so I started singing a song softly in my head, just to distract myself. Then, from somewhere far inside the building, I heard a female voice singing the same song. That was the moment my whole body froze. There was no one there. I looked around, but the building was empty. Completely empty. I got so scared that I quickly left the notebooks on the table. But when I turned around to leave, I saw a black figure standing there, looking straight at me. Even though the place was dark, I could still see it. Not clearly, but enough to know it was there. And more than seeing it, I could feel it staring at me. I ran back as fast as I could. That night, I could barely sleep. The next night, I went to fill my water bottle. The place where we filled water was just above our study room. While I was filling it, I suddenly felt that same presence again. It was so strong that I stopped immediately. I was about to leave the bottle and go downstairs when the window suddenly slammed shut. It was a sliding window. I know how those windows move, and I'm sure the wind couldn't have closed it with that much force. I turned off the light and looked back. Even without the light, I knew something was watching me. Then I realized it was standing near the same side where I had been filling water. It didn't have a proper shape, so I can't really explain what it looked like. It was just dark, like a shadow that didn't belong there. I ran out again. Later, we used to have night classes. My seat was right in front of the door, with my back facing it. During class, from the corner of my eye, I saw a black figure standing at the doorway. After that, I changed my seat. One night, around 8 or 9, the lights went out. I was standing near the door, and there was just a little bit of light coming from outside. In front of the door, there was a pillar with a mirror on it. Suddenly, I felt that presence again. I looked into the mirror, and there it was. That figure was standing in front of the mirror, watching me. So, this happened a few years back, when me and my roommate Jack were kind of between places for a little while. Not homeless in the dramatic sense, nothing like that. We just had this awkward stretch where our old lease had ended, but the new apartment still wasn't ready. So for about 2 weeks, we bounced into an Airbnb in San Antonio, just to have somewhere to sleep until we could actually move in. It was a studio, tucked inside this apartment complex, and honestly, there wasn't much to it. You opened the front door, and the bed and TV were immediately off to the left. If you walk straight ahead, there was this little doorway into the kitchen. And I mean little. Barely enough space to turn around in. The bathroom was just off to the right of that. That was the whole place. No hallway. No separate rooms, really. Just one open area, and then those 2 small doorways. But the thing I remember most about it was how exposed it felt. The unit was right in the middle of the complex, next to the dog park, so people were constantly walking by. You'd hear dogs barking, people talking, footsteps outside the window at all hours. It always felt like the outside world was pressed right up against the glass. Now, I've always been the early-to-bed type, and Jack was the total opposite. So around 10 that night, I passed out. Lights off. Jack was still awake beside me, scrolling on his phone in the dark, which was completely normal for him. Then, out of nowhere, I felt a hand grab my shoulder. Not a light tap, not a gentle shake. He yanked me awake. I opened my eyes, and Jack was sitting straight up in bed, completely still. His eyes were locked on the kitchen doorway, and I knew right away something was wrong. I whispered, "Jack, what is it?" He didn't look at me. He just said, really quietly, "I think someone's in here." At first, I thought he meant he'd heard something. A noise, maybe. A cabinet, a door, something like that. So I asked him, "What do you mean?" And he said, "I was watching a video on my phone, and I saw a man walk past the bed into the kitchen." That's when I started to wake up for real. Because again, this apartment was tiny. If somebody came through the front door and walked into that kitchen, they would have passed right beside us, within arm's reach. There was no distance, no corner to hide behind, no long hallway. Just the door, the bed, and the kitchen. I'm a pretty skeptical person, so my first thought was that maybe he'd seen a shadow. Maybe something moved across his phone screen, or maybe his eyes played a trick on him. So I asked, "Are you sure it wasn't just something in the corner of your eye?" He finally looked at me, and the way he did, I still remember it. He said, "I was wide awake. I saw a man walk past me." And the thing is, Jack was not the kind of guy who scared easily. He was calm about almost everything. I had known him for years, and I had never seen him wake me up like that. I had never seen that look on his face. So when he said it that plainly, something in me went cold. I reached into the nightstand and grabbed the knife I kept there. I'm not trying to sound tough because I wasn't. My heart was pounding. But the place was so small that if someone was really standing in that kitchen, there wasn't much mystery left. I was about to find out. I got up and turned on the kitchen light. Nothing. The cabinets were closed. The floor was empty. Nobody was there. I checked the bathroom next. Nothing there either. I came back out and just stood in the middle of that tiny apartment, holding the knife, listening to the silence. There was no one. I told Jack I didn't find anybody. He didn't argue. He didn't panic. He just gave this small shrug and said he knew what he saw. And honestly, that bothered me more than if he had freaked out. He wasn't trying to convince me. He wasn't building it up. He just seemed completely certain, like the matter was already settled in his mind. So I started looking around more carefully. I checked the door, the windows, the corners, anywhere someone might have slipped in or out. I even started thinking about hidden openings, loose panels, weird crawl spaces, all those paranoid movie thoughts that show up when it's late and your brain decides to turn into a crime documentary. I didn't find anything. But I'll be honest, I was tired, shaken, and not exactly doing a professional search. So maybe I missed something. Maybe there was a way in or out that I just didn't see. We left the next morning, and I still think about it sometimes. Was there actually someone in that apartment? Did they somehow get out before I turned on the light? Did Jack see something real, or did his mind just fill in the dark with a shape that wasn't there? I still don't know. All I know is, whatever he saw, I never found it. And part of me is still glad I didn't. I want to tell you about a session I did with a man I'll call Amir. He was an adult man from the Dallas area, and during the healing journey, he went into a very deep theta state. At first, he moved back through childhood memories, then into older pain, older fear, older imprints, and then he went even further. He went to a place before he was born. What he found there was not what either of us expected. He said that before this life, he and his mother were together, but not in bodies, not standing in a room, not even as two separate people the way we think of separation here. He described it as if there was no distance between them, no wall, no edge, just awareness. He said, "It feels like there's no space between us. I'm not really a person yet. I'm more like a soft shape of consciousness." His mother was near him too, but not as the woman he would later know. She was more like another point of awareness beside him. Close, familiar, connected. Then he became aware of something that felt like a life plan. Not a written list exactly, but something like a knowing. He could sense the experiences waiting for him in the life ahead. Weakness, helplessness, confusion, pain, hard lessons. And he didn't want to go. He said very quietly, "I don't think I want to go there." He could feel that it would be difficult, not just uncomfortable, difficult in a way that would shape him from the inside out. But then another understanding came in. He realized that this was part of how light learns to enter darkness, not by looking at pain from far away, not by studying it as an idea, but by living inside it long enough to understand what others feel. He said, "It feels like this experience is required." His higher self showed him that the purpose was not to fix everything. It was not to erase the pain before it happened. It was to understand. He said, "It's not about changing it. It's about understanding it." And that stayed with me. Because you can observe suffering from the outside and still not know it. You can read about grief and still not know grief. You can talk about fear and still not know what fear does to the body. Some things can only be learned by entering the room yourself. Then he saw his mother's role more clearly. On a soul level, she had agreed to play a painful part in his life. Her role was harsh. Her presence would shape him through pressure, through difficulty, through emotional weight. And in one sense, it made him stronger. It prepared him for a world that would not always be gentle. But there was a cost. And that is important to say. Understanding a soul agreement does not excuse harm. It does not make cruelty beautiful. It does not mean a person should pretend they were not hurt. But it can sometimes change the way the wound is carried. In that space, Amir understood that some souls volunteer for dark roles, not because they are evil, not because pain is good, but because, from a much wider level of consciousness, certain lessons require contrast. Certain awakenings only happen when the soul touches what it came here to transform. When the session was ending, his higher self gave a very simple message. Love everyone. Let go. Learn to forgive. Not as a command, not as something forced, more like a door opening. The lesson from this journey is this: you may have chosen more of this life than your human mind can remember, even the painful parts. Not because you deserved suffering, not because you were being punished, but because before you came here, some part of you wanted to understand something that could only be learned through direct experience. And the people who hurt you may have been part of that learning too. That does not make what happened okay, but it may help you stop carrying it like a chain. So here is a simple practice you can try. Find a quiet place where no one will disturb you for about 20 minutes. Sit down or lie back, whatever feels natural. Close your eyes. Take 5 slow breaths. With every exhale, let your body become heavier. Let your arms soften. Let your legs sink. Let your head rest fully into whatever is supporting you. Now imagine you are standing at the edge of a vast, dark space. Not frightening darkness, not empty darkness, more like the darkness before the stars appeared. Warm, endless, alive. This is the space before incarnation, before the body, before the name, before the story began. Step into it. Let yourself float there. There is no ground beneath you, no direction, no need to do anything. Just awareness. Then ask silently, show me the moment before I came here. Do not force an answer. Let whatever comes come. Maybe you see light. Maybe you feel another presence near you. Maybe you sense a choice being made. Maybe you feel hesitation, as if some deep part of you remembers not wanting to come. That is okay. Just observe. If something appears, stay with it. Don't analyze it. Don't judge it. Don't try to make it logical. Be with it like you are watching a memory older than your body. When you feel ready, take 3 slow breaths and return. Open your eyes slowly. Then write down whatever came through, even if it makes no sense. Especially if it makes no sense. The logical mind will want to explain it away. Let it be strange for a while. Try this for 7 days in a row. The first time, you may see nothing. That is completely normal. Sometimes the door opens only after we stop pushing on it. By the 3rd or 4th day, something may begin to surface. A feeling, an image, a knowing, a quiet memory that does not seem to belong to this life. Trust what comes gently. You do not have to prove it. Just listen. I want to tell you about something that happened to a friend of mine back in 2015. He was from Mandi in Himachal Pradesh, and his name was Chetan. Now, if you know anything about Himachal, you know people call it Dev Bhumi, the land of deities. And in places where people believe the divine is close, they also believe the unseen is never too far away. Back then, Prashur Lake was not as crowded as it is now. It was mostly locals who went there, especially people from Mandi. One afternoon, Chetan and another friend of his decided to ride up there on a scooter. They reached the lake, visited the temple, took a few pictures, sat around for a while, and then started heading back around evening. By the time they were on the road back to Mandi, it had already grown dark. And that road, especially in those days, could feel completely cut off from the world. There were long stretches with no houses, no shops, no streetlights, nothing. Just the narrow road, the mountains, and thick deodar and pine trees standing on both sides. Even in daylight, some parts of that route felt strange. At night, it felt like the forest was listening. Then, at one of those isolated stretches, their scooter suddenly gave up. The petrol tank was empty. Chetan got angry at his friend because it was his scooter, and he asked him why he hadn't checked the fuel before they left. But there was no use arguing for long. They were stranded, surrounded by darkness, with no sign of any house nearby. So they decided to drag the scooter downhill and keep moving until they found someone who could help. After some time, they noticed a girl walking toward them from the opposite side of the road. That alone felt wrong. It was pitch dark. There were no houses anywhere nearby. No reason for anyone to be walking alone there, especially not a young girl. But as she came closer, both of them saw that she was very beautiful. She was dressed like a village girl, wearing traditional Himachali clothes, and for a moment, they were almost too stunned to react. But Chetan told me that something inside him immediately warned him not to speak to her. So he kept his head down and continued dragging the scooter. His friend did the same. They both pretended she wasn't there. Then the girl stopped near them and asked, very calmly, "Where are you going?" Neither of them answered. They just kept walking. After a few seconds, she spoke again. This time, her voice had a strange playfulness in it. She said, "Do you want to see a magic trick?" That was when Chetan's whole body went cold. Before either of them could say anything, the girl lifted one hand. Then, with the fingers of her other hand, she began pulling the fingers from her palm one by one, not bending them, not twisting them, removing them. She pulled them out like they were pieces of a toy, then placed them back again as if it was nothing. Chetan froze. Then his eyes dropped to her feet. They were turned backward. The moment he saw that, both he and his friends screamed. They grabbed the scooter and started dragging it as fast as they could, half running, half stumbling down the road, reciting the Hanuman Chalisa out loud with whatever breath they had left. After a little distance, Chetan looked back. The girl was gone. There was no sound of footsteps, no movement in the trees, no figure standing on the road. She had disappeared as if the darkness had swallowed her. They kept going until, after what felt like forever, they finally saw a house. They knocked on the door and told the man inside what had happened. The local resident listened, and instead of laughing, he scolded them. He told them they should never travel that road after dark. He said people had seen a Chudale there before, a witch. According to him, she had haunted that stretch for years, and several locals had encountered her around the same spot. He gave them some petrol, and somehow they managed to get back home safely late that night. But I still remember how Chetan looked when he told me this story. He wasn't trying to entertain anyone. His hands were shaking, and he had goosebumps while speaking. And the thing is, in our stories, a Chudale often appears as a beautiful woman to lure men toward her. That is why I believe Chetan was lucky. Not just lucky, actually. Brave. Because many people might have fainted right there on that lonely road. But he kept moving, kept praying, and got himself and his friend away from whatever had been waiting for them in the dark. You know, ever since I was old enough to understand the world, I never actually saw them with my own eyes. Not once. But my family did, or at least, they came close enough that the fear settled into our house like damp air. And even now, after all these years, whenever I think back to that old cinema, I still feel something cold move quietly through my chest. When I was little, my family lived in a small village near the Ochi River. People called the place Bayi Riverside. My mother raised silkworms at home, mostly to keep herself busy, while my father worked as a projectionist at the town cinema. He only came home once or twice a week. Most nights, he slept in the front building of the theater. Around 1989, the county town started building new apartment blocks. Back then, there was a policy that if you bought one apartment, 2 people in your family could change their rural registration into urban registration. To my parents, that sounded like a doorway opening for my younger brother and me. They wanted us to become city residents someday, to have a steadier future. So they gathered every bit of savings we had and rode their bicycles into town to pay the deposit. But when they arrived, the person handling the payment wasn't there. They had no choice but to ride all the way back home, planning to return the next day. By then, it was already late. The road from the county town to our village was about 20 kilometers. When they were almost home, my father said he was thirsty, so they stopped at my aunt's roadside house for water. The bicycle was left outside, and the money, all of it, was still hanging on the bicycle. They forgot. Only after they finished drinking did they remember. By then, the money was gone. For our family, that wasn't just money. It was years of saving, years of hope, years of my parents swallowing hardship without complaint. I still remember seeing my mother cry quietly during those days. She tried to hide it, but children notice the things adults think they can cover. The next year, I was about to enter 6th grade. My father wanted me to study at a better school, so he managed to transfer me to the town's central elementary school. Since it was too far from our village, I moved into the front building of the cinema and lived there with him. Not long after that, my father decided it made no sense for my mother, my brother, and my grandmother to stay back in the village. We needed income now. The cinema business was still good, so my parents planned to sell snacks inside the theater during screenings. Melon seeds, peanuts, sugarcane, little things like that. And just like that, our whole family moved into the cinema. That is where the real story begins. The cinema wasn't like cinemas today. It wasn't only for movies. Back then, a cinema could also be a meeting hall, an opera stage, a performance venue, even a place for public rallies. It was more like the town's giant wooden heart, beating with everyone's noise. The old people in town said that before the cinema was built, there had been a large assembly hall on that same land. It had mud brick walls and a straw roof. One day in the 1950s, after a meeting ended and everyone had left, a storm came down hard. Thunder rolled over the town, lightning struck, and the whole building collapsed. When people cleared the ruins, they found snakes. Not one or two, countless snakes. Dead snakes under the rubble, dead snakes beneath the foundation, layer after layer of them. The government sent people to haul them away by the cartload and bury them somewhere else. Later, the cinema was built right on that same foundation. It was the grandest building in town then. There was a front building, the main auditorium, and a rear stage building. The front and back sections were 2 stories tall, while the auditorium was 1 story but very high and hollow. The floors and stairs were made of wood, and whenever you walked, they creaked like they were answering you. At first, we lived in the front building. For the first few months, everything felt new. My grandmother, my mother, my brother, and I were still getting used to town life. But after you live in a place long enough, the stories begin finding you. People said strange things had happened in that cinema. One story was about a woman whose son had been sentenced during a public rally held there. She believed he had been wrongly accused. During the rally, she shouted again and again that her son was innocent, begging the authorities to reopen the case. No one listened. They dragged her out for disrupting the proceedings. After everyone left, she went alone to a room on the far right side of the rear stage building and hanged herself. Her body stayed there for days before anyone found her. I've thought about her many times. A person doesn't choose that kind of ending unless the pain inside them has nowhere else to go. Then there was another death. In the early 1980s, the cinema was packed almost every night. People didn't have televisions or DVDs then. Movies were a window to the outside world, and everyone wanted to look through it. But the town also had gangs. Young men with tattoos, groups with names like the Green Dragon Gang, the Renzi Gang, the Plum Blossom Gang. They were everywhere, and the cinema was where young men liked to show off. One night, a fight broke out between two groups. The front rows turned into chaos. People stood up, shouted, climbed onto chairs to watch. A young man sitting near the back wanted to see what was happening. He stood on his seat. Then he climbed higher, onto the backrest. But above him, one of those huge ceiling fans was spinning. Everyone was watching the fight, so nobody saw it happen clearly. They only noticed when he fell. The screams that followed were louder than the fighting. That young man had nothing to do with the gangs. He was just watching a movie. Gone. Just like that. After hearing those stories, I kept telling myself that both deaths had happened in the auditorium or the rear building. We lived in the front. Surely, if there really were things there, they wouldn't come to us. That was what I told myself. Then one evening, my aunt came to visit. There was a movie that night, so after dinner my mother went to prepare snacks, my father went to clear the theater, and my brother ran out to play. My aunt didn't know the layout of our rooms yet, so she quietly asked my grandmother, "Is elder brother still sleeping in that room?" My grandmother said, "No, he moved downstairs." I was confused and asked, "Moved from which room?" Nobody moved. My grandmother quickly said my aunt had just mixed things up, and then she gave my aunt a look, the kind adults give when they want someone to stop talking. But my aunt didn't notice. The kitchen light was dim, and she was terribly nearsighted. So she continued, "You haven't seen that thing again, right? Some things are better believed than ignored." My grandmother's face changed at once. She said, "No more, no more," and hurried me away to do homework. That moment frightened me more than all the rumors, because suddenly, the stories weren't just stories. They had entered our family. Now, some people might say this isn't frightening, because I never personally saw anything. But when you live inside a place everyone whispers about, fear doesn't need to appear in front of you. It sits beside your bed. It waits at the stairwell. It follows the sound of every wooden creak. Years later, I entered university, and after my family finally left the cinema, I rarely went back. But one period from our time there stayed with me more deeply than the rest, because it was the first time I truly felt that maybe, one day, I would meet them myself. In daylight, I was brave. Teenagers are like that. At night, I was afraid of everything, but when the sun came up, ghosts seemed impossible. I even dared to enter the room where my father had once seen something. I saw nothing. Instead, I found old film slides, colored promotional slides, handmade slides my father had carved, and old theater equipment. To me, they were treasures. I took things apart, examined them, played with them, ruined more than I should have. Around that time, I also heard another story, this one from Chen Zhenbao, who worked with my father. By the late 1980s, traveling song and dance troupes were common. Some were official, some only pretended to be. One troupe came from Hubei and claimed to be from Wuhan. Their lineup was larger than usual, so my father advertised heavily. The tickets were expensive, much more expensive than movie tickets, so plenty of people tried to sneak in. Usually my father and Chen Zhenbao checked tickets, while Yan Ding-an handled the projector, and a man nicknamed Old Mao sold tickets. But for performances like that, the troupe sent their own guards too. Strong men, people who clearly knew how to handle trouble. That night, trouble came anyway. A small leader from the Green Dragon Gang arrived with more than 10 followers. None of them had tickets. They tried to force their way in. The troupe's guards tried to reason with them at first, but the gang leader refused to back down. The show was about to start. The police officers who were supposed to keep order had already slipped inside to watch. So the gang beat the guards and stormed into the theater. Afterward, everything seemed calm. The show ended. The troupe left town. A few days later, one of the gang members disappeared. At first, nobody connected it to the cinema. Back then, people disappeared for all kinds of ugly reasons. Then, for several nights, after my father and Chen Jianbao cleared the theater and switched off the stage power, they noticed a terrible smell. At first, they thought someone nearby was cleaning a toilet pit, but the smell grew worse. One day, before the audience entered, they went to turn on the lights. Chen Jianbao thought he saw someone moving on the right side of the second floor, as if someone had sneaked in without paying. They switched on all the lights and went upstairs. The smell was much stronger there. It wasn't sewage. They followed it slowly until they reached the room on the far right side of the second floor, the same room where that grieving mother had hanged herself. Then they heard movement inside. Both men froze. The whole floor was wood. Every tiny sound seemed too loud. In the end, neither of them dared open the door. They went downstairs, pale-faced, and found several acquaintances waiting outside. With more people, courage finally gathered itself. They all went back upstairs. Everyone agreed the smell came from that room. Still, nobody wanted to open it. At last, one brave man kicked the door in. Inside was a corpse, already badly decomposed. Some people fainted. Some vomited right there. But the most terrified people were my father and Chen Jianbao, because Chen Jianbao had seen someone moving, and they had heard sounds. Could a dead man have made those sounds? Later, the case was solved. The corpse was the gang leader who had caused trouble that night. The beaten troupe members had followed him after the show, captured him, tied him up, and dumped him in that room. They hadn't meant to kill him. They only wanted him to suffer for a few days. They had made him swallow something, maybe to weaken him or keep him unconscious, then left him there. They didn't know the history of that room. They thought he would wake up eventually, shout for help, and be found. Instead, he died. The autopsy said it wasn't poison. There were no clear injuries either. His death was simply strange. People said his eyes were wide open when they found him, and his mouth was stretched open, as if his last moment had been pure terror. After hearing that story, I slept with the lights on for several nights. My brother and I shared a tiny room. There was barely enough space for a bed, a large desk, and a television sitting on top of it. The gap between the bed and desk could only fit one stool, but with a bright bulb burning overhead, that cramped little room felt safe. Eventually, fear faded again. Life always does that. It keeps moving, even when your heart wants to stay frozen in one place. Back then, I kept thinking, thank goodness we lived in the front building. Thank goodness we weren't in the rear stage building. But life has a cruel way of listening. What you pray will stay away often comes closer, and what you fear most sometimes learns the path to your door. Okay, so this started about a year ago. The first time anything happened, I was just lying in bed, texting a couple of friends. You know that strange feeling you get when it seems like someone is watching you, and without even thinking, you look up? That's what happened. I looked toward the corner of my room, and I saw a man standing there. But he didn't look like a normal man. He looked burned, like his whole body had been damaged somehow. At first, I tried to tell myself it was nothing. I thought maybe I'd been staring at my phone too long, and my eyes were just turning a pile of clothes or shadows into a person. But then he moved. He started crouching down, twisting himself backward, almost like he was lowering into a bridge. And as he did it, he seemed to shrink. At first he looked tall, maybe around 6 feet, but then he looked smaller. Not tiny exactly, but closer to the size of a child. Then he rushed toward my bed. It happened so fast. I panicked and turned my phone screen toward him, using the light from it, and he was just gone. I really thought that was going to be the only time something like that happened. I wanted it to be the only time. But lately, I've been seeing other things. There's a girl I keep noticing, or at least I think it's a girl. Sometimes I hear her laughing when I'm completely alone. And then there's this shadowy man. I'm almost positive he wears a boater hat. I didn't even know what that kind of hat was called at first. I had to search for a while because I know absolutely nothing about hats. But when I finally found the right one, I felt this weird little relief. Like, okay, at least I know what I'm seeing. Tonight, I was alone again. I actually felt pretty calm because it had been about 3 weeks since I'd seen or heard anything. I was sitting there sketching, just trying to relax when I heard it. A girl crying. At first, I tried not to react. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe it was outside. Maybe it was some weird sound from the building. But then I realized it was coming from behind the couch. I kept trying to talk myself out of being scared. I kept thinking, no, don't make this into something. Don't freak yourself out. But the crying kept going. So I put my sketch pad down and stood up. The second I did, it stopped. For a moment, I thought maybe that was the end of it. But I was already done. I wasn't going to be the person in a horror movie who stays to investigate. I started getting ready to leave. I kept my eyes on the side of the couch where the sound had come from, while I reached around with my hand, trying to find my keys. When I finally felt them, I glanced down for barely a second. And that's when I heard her laugh. It came from the couch. I snapped my head back so fast, and I saw this shadow moving along it. It reminded me of those scenes in movies where something invisible walks through a room, but you can still see the way it disturbs the air or casts a shape across the wall. That's what it looked like. I have an L-shaped couch, and I was sitting near one end. The other side of it is where all of this was happening. The shadow moved along the back of the couch toward the corner, and then it lowered, almost like it was ducking down behind the armrest. And I just thought, absolutely not. I wasn't going to wait for whatever it was to come out fully, especially not in daylight. I'm scared enough when things happen in the dark, but seeing something like that when the room is bright? No, I couldn't do it. I ran straight to the door and didn't look back. I stayed outside for about an hour and a half before I finally got someone to go in with me and check the place. So yeah, I honestly don't know what's happening. I don't know if I'm losing it, or if there's something in my home, or if there's some explanation I'm just not seeing. I just really need someone to tell me what they think, because I don't know what to do anymore. So last night, my girlfriend Brianna and I decided to finally test out some of our new ghost hunting equipment. We've been wanting to check out Fort Lowell Park in Tucson for a while. It has a lot of history packed into it. It was once a U.S. Army post during the Apache Wars, and before that, the area had ties to Hohokam people going back more than 1,000 years. So walking into that place, you already feel like the ground has been carrying stories for a very long time. We brought our EMF readers and a spirit box with us. I had heard plenty of stories about Fort Lowell before. People talk about seeing old soldier figures, hearing horses, even catching the sounds of equipment or movement near the old hospital ruins. And honestly, with all the history there, I was expecting the atmosphere to feel heavier than it did. We got there a little after 8 p.m. The park was still open, and there were people around. A few visitors, some dog walkers, that kind of thing. So it didn't feel quite as eerie as I was hoping. We walked through most of the park, taking our time. Every now and then, the EMF reader would spike fast from green to red, but it would vanish almost immediately. Just a quick little flash, like something tapping the glass and then disappearing. At one point, we were standing out in the middle of what's now a baseball field, and the reader moved up to yellow. That gave us a little hope, because we were away from obvious electrical sources. But we couldn't get much more than that. We tried the spirit box, but it was mostly useless. The radio stations kept bleeding through so badly that instead of white noise, it just became frustrating. We stood there listening, hoping for something clear, but nothing really came through. After a while, we decided to leave Fort Lowell and head downtown. We ended up near 6th Avenue and came across some older, abandoned buildings. One of them was connected to the St. Augustine Cathedral area, an old religious education building. The cathedral itself is a major historic landmark in Tucson, so the whole area already had this quiet, watchful feeling to it. We walked around taking pictures and looking for any safe way to see more of the building. We stayed outside, moving slowly, trying to avoid power boxes or anything that could mess with the EMF readings. Even then, the reader started jumping from green to yellow to red. The real moment happened near the steps. We were standing at the foot of the building, asking simple questions, and the EMF reader went to yellow. At first, I thought it was just another random spike, but then it started reacting in a way that felt timed with what we were asking. The spirit box still wasn't giving us anything useful, but the EMF reader kept moving, almost like something was using the colors to answer. We asked whatever was there to show us it was present. That's when the reader jumped to red. Right after that, the temperature dropped. Not dramatically like in a movie, but enough that both of us noticed. Then we heard these faint sounds bouncing off the wall nearby. I couldn't make out words. It was more like muffled movement or voices just out of reach. We kept talking. The EMF colors kept rising and falling. It felt strangely interactive, almost like whatever was there didn't mind us being around. At one point, it seemed like it didn't want us to leave. We stayed there for over an hour and a half. Eventually, the responses got weaker. The reader stopped reacting as much, so we said goodbye respectfully and left. Now, after some of my past experiences, I really wanted this one to feel authentic. Brianna was excited, and seeing her reaction honestly made me feel better about what had happened. But I still had doubts. I wanted something stronger, something I couldn't explain away. And that's where the night got strange. We went home and went to bed. Sometime during the night, I woke up to the sound of something hitting the kitchen counter, like a small object being dropped or knocked over. Our cat was asleep at the foot of the bed, so I knew it wasn't her. I tried to ignore it and eventually fell back asleep. Later, Brianna got up to use the bathroom. I remember being aware of it, but I didn't fully wake up. Then, sometime after that, I heard footsteps near our bed. Clear footsteps. Not a creak, not the house settling, not the cat. It sounded like someone walking right beside us. The sound was so distinct that this cold feeling went through my whole body. I looked over, and Brianna was asleep. That scared me more than I want to admit. I said a quick prayer under my breath and tried to calm myself down enough to sleep again. Later in the night, the room felt unusually cold. That stood out to me because I usually run warm. I'm not the kind of person who gets cold easily, and I almost never need a jacket. But this was different. It felt uncomfortable, like the air had shifted. When I woke up the next morning, I felt awful. Not sick exactly, more like I had slept with one eye open all night. Like my body had been resting, but my mind had been on guard the whole time. I told Brianna what happened, but she hadn't experienced anything like that. About an hour later, I suddenly felt like I needed a nap, which is not normal for me. When I fell asleep, I had a dream, and in that dream, a name came through very clearly. Ronnie. In the dream, Brianna was talking to him. I saw him in a picture, but I wasn't actually speaking to him face to face. It was more like I was being shown who he was. When I woke up, I asked Brianna if she knew anyone named Ronnie or Ronald. She said no. So now I keep turning it over in my head. Maybe Ronnie was connected to whoever we were communicating with at that abandoned religious education building. Maybe something followed us home. Maybe my brain stitched the whole thing together because I wanted an answer so badly. I don't know. That's the part I'm stuck on. Was this something real trying to make itself known? Or was my mind just running wild after a long night of searching in dark places? So, this happened in the old art building on campus, back when it was still standing. And when I say old, I mean old. The place was almost a century old and had originally been built as a gymnasium before someone, at some point, decided to chop it up into studios, classrooms, storage rooms, and whatever else they could squeeze into the bones of it. The layout made no sense. To get from one side of the building to the side with the working bathroom, you either had to go up a flight of stairs, cross through the second floor, then come back down another set of stairs, or you had to go outside and walk around the building. Neither option felt especially dignified at midnight. The whole place creaked and groaned constantly. Studio doors scraped across concrete. Some doors were held shut with chains and padlocks. The metal stairs had this one uneven step where metal turned into concrete, and I swear everyone tripped on it at least once. The lockers were these old, rattling metal things that sounded angry every time someone lifted the latch. People joked that the building was haunted, but not in a serious way. There were no big legends attached to it. The dorm across the street had the usual girl in white ghost story, but the art building was mostly known for leaks, dust, bad lighting, and probably several safety violations wearing a trench coat. I never felt scared in there. Not because of ghosts, anyway. Creepy people and falling ceiling tiles, sure. Ghosts, no. A few years later, the university tore the building down after a donor paid for a new one. So, if anything was haunting that old art building, it is now haunting a patch of weeds, dandelions, and mosquitoes. But this happened before all that. It was finals week, and I was working late in the ceramics studio. That was the only time I ever stayed that late, because finals turn everybody into a weird little raccoon with deadlines. I had been there all day. Earlier, the studio had been full of classes, other students, and people pretending they were not deeply behind on their projects. But by close to midnight, I was alone. I had my headphones half off my ears because I wanted to hear if someone came through doing light checks. That was sort of the unspoken rule. If you thought you were the last person in a space, you turned the lights off to save electricity. The switches were down a little hallway by the lockers, out of sight from the main room, and the tables made it annoying to get to them quickly. So I wanted to be able to yell, "Hey, I'm still in here," before getting plunged into darkness like some tragic clay goblin. The important thing is, I knew I was alone in that room. After maybe an hour, I had to use the bathroom. So I made the little pilgrimage to the newer addition, where the functional bathroom was. On the way, I passed the gallery and the sculpture studio. Their doors were locked and chained shut for the night. I went up the stairs, past the second-floor classrooms, down the annex stairs, used the bathroom, and came back the same ridiculous way. That trip gave me a good sense of the building. There were still a few people working in other rooms, based on the lights and the occasional noises. I was not alone in the building, which was honestly comforting. You needed an ID card to get in, but people are crafty, and I preferred the idea of a few witnesses nearby. When I got back to the ceramic studio, I worked alone for maybe another half hour. Then I heard footsteps. Not vague old building noises, not creaks, not pipes. Footsteps. They were that very specific dusty concrete sound, like soft-soled shoes scuffing across the floor. 4 steps maybe, slow enough to register, close enough to sound like someone had walked along one side of the room. My first thought was not ghost. My first thought was, who came in? So I called out. Nothing. I leaned back to look toward the locker hallway. No one. Then I checked the room. There was a senior area partly blocked off by metal shelving, so I walked around and looked there. I checked the glaze room, the tiny repurposed office closets, the odd little senior lounge tucked under the old vaulted ceiling space, and the hallway leading back toward the lobby. No one. I stepped into the lobby to see if someone was still making rounds. Still no one. No footsteps on the stairs. The gallery and sculpture studio were still chained shut, and the sculpture studio had one of those doors that screamed whenever it opened, so if someone had gone in or out, I would have heard it. I figured maybe whoever it was had quiet shoes and slipped upstairs. Or maybe they left through the main entrance, even though that would have been weird because the parking lot was behind the building. So I looked toward the office area. Lights off. Then I checked upstairs. No one. At that point, I was confused more than scared. It still felt like a person problem, not a ghost problem. But not knowing who else might be moving around near you in an almost empty building does put a little ice cube in the bloodstream. I went back to work, but I switched my music to play quietly from my phone speaker instead of putting my headphones back on. I wanted to hear what was happening around me. Maybe 30 minutes later, I heard one of the locker latches move. It rattled, scraped, and clicked. Exactly like someone had lifted the latch to open it. I went straight into the locker hallway, immediately. No one was there. All the lockers were closed. That hallway was one way in and one way out, so there was nowhere for anyone to slip past me. I looked into the lobby and up the stairs. Nothing. I went upstairs just in case, and the few people still in the building were buried in their projects. The annex door had not beeped open. Nobody was walking away. Nobody looked like they had just sprinted downstairs, lifted a locker latch, and vanished into the academic fog. There was just no sign of anyone having been near the first floor, let alone inside the ceramics studio. And the sounds were so specific. That is what still bothers me. The footsteps were not random settling. They were sequential. Scuff, 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 scuff. Moving in one direction. Not a scrape from something dragging in place. Not a pipe knocking. Not a door shifting. They sounded like shoes. And the locker latch was even worse, because I knew that sound. I had heard those lockers all the time. It was not the sound of metal falling or settling. It was the sound of someone lifting the handle, engaging the mechanism, and getting ready to open the door. Nothing before it, nothing after it. Just that deliberate little clank in the hallway. I was not terrified. I am still not terrified when I think about it. But it is the one experience I have never been able to explain. I have been in old houses that creak and tap and slam doors. I can usually talk myself through it. Wind, HVAC, trees, animals, pipes, a house shifting in the temperature. There is almost always some boring, practical explanation waiting around with a clipboard. But this? I do not know. Maybe it was some kind of echo from another part of the building. Maybe it was the building settling in a way that perfectly imitated a person walking and then opening a locker. Maybe some impossibly quiet person was playing the world's least impressive prank. Or maybe, just maybe, I experienced a haunting. A very boring haunting, honestly. No dramatic apparition, no whispered name, no face in the window. Just footsteps, a locker latch, and the feeling that someone had come into the room, looked around, and left. That is my only real ghost story, and as strange as it sounds, I think something was there. Back when I was in middle school, I studied at this old all-girls convent school, the kind of place where every hallway felt like it had rules baked into the walls. It was an English missionary school, very strict, very traditional, and honestly, a little intimidating even on normal days. The building itself was ancient, properly old. It had been around for more than 150 years, originally started by French nuns as an orphanage before it became this well-known school. And because it was that old, there were stories everywhere. There was a chapel inside the campus with old tombstones near it. Some of the nuns from way back were supposedly buried there. People whispered about deaths, strange incidents, and things that had happened long before any of us were born. Nobody ever confirmed anything, of course. Adults never did. But students always knew. The creepiest place on campus was this huge 4-story building we called the junior block, even though nobody really used it anymore. Years before, it had apparently been a hostel for girls. Then, sometime around the late 1960s, it was shut down permanently after a few awful incidents. After that, the school just left the whole building there. That was the strange part. Our school kept building new classrooms and expanding whenever they needed space, but that enormous building stayed empty. The rooms were massive, with high ceilings and dusty windows. Some doors were sealed shut. Others had old latches or rusted locks. We were told not to go inside unless a teacher allowed it, which, of course, made us even more curious. Then came our annual school concert. I was in the music group, and we needed a quiet room to practice. Every normal room was already taken by dancers, singers, or other performers, so our teacher finally gave us permission to use one room in that old building. We were excited, but there were rules. We could only use the assigned room. We had to tell a teacher before and after practice. We were not allowed to wander. And we had to return to class at least 15 minutes before dismissal. No excuses. There were 7 of us in the group, including me. For the first few days, we behaved. Mostly. But after a while, curiosity started tugging at us. Some days, after practice, we would sneak into the corridors and peek around. The whole place felt abandoned in a way that was hard to explain. Not just empty. Watched. One afternoon, we found a latched room on the 4th floor. It was not locked. That was enough for us. We opened it and went inside, expecting another dusty old classroom. But at the far end of the room, we saw something none of us expected. A staircase. A whole narrow staircase hidden inside the room, leading down into darkness. We knew we should have left right then. We really did. But 3 of us decided to go down, including me. 2 girls stayed near the top, and the others went back to the practice room to cover for us in case a teacher came looking. We only had one phone for light. The staircase was so narrow that 2 people could barely walk side by side. I remember the air getting colder as we went down. At first, we thought the stairs would lead to the ground floor, but they didn't. After a few minutes, the stairs stopped at this strange half-level. There was almost nothing there. Just an old wooden chair, broken plaster, and bits of debris scattered near the walls. The smell was horrible. Damp, rotten, sour, like something had been trapped there for years. We could barely stand it. My friend Mira kept saying she saw something move along the wall. A shadow, she said. Not a person exactly, but something passing by where nothing should have been. We tried to laugh it off, but none of us were laughing properly. Then, on the way back up, it happened. One of my friends suddenly fell. And I don't mean she slipped. I don't mean she lost her balance in the usual way. She said something pushed her from the front. She went tumbling down the stairs so violently that for a second, none of us could even move. Then she screamed. It was the kind of scream that empties your chest. We rushed back down to get her, and that was when we saw the walls properly in the phone light. There were dark stains along the stairwell. They looked like old, dried blood. My friend was shaking so badly she could barely speak. Then she fainted. After that, everything became chaos. Teachers were called. We were scolded, questioned, and removed from the annual concert completely. But honestly, none of us cared anymore. We didn't want to go back into that building, not for practice, not for anything. After summer break, we noticed the door to that room had been sealed and painted over, as if it had never opened in the first place. I don't know what was in that stairwell. I don't know what pushed my friend. I don't know why that room existed or why the school pretended the whole building was just an inconvenience. But all 7 of us remembered it. And even now, years later, the part that stays with me most is this: someone or something was down there with us. I remember the door being open. That was the first thing that felt wrong. Not the darkness, not the cold, not even the girl sitting inside with that calm little smile on her face. It was the door. It was wide open, pushed back against the wall like someone had left in a hurry and never found the courage to return. And inside that house, beneath the floorboards, Father Corin was still alive. That's the part that has stayed with me. Not that something had hurt him, not even that it had broken him. It was that whatever was inside that girl had broken him, then kept him breathing, kept him sitting down there in the dark with his eyes open and his prayers emptied out. Because a dead priest is only a body, but a living priest who can no longer believe? That is a warning. And I knew, the moment I stepped inside, that the warning was meant for me. My name is Father Alden. Before that night, I had performed 4 exorcisms. I had never failed. I traveled nearly 2 days through the October cold to reach that farmhouse, and by the time the road gave up, I had to walk the last stretch alone. The fields around the place were bare from harvest, and the wind moved over them like it had been waiting for someone specific. When I reached the house, there was one lamp burning in the front room. And there she was, 14 years old, dark hair, a small scar near her brow, just like the bishop's letter had described. She sat at the table with her hands folded in her lap, and she smiled at me. Before I could speak, before I could set my bag down, she looked straight at me and said, "He went below to find something I hid. Would you like to see what he found?" I should have turned around right then. I know that now. But I didn't. I went in. I sat across from her. I opened my book, and I asked her where Father Corin was. She glanced toward the back of the room, toward the cellar door, and then she looked back at me. "Praying," she said. "He has been praying for 6 days. The words are still there. It's only the faith behind them that's gone." She said it so gently. That was what made it worse. No shouting, no twisted voice, no rage. Just a child's mouth carrying something ancient and patient. I began the rite. She let me. That, more than anything, frightened me. In the other exorcisms, there had always been resistance, screaming, mockery, violence, some sign that the prayers had struck something. But this girl simply sat there. She watched me the way someone watches rain hit a window. The words filled the room and went nowhere. The lamp did not flicker. The walls did not tremble. She did not move. And beneath my own voice, beneath the Latin and the training and all the certainty I had built my life upon, one quiet question began to rise. Why isn't it afraid? I read for an hour. Then she said, almost kindly, "He's still down there. You can check on him if you like." I kept reading. She tilted her head a little. "When he first came, he asked what I wanted. I told him the truth. I always tell the truth. It's the only thing I have that men like you are afraid of." I tried not to hear that, but some sentences don't pass through you. They lodge. After the second hour, I stopped. Not because I was tired, not because my voice had failed. I stopped because the silence between the prayers had become louder than the prayers themselves. So I stood, took the lamp, and went to the cellar. The handle was iron, cold enough to sting. When I pulled the door open, a smell rose from below. It wasn't rot. It wasn't damp. It was something older than both, something the body understands before the mind can name it. I went down. Father Corin was sitting against the far wall with his knees drawn up. His hands were open beside him, as though he had been holding something precious for a long time and had finally let it fall. He was alive. His eyes were fixed on a water barrel in the corner. I said his name. Slowly, he looked at me. "Don't look in the water," he whispered. His voice was almost gone. "It shows you what you are, not what you pretend to be, not the story you tell yourself, what you are underneath all of it." He swallowed, and his eyes drifted back toward the barrel as if it were pulling him. "I looked," he said. "Then I tried to pray. The words were there, Alden. Every word. But the thing that made them more than words." He couldn't finish. He didn't need to. I understood. I went back upstairs and closed the cellar door. The girl was still waiting at the table. I sat down again. I found my place in the book. My thumb rested in the worn crease of the page, where it had rested so many times before. Then she whispered, "The barrel is behind you now." I said nothing. "You could look," she said. "You could know. Isn't not knowing worse?" I began to read again. My voice was steady. My hands did not shake. But something inside me had shifted. Not broken. Not yet. Just shifted. Like ice underfoot, beginning to remember it was water. She smiled. "Father Corin lasted 8 days before he looked," she said. "You may last longer. I think you will." Then she leaned forward, just a little. "But strength is only a longer road to the same door." I kept reading deep into the night. She waited. She had the cellar. She had the barrel. She had Father Corin breathing in the dark beneath us. And now she had planted a question in me. That was her real weapon. Not claws, not screams, not blasphemy. A question. A small, patient thing with roots. And I knew, even as I prayed, that once a question like that finds soil, it does not stop growing. Not in darkness, not in silence, not even inside a man who believed himself fortified.